Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Finicky Broker? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya was 14 when his dreams were shattered on a rooftop over the cityscape of his hometown. A quirkless hero? It's both an illogical and impossible dream. Each step rang in Izuku Midoriya's head, muffled by the rushing river of adrenaline that had broken the dam. It felt like he was on cloud 9, like he could take on the world and never fall once. The edge of the building he was left on sang a siren song, leaving him higher than ever possible. His eyes fell downwards as he reached the railing, focusing on anything he could spot out of the ordinary. Maybe it was that dumpster with the overflowing trash bags, or the awkwardly placed manhole cover that was not up to code. His feet moved to a symphony of explosions behind him, the call of the fall becoming overwhelming. It was just so close he could almost taste the sky above. He had gotten 1 foot over the railing when he felt the adrenaline drip from his body and came to the realization of what he was doing. Tripping as he scrambled off of the railing, Izuku landed hard on his butt. Wincing, he rubbed at his tailbone and tried to catch his bearings. He had just tried to commit suicide, that much was obvious. The freedom he had felt by the railing was still echoing in his head, as if it was trying to call him back. The feeling of the wind in his curls was addictive, yes, but not addictive enough to die over. At least not today. Hands trembling, he gripped his school breathes tight and tried to ignore the ache that came when he denied the urge to move. Today was not the day for this, even if it had seemed so perfect. In fact, right now, he could list all the things he had to live for. His mom, of course, Katsudon, and his notebooks. That brought a thought to him, distracting him from the ever-so-present edge of the roof. If he had died, who would have gotten his notebooks? His mother, who would have had no use for them and just kept them as memorabilia of a son who wasn't strong enough? Or the police, who could use them as evidence of his stalkerish nature and incriminate him after death? Neither scenario sounded good, so Izuku sighed. His trembling hands moved from his breathes to his curly hair, running his fingers through it. It was a soothing method he had learned long ago, and as he tugged on a knot every now and then, helped to ground him. Pieces of what had just happened were slowly locking into place as he was gaining back his steady consciousness. Kaken, his once best friend, had just told him to kill himself, and All Might, his biggest idol, had shattered his dreams. Right now, Izuku couldn't even tell which had pushed him far enough over the edge. Attempting to take deep breaths, the green-haired middle schooler stumbled to his feet. The first priority now was getting home, at the very least before his mom got worried. If he was quick enough, he could make up an excuse about getting caught in the middle of a villain attack. Adjusting the straps of his backpack, Izuku headed towards the nearest exit. This proved futile, however, as he pushed uselessly against the locked rooftop doorway. Who even locked these things? Shaking his head, Izuku tried to get a grasp on his surroundings. There, he could thank building protocol for this later, was a fire escape attached to the side of the building. It wasn't the best option for exiting, but it would have to do. Slowly, he sidled down the red metal escape, pressing himself as close to the building as possible. He didn't want to risk anything, especially not with the state of his mind at the moment. There was no telling what his body could try, with or without his mind's volition. Instead of thinking too hard about it, Izuku focused on each step. It helped, at the least, as it seemed to get Izuku to the ground faster. Once he tumbled from the free-hanging bottom of the fire escape, he began to try and rationalize where he was. At most, he was around 15 minutes from home, and at least he was 7. Starting to head to a familiar skyscraper, Izuku found that he had pleasantly made his way home in a meager 10 minutes. Instead, what took the longest time was even opening his apartment's door. His fingers trembled as they were placed over the dull doorknob. What could he tell his mother? His lie about a villain attack, or would he have enough guts to be truthful? That he wasn't strong enough on his own right now. Trying to stave away his doubts, Izuku gripped the handle tight. It would do nothing to just stay in the hall and think of what-if scenarios. To stay in the here and now, he had to act, even if it meant ignoring the tremble he got near railings. Nudging the door to the apartment open, he was greeted with a heart-wrenching sight. Sitting on the couch, the familiar stout figure of his mother was hunched over, a tissue clutched with white knuckles. Beside her was the taller figure of Bakugo Mitsuki, his ex-friend's explosive mother and his mother's own best friend. The two stiffened, turning robotically towards the door. Once they spotted Izuku, that was enough for the waterworks his mother had dampened to act up once more. She began wailing, reaching for him. Quickly, he shuffled his backpack off of his shoulder and kneeled before her. Her hands reached for his back, tugging him close while he just allowed her to cry. Once she had cried herself out, he pulled away and looked to the other woman in the room. Auntie Mitsuki sniffled, clearly having been crying herself. Katsuki, the hard-headed idiot, was stuck in a villain attack today. He's currently hospitalized with throat damage. If All Might hadn't been there, she trailed off, listless within her grief. Izuku understood what she meant, stiffening in his mother's grip. Bakugo could have died, was the staunch realization he came to, because Izuku was cowardly enough to hitch a ride on All Might's leg. He could have killed his former best friend, because he was selfish enough to take away All Might's attention on a villain. Trying to stamp on his guilt, at least before it breached his expression, Izuku grimaced. Is he stable? Those were the only words he could get out at the moment. No words came from Auntie Mitsuki, however, as she just solemnly nodded her head. At this moment, Izuku didn't expect many words, especially from the blonde-haired mother. Instead, he turned his attention to his own mother, who was tugging gently at his uniform sleeve. Her voice was still shaky, but her wide green eyes were less watery. We visited him, of course. He'll be released in 2 days, since he's high on the healer's priority. Izuku nodded, helping her to her feet. She had gained enough of her bearings from when she was sobbing, so he helped her carefully back over to the couch. This situation was extremely fragile, so instead of speaking, Izuku stayed quiet in an attempt to not dissuade the conversation. He could wait to talk to his mom, at least until Auntie Mitsuki left. The conversation drifted from there, only being kept afloat by his mother. Izuku's attention had been taken up by the TV and whatever childish cartoon show was playing now. His hands itched for something to write with as the show continued, showing obvious signs of having an underlying message that kids wouldn't pick up on until years later. It didn't matter though, because as the episode took to a close, Auntie Mitsuki stood in preparation to leave. Izuku and his mother stood, seeing her out the door. When it had finally shut, silence descended onto the apartment. It had never been this awkward around his mother, but the underlying question between the two electrified the air with tension. Trying to resist the urge to sigh, Izuku turned to meet his mother's gaze. 2 strands of hair framed her face as she looked up to him, green eyes already asking enough. It didn't hurt to wait, he presumed, as his mother already looked prepared to ask the question that was clearly eating her up. The silence stayed for a heartbeat longer, and then his mother was ready to speak. Izuku, I know it's not the ideal time to ask, but why were you so late coming home today? Even though Izuku had been running the question through his head 1,000 times as he walked home, it still struck him hard once she finally asked. Trying to settle his breathing, Izuku grasped for an answer. Finally, he decided on one. I was caught up with a villain attack, and the police questioning took longer than I anticipated. The lie fell almost too easily from his lips, but if it saved his mother from too much grief then he would keep it up. It seemed to worsen his mother's tension for a moment, until she relaxed the tension from her shoulders with a dismissive mutter. He couldn't catch what he said, but he swore it sounded something like, teenagers and being trouble magnets. Deciding not to press the issue further, Izuku stood and departed for his room. Just as he had stepped into the hallway, his mother called after him again, Izuku, you'll always tell me the truth, right? Trying to resist the urge to stiffen and make it obvious he had lied, Izuku slowly nodded towards her. Of course, Mom. You're the first person I'd go to with the truth. A simper decorated his lips, a desperate attempt to get her to stop probing. She seemed to get the message, nodding and murmuring to herself as she shuffled towards the kitchen. Izuku sighed, his body almost deflating as he stepped within the threshold of his room. What he didn't calculate, however, was his admonishing amount of All Might merch. It didn't help his mood at all to see it, only making his fingers clench and stab his nails into his palms. Maybe it was time to update his room, but for now he would focus on something else. Something less destructive. Striding across his room, he stopped before his computer. Jiggling the mouse a little, he found he had left it open to the forum he frequented for analysis. He enjoyed sharing his analysis online where it was anonymous, and he could actually be appreciated for a while. At least until the info fishers figured out his status as quirkless, but for now he was appreciated. That was all he could ask for. Shifting himself into his chair, he glanced around the monitor. A bright red caught his eyes, drifting them to his notifications box. There was a message from someone on the forums within. Hoarder's Heart 0, hi, this is All Might Analytic 333, right? Hoarder's Heart 0, I was wondering if I could ask for a personal analysis. All Might Analytic 333, of course. Is there any specific type you need? Hoarder's Heart 0, oh, you responded. Hoarder's Heart 0, well, Hoarder's Heart 0, would you have any suggestions for dampening a quirk that has the hoarding instincts of a dragon? Hoarder's Heart 0, if there's any way I could compensate you, could you inform me? Hoarder's Heart 0, I don't want to let you do this request for free. Payment? Izuku paused, fingers hovering over his keyboard. He had never considered taking payment for his analysis, seeing as they were more of a hobby than a job. Yet, he remembered when he had been looking at hero agency jobs, he could remember seeing professional analysts. Maybe he could start making money off of this, instead of trying to get a job while quirkless. It would make helping his mother a whole lot easier as well. All Might Analytic 333, would you be able to pay around 2,000 yen? Hoarder's Heart 0, absolutely. I would just need a way to send it. Quickly, Izuku searched from the forum he was messaging on and began looking into online banking methods. It didn't take long for him to come across one that would be helpful, his body moving already. He would need to talk to his mom about it, as it required minors to request their parents' consent in connecting to their physical bank accounts. Cracking his door open, Izuku carefully listened for anything out of the ordinary. He was greeted with the crackling of the kitchen, signifying where his mother was easily. At least he wouldn't have to look for her now. Keeping his steps calm, Izuku placed his hand on the entrance to the kitchen, sniffing. It smelled of katsudon, which Izuku resisted the urge to drool at. To distract himself from the smell of food and the subtle nausea that came with it, Izuku spoke. Mom, can we set up an online bank account for me? His voice wasn't loud, but projected itself in a way to keep his mother from startling and hurting herself. Proving the method effective, Inko calmly paused in her cooking to turn to Izuku. Her face wasn't calm, but it was settled from what it had been just an hour or two earlier. Now that Izuku was focusing on her, he could see the tear tracks that carved through her face and tried to resist the urge to shiver. There was another beat of silence, one that Izuku hoped would dissolve soon, then Inko finally answered. Of course we can, sweetheart. Why the sudden interest? The question was innocent enough, a mother who wanted to ensure her son wasn't doing anything illegal. Izuku himself, however, didn't know if what he was doing was exactly legal though. He would look into that later. He paused, rubbing sheepishly at the back of his neck, started taking commissions online for some creative stuff. People really want to commission me and it made me realize I didn't have a way to accept it. His mother's expression brightened as she nodded fervently, almost leaking with exuberance. She shuffled forwards, faster than he thought she could in the kitchen, and gripped his hands. Green beamed into green, a mirror reflection, as Inko kissed Izuku's forehead. We'll set it up after dinner, all right? Just tell whoever commissioned you that it'll be soon. The murmur into his forehead helped relax him, and he felt his shoulders droop listlessly. Separating from his mother's grip, Izuku took off towards his room once more. This time, he could admit he had a little more pep in his step. There was at least one good thing coming from this day, even if it was a double-edged blade. People would find out about him from this, and he would have more work. Maybe he could convince his mother to let him drop out of school? Almost immediately he dismissed the thought, stepping into the threshold of his room. His mother would want to know the exact reason why he wanted to drop out, and he wasn't ready to confess to all the bullying. He more than likely never would. Tugging his seat from the confines of his desk, Izuku turned to face his monitor once more. There was no new messages from Hoarder's Hearts Zero, nor was there new ones from anyone else. Carefully switching to his inbox, he began drafting a new message to the would-be target of his analysis. All Might Analytic 333, sorry to take so long, I should have an account shortly. Hoarder's Hearts Zero, take as long as you need. Hoarder's Hearts Zero, this isn't exactly time-related. All Might Analytic 333, of course. All Might Analytic 333, just a warning, my name will change soon. Hoarder's Hearts Zero, perfectly fine, thank you for the heads up. Izuku grinned, excitement coursing through him. It didn't erase the feelings from earlier, only serving as a dampening agent until the green-haired boy was ready to properly face. Switching from his inbox to his profile, Izuku clicked at the little edit button. Immediately, he deleted the name he just held and instead began to think. This was such a spur-of-the-moment decision, but one term called out to him. As he finished changing his name and a little bit of his bio, a voice called from outside of his room's closed door. Dinner was ready, and then Izuku could finally take on his first commission. Hoarder's Hearts Zero, probability 22, huh? Hoarder's Hearts Zero, nice choice. The world crashed around Izuku Midoriya when he was only 14 years old. Take a swan dive off the roof and pray you'll have a quirk in your next life. It would have been too easy for Izuku to say he wasn't nervous, but that wasn't even remotely close to the truth. Yesterday had been stressful enough as is, with the villain attack and near-fruitful attempt on his own life. Izuku just wanted everything to slow down so he could rest. Instead, the day after the attack, Izuku was back in school with a tight smile on his face. Everyone was ignoring him at least, instead too focused on whispering amongst themselves about the still-injured Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku's guilt flooded his chest again, trying to suffocate him. Today was the day after the attack, and it was also the day he was going to visit Bakugo in the hospital. In an attempt to keep his body from shaking, Izuku began to write and theorize. Each slide of the pencil was refreshing, giving him brief relief from his guilt and from the impending doom of the rest of the day. The school day sludged onwards, the comparison making Izuku briefly flinch at the thought. When it came to the final class of the day, Izuku was all but ready to pack up his things and hike it out of there. Fate had its own ideas, however, as his teacher pulled a pile of familiar forms and dropped them onto the desk. His voice was slow, almost like molasses dripping from a jar, as Izuku tuned back in for the closing remarks of class. Now you all are third years and are preparing to move onwards to higher things. Izuku could feel the dread settle in his stomach. This would not go well. I would give you all these career forms, but let's be honest with ourselves. The career forms went flying, and so did Izuku's hope the class would go in a different direction. You all probably want to be heroes. The class cheered and hooped around Izuku, showing their quirks off in a parade of potential. Trying to keep his head down, Izuku returned to his writing, trying to find that calm place he was in before the teacher started speaking. He was partially successful, mulling out most of the conversation with slight ease. They had meant to go over careers yesterday. Izuku remembered the teacher bringing out the forms then as well. Instead, a fire had broken out in a science classroom somewhere lower in the school, and Izuku was relieved of his shame by the fire alarm blaring. It didn't seem to matter to Bakugo that day, however, as he had still told Izuku to take a swan dive off the roof before he could leave in peace. Dismissing the thoughts of yesterday's attempt, Izuku was wrenched back into the discussion of the class when his teacher called out, "Midoriya, you're going for you at a still, right?" The silence of the class whistled over Izuku as he scrambled to sink lower into his chair. He didn't want this attention, but teachers always seemed to find a way to bring it. When Izuku had almost successfully molded himself with the chair, the class erupted into noise. It was a cruel mixture of elation at his suffering and outbreak at his audacity. The taunting echo of laughter echoed around him as class continued until the final bell. Grabbing his things, Izuku swung his backpack on and rushed towards the doors. No one impeded him today, so he stopped at his locker and finished getting his belongings. Stepping from the school walls into open air was nice, so Izuku took off at a brisk pace. He would need to change from his school uniform before his mother took them to the hospital to visit Bakugo, so he had to be quick. The sun beamed from above, but Izuku's hair shadowed his eyes as he walked, the distance seeming like nothing in his muddled brain. As he passed beneath the overpass from the day before he could feel his breathing catch. The suffocating feeling from the slime villain took hold of his lungs, and it almost felt addicting to avoid the urge to retch. Desperately, the green-haired boy shook at his head. Each shake of his head took the feeling away, and in its respite he was left feeling mildly empty. Why can't I? Izuku huffed as he dug his fingers into his palms. Forget that high of death. As Izuku looked into the dark abyss of the overpass, his brain recircuited to show him that roof from the day before. It felt like the universe was regretting letting him live and instead started trying to get him to jump again. Shaking his head again, this time more desperate, Izuku forced his body to move forwards. There was no time to think of this now, when he had somewhere he had to be, and a mother who was easily worried. After getting through the overpass, it was significantly easier for Izuku to keep his brain muddled on the way home. Colors and sights passed, but nothing impressed Izuku, not even the chaos of a villain attack. His feet halted, and Izuku was brought back to reality as he reached for his apartment's doorknob. Twisting it, he peered into the house and gave a half-hearted call-out, "Mom? I'm home." Crashing came from somewhere else in the house and Izuku scrambled to get his shoes off. If something had happened to his mother because he had waited just too long to get home, he would never forgive himself. Just as he had stepped into the hallway, a voice called from his mother's room, "Izuku? Hurry up and change, dear. Mitsuki will be arriving soon." A sigh of relief breached Izuku as he rubbed a hand against his cheeks. Giving verbal confirmation, Izuku turned towards the door to his room with a grimace. This would be fun. The car ride was tense, to say the least. Izuku took up the whole back seat, laying horizontally. Neither adult scolded him for it, instead trying to keep with their weak conversation in an attempt to distract each other. Inko kept bringing up the weather, clearly trying to push the conversation in one direction, while Auntie Mistuki just nodded and hummed occasionally. Not the best conversation, but it passed the time and gave Izuku something to focus on rather than just zoning out while staring at the passing scenery. Mizudafu General Hospital was imposing. Izuku thought the word fit it perfectly. The flow of ambulances going in and out was also steady, suggesting that a villain attack had occurred recently once more. Weirdly enough, even after the appearance of All Might in Mizudafu, the villains seemed to be even more eager to show themselves. They must have wanted to be caught by him, it seems. Wind flowed through the overhanging entrance Izuku stood under, sending foreboding shivers down his spine. Reaching blindly to his right, he found his mother's hand and squeezed it. In return, she gave a softer squeeze and the trio slowly entered the hospital. People were talking and rushing around, giving an overwhelming feeling to the entire place. Trying not to focus on the individual conversations of the people around him, Izuku attached his focus onto the back of his mother's head. Carefully, the three of them weaved through the crowd to the front desk. An exhausted secretary wearily turned from their computer, grayish-blue eyes glinting in the fluorescent lighting. Their pointed ears twitched, and Izuku noticed they didn't have a mouth, just empty skin. Instead, an unsettling feeling settled over Izuku as something crowed tiredly in his mind. "How can I help you three today?" Izuku and his mother blinked, while Auntie Mitsuki already seemed used to it. She hummed, focusing on the secretary's pen, "3 visitors to see Bakugo Katsuki." The secretary nodded, scratching something onto the paper in front of them before turning to the computer. "Could I have a clearance on you for visitation?" Mitsuki nodded, pulling out her I.D. Bakugo Mitsuki, Katsuki's mother. "These two are my friend and her son, who goes to the same school as him." Once more, the secretary nodded before the printer grumbled to life. They tugged something from it and carefully cracked off 3 wristbands. "Floor 3, room 312, civilian ward." Izuku took the band and carefully adjusted it on his wrist, grateful for something to mess with. Gripping his mother's hand once more, the trio took to weaving through the crowd. Grumbles and conversation were everywhere, threatening to overwhelm Izuku if he even stopped once. Relief flooded through him as the 3 of them arrived at the elevators for the civilian ward. Together, they stepped onto one and pressed the proper button. With a shuddering hum, the elevator moved upwards. It took less than a minute for them to arrive at the floor, the impending doom finally settling onto Izuku. He would see the aftermath of his selfishness, and then he would have to live with it. Wherever he went afterwards, well, he couldn't even predict it. The hallway seemed to stretch on forever, the once non-distinct fluorescent lighting now degrading Izuku's sight. When they finally arrived at room 312, Izuku almost choked at the guilt that was rising in him. He didn't want to see this, but there was no way to back out unless he confessed the truth to his mother. That wasn't a path he wanted to take either. So, with a heavy conscience, Izuku slid the door open and stepped into the room filled with a symphony of beeping. There was little movement in the room, only the silent shuffling of the blankets that covered the form on the bed. No one spoke a word, the tension suffocating and extinguishing any conversation that could try to bubble forth. Mitsuki drifted from Inko's side, seating herself on the chair beside her son's bed. Sniffling, Inko tugged Izuku to the other side with her. This was his fault. That was the only thing ringing in Izuku's head, joining the symphony of rings and beeps from the machines surrounding Bakugo. His eyes were closed, but he was obviously still struggling somewhat. With a scrunched brow, Bakugo gripped his mother's hand in his medical sleep. Most of the machines were either connected to his hands or his throat, where Izuku assumed most of the damage was. As if in solace with his former friend's pain, Izuku's own hands began to shake. It was hard, being in this room with proof of his selfishness. How could he have taken a pro-hero's attention away from a situation like this, just to ask a fruitless question? Maybe the blonde boy was right and he was better off dead. Instead of letting anyone see his shame, Izuku just gripped the hem of his shirt tight with his shaking hands. Misinterpreting the reason for his tremors, Inko only placed a reassuring hand on the small of his back. Her reassurance was misplaced on Izuku, but he didn't try to correct her. The rest of the visit was a blur to Izuku, and he only came back to full consciousness when he was standing in front of the apartment door with his mother. She was nudging him gently, obviously calling his name. Giving himself a full body shake, Izuku blinked lethargically down at her. "Sorry, Mom, what were you saying?" Her gaze was critically sympathetic, making him flinch on the inside, but she stayed silent for a moment. "I wanted to know if you wanted to eat or just go to your room, dear." Her voice was soft, pity replacing the sympathy in her eyes. Her hand was in front of him, and he could just register the door clicking open and sliding against the entry mat. Izuku halted in the doorway, shuffling his feet nervously. "Just to my room, please. I don't think I could stomach any food right now." Inko nodded solemnly, and Izuku thought for a moment that she understood his inner feelings. The thought was gone as soon as she was, her half-up hair swaying as she trailed nervously to the kitchen. She was probably going to stress bake again. Sliding his shoes off, Izuku padded nervously towards his room. Sliding in with a heavy heart, Izuku plopped down on the bed only to throw his head in his hands. This was all so much, the guilt, his own selfishness. Every new development just threw Izuku further and further for a loop. Time passed slowly, with Izuku left in that prone form to listen to the cacophony of pots and pans from the kitchen. Eventually, the sound dulled, and Izuku could just make out his mother calling out for him to sleep well. Instead of reassuring him like it might have a few days ago, Izuku's mind was pulled into another spiral. Recently, he'd been stressing his mother out so much. Even if she didn't say anything, he could tell. Whether it be from the ever-growing number of gray strands in her hair, or the permanent tear tracks on her face, he was making a bad impact on her. Wherever he went, he seemed to bring bad things to those he cared about. Would they be happier without him? That caused Izuku's train of thought to veer sideways, haphazardly sending him down another track. If he disappeared, maybe they would be happier. Nobody would be bothered by his selfishness, and his mother could actually be a little happy for once. Though it was a spur of the moment and probably stupid decision, Izuku started tugging bags from random places stranded in his room. Quickly, he tugged his cords for his laptop out of its bag and haphazardly shut down his personal PC. Once everything was stashed safely into his bags, Izuku tore an empty piece of paper from his most recent hero analysis notebook. Leaving a note would give his mother some peace of mind, so at least she didn't think it was her fault. Quickly, he scribbled something down and laid it against the desk. Stepping to the window, Izuku sat with his legs dangling out. It was now or never, and as the bags weighed against his body, Izuku knew the right choice was now. In the morning, his mother would wake up to a mildly pristine room without her son sleeping soundly. But it would be for the better. As Izuku slid from the window and onto the fire escape, he breathed silently. This was the best course of action, it would benefit everybody. With a thud, he landed on the ground in the alleys beside his apartment. His feet began to move and without thought, he let them lead the way. Wherever he went, he could start anew. Midoriya Izuku was 14 years old when he died. The first thing Izuku should have taken into consideration before he up and died was the fact that it was the middle of winter in Japan. A chilling wind howled through the empty streets. Only a few straggling people were walking to work this early in the morning. Even if he was wearing one of his thicker hoodies, the chill was already starting to get to him as shivers began passing through his body. It wasn't even like he could have stopped and huddled within buildings because for one, he knew walking was keeping him somewhat warm while his bodily functions ran, and two, most places here were decrepit and falling at the seams. As of the time it took Izuku to realize he was cold, he had walked all the way from his lower middle-class district to a lower-class district. Everywhere he turned there were buildings falling apart and crumbling, which more than likely held villains within their walls. For a time, Izuku walked and wondered if he would succumb to hypothermia and fulfill his fate of becoming a statistic. It wasn't like there was much he could do if it happened, that was just how Mother Nature would have decreed it. Instead, it seemed whatever being was up above heard his pleas, and he came across a rather put-together building. It still had most of its walls, and there were only small patches lower in the building. If Izuku got himself higher up in it, then he would probably be fine. That was definitely how temperatures worked, right? It didn't matter as Izuku ambled his way towards the beacon of hope. Ducking past the half-open, mold-eaten door, Izuku trudged onwards into the building. The boy had a mission, and that mission was to get a blanket from his bag. The blanket itself would get cold as well soon, but until the green-haired genius could find another solution to the cold it would have to do. Izuku huffed once he got to the landing over the also moldy steps, placing his butt down and pulling out his packed blankets. Curling himself into a small cocoon, he relished in the momentary warmth and safety that it gave him. Slowly, the cold minutely seeped from his body and into the air around him. Heaving a sigh, Izuku pressed his cheek against his knee. If this entire charade was going to end up like this, maybe he was better off going back to his mother. As if shocked, Izuku stiffened and quickly shook his head. That train of thought was useless and would only end with him being more upset. Shuffling his position a little more, Izuku gave a weak kitten yawn. The trek to this building had drained him, and as the warmth from the blankets holed itself in his nerves, he began to gain spotty vision. His lack of energy turned against him and soon enough, he succumbed to the darkness of his own subconscious. No dreams came to him while he slept, his mind suspended in the cold void of the subconsciousness. It was slow going, but the warmth from the blanket slowly adhered itself to the ground and left Izuku shivering. That, however, wasn't what ended up waking the boy. Instead, what woke the boy up was the soft murmur of a voice inside the building. The mysterious person had a frankly masculine inflection, at least that's what Izuku's muddled brain could understand. Their steps were heavy as well, slamming against loose pebbles and stones in the ground. A few times, as Izuku laid motionless in his cold blanket cocoon, they cursed as they tripped and stumbled. Taking his attention off of the other person in the building, Izuku began huffing and trying to wake himself up. It was quite hard as sleep built once more in his eyes. The only chance he got to be successful was when his cheek hit the ground as he fell over from his squirming. The jolt of pain from the collision shook him awake, and after a couple blinks, Izuku could now focus on the boots that had suddenly waltzed into his line of sight. They were quite nice boots, though a little scuffed by dirt and some brown substance he seriously hoped wasn't CRP or dried blood. In an attempt to distract himself from the CRP boots, Izuku pursued his studying of the person before him, blind to their utter obfuscation at his appearance. Ripped jeans, obviously not bought like that, and an all-too-loose shirt made Izuku pause. Was he staring at some kind of manwear right now? A scoff echoed from above him, and Izuku's eyes widened. Did he say that out loud? That thought elicited a chuckle from the mysterious man where, "Yeah, you did, kid. Any other smarmy remarks about my choice of dress?" Ducking his head into the cocoon of blankets, Izuku groaned in embarrassment. Shuffling came from outside of the blankets, so Izuku dared to peek out after a few moments. His dulling viridian eyes met blank, yet inquisitive, turquoise. The figure chuckled. "Whoa, looks like the little caterpillar decided to hatch. Now tell me, what's a kid like you doing in a place like this?" Izuku couldn't see much through the edges of his vision, but the person's body language suggested that they had waved their hands outwards in a dramatic manner. Sticking his tongue out from the blanket cocoon, Izuku huffed once more. "I'm not a kid. And I'm trying to stave off hypothermia, obviously. If you couldn't tell, it's kinda cold out dash." Izuku halted his snarky response, slamming his mouth shut with a small click. He couldn't keep mouthing off possible villains like this. The person across from him seemed to catch on though. They laughed with a shake of their body before shaking their head dismissively. "Actually, I couldn't tell. My body?" There was a distinct metallic clang and Izuku remembered seeing staples on the person, "is made to withstand the cold." Oh, Izuku wanted to ask more about that so badly, but this time he held his tongue. Literally, he bit it to keep from talking. The person noticed his silence, grunting and lowering themselves closer to the ground. "Come on now, you were just snarking me earlier? Lost some of that spark, winter moth?" That was quite the nickname, and this time Izuku couldn't hold back the snort it got from him. Looking up to the figure, he caught the fleeting moments of their grin before sighing. "Look, was there something you needed from me?" The figure feigned a hurt expression, which seemed to pull at the staples on their cheeks. "Why can't I just check up on a sickly-looking kid in the abandoned building I walked into?" Izuku's deadpan leveled the person, leaving them to sigh and raise their hands. "Fine, fine. I was running from some gang members I may have ticked off, all right? Just happened to stumble upon your little snore fest, and well, here we are." Sighing, Izuku freed his arms from his cocoon of lukewarmth and pushed himself into a sitting position. Sticking a hand out, he cracked an eyebrow at the man. He hadn't thought on if he was going to say his real name or not before. Taking the safer route, he looked warily at his bag that was stashed behind some rubble from the ceiling. "I'm probability, him for now." In return, Izuku only got a disbelieving snort and a jerked arm. "So believable, kid. Call me Dabi, I use him as well." Scrunching his nose inwards at Dabi, Izuku gave him another deadpan. Why was he getting on the green-haired boys but if he was obviously using his own fake name? Seemingly getting the message, Dabi only rubbed sheepishly at his own neck. Shaking his head in dismissal, Izuku leaned back. "So you're like, a villain?" Dabi stiffened before shaking his head fervently. "No way, kid, not yet at least. Just a wandering vagrant who happens to get into some fights." Izuku, quite frankly, did not believe that for a second. He only knew this man for what, 5 minutes? He screamed, "Pick me, villain," from the stapled burned flayed skin to the dead-looking turquoise eyes. Puffing laughter from his nose, Izuku only dismissively shook his head. "Okay, Mr. Flambe, wanna at least indulge me with your quirk?" Flambeman just shrugged in obfuscation, avoiding the question to only deflect it onto Izuku. "Tell me yours first." Pausing, Izuku considered his options. He could tell the man he's quirkless and then ask for a mercy kill, so at least if he died it wasn't too hypothermia, or he could just dodge the question as well. Deciding to not give his brain any more time to think, Izuku quickly blurted out, "I'm quirkless, so if you have something against them then, could you at least make my death quick?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Izuku screwed his eyes shut. It hurt how hard he was closing them, but if he died he wanted to at least already be looking at its inky darkness. Instead, a few beats of silence passed, which slowly turned into a minute. When nothing came and Izuku could still feel the howling of the winter air in the building, he reluctantly opened his eyes. Dabi, instead of activating his quirk or beating Izuku into the ground, was staring at him with a vaguely fish-like expression. Once the black-haired man realized he was staring, he shut his mouth. "Listen, kid, I'm not gonna—" Another vague hand motion came from him. "Kill you for that. That's just—" There was no other words, but Izuku could tell what he meant. Ignoring the urge to cling to the man like a baby and wail, Izuku forced a few words out. Since I've told you my quirk status, tell me yours. Dabi nodded, obviously desperate to change the topic. My quirk's called cremation. He stretched his hand out, igniting the palm with a vivid blue flame. It's a pyromancy quirk, pretty self-explanatory. Just hotter than usual flames. Izuku nodded, quickly abandoning the blankets around him to scramble for his bag. Gripping the strap of it, he pulled it out and flicked the latch open. Quickly, he tugged a notebook from within and a pencil, then began to fervently write. Dabi's voice halted at the sight of the bag and notebook, which prompted Izuku to quickly respond, "Please keep talking, I want to get a good rundown." Silence answered him, and for a heartbeat, Izuku wondered if he overstepped with the man he just met. A moment later, Dabi's baritone voice returned, "Well, all this flayed skin that you so kindly called me flambe for? It came from these flames. When I said my body was more adjusted for the cold dash," Izuku cut him off, excitedly scratching at his book. "Your body can't handle the heat necessary to produce the flames." Realizing what he had done, Izuku clamped his hands from his pencil to his mouth. "Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Dabi, I just..." Instead of spitting vitriol, like Izuku had expected him to, Dabi just began laughing. It sounded near hysterical, but Izuku had a feeling it was meant to be happy. Dabi swiped his hand through the air dismissively, patting at his chest. "You're fine, Moth. Could I see what you're scheming in that little book of yours?" Carefully, Izuku passed the book from his hands, noting the warmth that Dabi's palm radiated. That must have been the hand he had originally ignited the flame on. Dabi was careful with the book, and Izuku felt a pang of happiness ignite his chest. This was so different from Bakugo or the others at school handling his books. A noise of elation came from Dabi, taking Izuku's thoughts from the past and onto the man. He was nodding to himself, and carefully slid the book back to Izuku. "That was pretty good, Moth. You got some notes on me that it took me years to realize, and you only just learned my quirk. You ever thought of doing commissions on that stuff?" Izuku nodded, taking the notebook quickly back to his chest. "Actually, I do. But I'm worried about taking any right now, since I don't have a debit card or a place to charge my laptop for it." He pursed his lips, trying to resist the urge to shiver. Dabi's body moved closer to his, and Izuku wondered if he always radiated heat like this. Maybe it was part of the reason the man couldn't tolerate his own heat? Was it too hot for his body to exert steadily? Pausing his analytical thoughts, Izuku pursed his lips and realized Dabi had nudged him gently. The black-haired man shook his head. "Well, we can't have that. Come on, since you're so new around here, I'll take you to a couple of places you should note, and maybe we can set you up with a little underground gig. Get you some physical cash." Izuku's eyes brightened, and he stumbled to his feet in a rush. This was a good chance to get to know the area. Coat-tails trailed down the stairs, and once Izuku was done packing his blankets into his bag, he followed fervently. Outside, the air had the same frigid sting as it did yesterday, but when Dabi had noticed Izuku shivering, he shuffled his coat onto the boy's shoulders. "Can't have the little money-maker dying of hypothermia, right?" That was the only thing Dabi said when Izuku gave him a look. Shaking his head with a small snort, Izuku only kept tailing the man. If he stayed with Dabi for a while, maybe Izuku could get used to living out on the streets. Following Dabi around was easily the nicest thing Izuku could do. Contrary to what Izuku had believed when he was freezing and desperate to find shelter, the area he was in wasn't that bad of a place. Sure, there were some villains here and there, but where there were villains there were also vigilantes. Dabi had easily informed him that no villains get farther than one organization in the area. "There's a villain organization around here?" A bolt of fear shot through Izuku, and Dabi could tell, if the way he clicked his tongue gave any relief. The man nudged Izuku, shaking him from his frozen fear. "Don't worry, Moth, they wouldn't target you or I. The person who hosts the entire place is actually quite sweet, if not a little aloof." That didn't help the green-haired boy's worries at all, but Dabi at least didn't point out his poignant fear. Instead, he just nudged him again, and together the two took off once more. Since they had been walking for a while, once the conversation lulled, it seemed that they had arrived at their destination. At least, the way Dabi slowed down to a waltz-like walk gave away that they might have been close. Turning his gaze from Dabi, Izuku looked towards their direction. What he saw let a bright grin split his face, his feet bumbling as he stumbled forwards. Pristine and untouched, a nicely kept internet cafe sat ahead of him, parading around exactly what he needed. Dabi placed a hand on his shoulder, tearing Izuku's gaze from the cafe back to him. The dark-haired man grunted and twisted his head towards the door, walking off and leaving Izuku's shoulder cold. Scrambling back into motion, Izuku pursued him quickly, excited to finally be able to access his laptop. A small jingle came from the door as the two stepped inside, and a face appeared from a curtained awning behind the counter. The person was pale, with patches stitched and purple skin all along their face. Dabi! Their voice wasn't anything Izuku had expected, as it was raspy but sounded like two people were talking at once. It left his head reeling, but he pursued Dabi's steps and came to the counter beside him. Now that Izuku was closer, he could see some details of the clerk better. They had 8 eyes, but 6 of them were obviously closed, and their torso cut off just below their belly button. Instead of 2 legs, their back protruded into a large spider abdomen. Dabi seemed happy to see the spider-quirked individual, if the way he clapped their hands together and shook them was any clarity. "Delrix, it's been a while, hasn't it?" His voice was light with mirth, and Izuku turned to look into the 2 open eyes of the clerk. Delrix nodded, a click coming from somewhere in their throat. "It sure has, since that villain got close to injuring Endeavor, right?" Their gaze drifted from Dabi down to Izuku and they chortled for a minute. "Don't tell me you got some secret love child or something?" Izuku blinked, an embarrassed blush spreading across his face as he frantically shook his arms in front of him. Dabi, on the other hand, just hysterically laughed again. "Course not, Delrix. You think I would be able to get some PP, even if I was interested?" Shaking his head, Dabi placed his hand on Izuku's head and ruffled his curls. "This little moth isn't my kid, don't worry. I found him in Jingo's old place and decided to get him over here. He needed a place to do his work." Izuku stuck his hand out, a bit wary around the sharper nails of the spider. Probability he/him. That seemed to brighten Delrix's expression as they gripped his hand and shook it tight. "Delrix, they exit. You found a good one, Dabi. If you aren't keeping him, I just might." At that, the spider gave him a toothy grin, showing off the small mandibles they had just beside their sharp canines. Dabi grunted, peeling Izuku's hand from Exwas. "No way, Delrix, unless you get Ambrosia to agree, and even then still nope." Delrix paused at that before shaking Exwar head. "She'd agree already under the pretense of his hair color, so don't pull the ambi card on me, Dabi." "But fine, you said he needed work done? We have a secluded booth with charger ports in the back, so just let me know if you want some grub." With that, the scarlet-haired spider ducked back beneath the curtain and scuttled towards wherever it had been before. Izuku watched it go, theories already blooming within his head about the capabilities of Darkweb Quirk. Instead of calling out, like he so very wanted to, Izuku pursued Dabi once more as the man walked off without warning. Together, the two took a seat at the back, and Izuku realized that while he could see everybody quite well from this angle, no one could really see him. That would be helpful to note for later on. It wasn't like there were very many people here now anyways. Dabi lounged easily against his side of the booth, already skimming through a menu that had been there previously. Izuku slid into his side of the booth, flicking his bag open and skimming it. Once he found what he needed, he tugged his laptop towards him and clicked the charger into it. Powering it up, he pouted for a moment until Dabi called from across the booth. "The password is rhododendron growth 23. Izuku hummed, murmuring a small, "thanks," and opened the familiar aesthetic of his favorite analysis site. Breathing through his teeth, Izuku shifted when he saw the amount of notifications he had. Dabi, as if sensing his surprise, peeked over the top of the laptop and whistled, "Woo, 23 new messages. We've got a popular bloke with us, huh?" Ignoring the man's taunts, Izuku opened the only one he recognized. Hoarder's Hearts Zero didn't seem at all upset that Izuku had missed their messages, only a little concerned. Chat with Hoarder's Hearts Zero. Last opened, XXXXXXXXX. Hoarder's Hearts Zero. I apologize for contacting you again so soon. Probability. Hoarder's Hearts Zero. Your solutions to the instincts worked, but now another issue has arisen. Hoarder's Hearts 0, if you could contact me back at your earliest convenience, I have ample payment ready. Hoarder's Hearts 0, sorry to bother you again, but I was unsure if you had seen the messages. Hoarder's Hearts 0, associates of mine had asked for your display, so I gave it to them. Probability 22, please don't apologize, MX. Hoarder. Probability 22, some issues came up but I am more than ready to help. While waiting for the familiar client to answer, Izuku turned to the new messages and began skimming them. There were many names that Izuku couldn't recognize, but some he did from popular posts. A couple were heroes who were well known to frequent the site for digital analysis, and a few were even some vigilantes he had debated quirks with. A pang echoed from his laptop, and a new message popped up in his notifications, giving Izuku a small moment of relief from the people who were requesting him. Hoarder's Hearts 0, I am glad that you are well. Hoarder's Hearts 0, to get to business then. Hoarder's Hearts 0, recently, my quirk has been acting up by randomly activating my feathers and it hurts quite a bit. Hoarder's Hearts 0, it isn't anything of dire consequence, since the pain subsides quickly, just let me know your price and I will prepare for the document. Izuku flicked from their message thread to his inbox and stared at all the messages people had sent. He didn't want to ignore hoarders if their issues were causing them pain, but he also didn't want people to accuse him of client favoritism. Groaning, he placed his head in his hands. Dabi perked up from his side, ruffling Izuku's curls again. Trouble in analysis paradise? Resisting the urge to bite Dabi, Izuku sighed. There's so many people asking for my help, but I don't know what to do. When Dabi's hand left Izuku's head, he resisted the urge to whine helplessly, the lack of warmth on his head not helping the situation. Raising his gaze, Izuku watched as Dabi shuffled through his pockets. Here. A single die was placed in front of him, the black dots staring up at him. Sniffing, Izuku looked at Dabi, trying to convey his confusion through his expression. Dabi only chuckled, pointing at Izuku's laptop. Your name's probability on there, right? So leave this all up to probability. Take your top 6 picks and let the die decide from there. No favoritism, no second chances. Izuku understood now, as he took the die from the table and grabbed a napkin. Taking a pen from his bag, Izuku skimmed the list of messages and quickly scribbled his top 6 choices. Letting the die fall from his hands onto the table, Izuku watched as it spun towards the start of his new fate. With a small clicking jiggle, it landed on a glaring with a renewed energy. Izuku clicked through the messages to the one he wanted. Probability 22. If those feathers hurt, then we should solve this quick. Probability 22. Until I figure out some stuff, I will only take physical money and analysis, if that's okay. Probability 22. Plus, this is a very hands-on analysis. Hoarder's Hearts 0. Of course, could you give me a location to meet you? Probability 22. You know the internet cafe in Lower Mizudafu? Hoarder's Hearts 0. I know that location well, I will be there in haste. Hoarder's Hearts 0. If you wouldn't mind, could you order me their lychee tea? Izuku sighed, placing his head in his hands. Dabi, they wouldn't happen to serve lychee tea here, would they? Dabi blinked, taking a moment to realize that Izuku was addressing him. Quickly, the blue-eyed man took his gaze to the menu. Yeah, they do. Why? Sighing again, Izuku let his cheek fall to the table. My client knows exactly where to come without a name. Is that bad? Huffing, Dabi leaned back and shrugged in a nonchalant manner. Depends, lots of vigilantes come here to monitor things, or it could be a villain who likes to keep up with the news. We'll just have to wait and see. Setting the menu down and sliding it to Izuku, Dabi cupped his mouth and shouted, Delrix, I'm ready to order. A commotion came from behind the curtain from earlier, but it didn't take long for the scarlet-haired spider to peek out from behind it. A small notepad was now in its grasp as it scuttled towards the booth. While Dabi was ordering, Izuku took the time to skim the menu and decided on something easy. Just as Izuku had finished, Delrix turned to him with an expectant look. I'll have the assorted berry smoothie and a cherry tart. And a lychee tea. Izuku added the lychee tea. Delrix stiffened. Oh, well, that's interesting. Meeting someone here, or are you just interested in trying new things? Izuku grimaced at their reaction but just shrugged. Meeting someone here. Lychee isn't my type of taste right now. Delrix nodded, quickly departing from the table to the back where it shouted something indiscernible, and Izuku now realized a new voice answered. Dabi seemed to notice and twirled the die he had given Izuku. That would be Delrix's spouse, Ambrosia. The two of them run this place, so don't be surprised if she brings out the food rather than Delrix. It seemed Dabi had predicted what would happen, as instead of the scarlet-haired spider, a dark-skinned woman appeared from behind the curtain. She was just a little shorter than Delrix, but only because Delrix had the height of their spider torso. Just like Delrix, however, Izuku could see she didn't have normal legs either. She instead had the bottom half of a deer, and as she approached, Izuku could see flower-covered antlers coming out of her afro. She leaned down haphazardly and set the tray on the table. Her flowery shirt was a contrast to Delrix's sleeveless black turtleneck. A plate of fries and a fizzy drink were set in front of Dabi, who chuckled in answer, while Izuku got a delicious-looking tart and smoothie. The tea was left on the tray, and Ambrosia blinked. The tea? Izuku grunted in confusion, unsure of where his client would sit. Instead of having to bullshit some answer, a blank voice spoke from behind Ambrosia. Ambi put it beside Greenie. That wasn't the reverberated voice of Delrix, Izuku was quite certain. Something fizzled Ambrosia's face before her expression brightened and she turned around. Dragon! You're here. You never visit anymore. Peering around the servitor, Izuku balked at the sight of his client. They were a short, stout person with fluffy pastel pink hair. Atop their heads sat a set of curled horns, reminding him of a ram, and a tail swayed haphazardly behind them. They wore a white sleeveless turtleneck and had a fluffy coat over it. They chuckled. Hi Ambi, I apologize for not visiting. Everything's been kind of hectic right now. Ambrosia seemed to accept that answer, stepping back and allowing Dragon to sit beside Izuku, and just trilled out a little, I'll let Delrix know. After Ambrosia had trotted off, Izuku blinked at the figure beside him. Before he could even get a word in, Dabi interrupted him. Well, if it isn't the head of the cavern. Had enough of your dank little hole for a while. Dragon stiffened beside him and snapped at Dabi. Shut your mouth, Leatherface, unless you happen to be the person I'm meeting? Before anything else could get out of hand, Izuku put in his 2 cents. Sorry, that would be me. Probability? At your service. Him. That seemed to lessen the growing tension between Dabi and Dragon, as the pastel-haired person turned and shook his hand. Well, I assumed as much. I'm Hoarder's Hearts, but as you heard, just call me Dragon. I use they-them pronouns. Izuku nodded, cracking his fingers once his grip was released. You said that your feathers were bothering you, right? Dragon nodded, sliding from the booth with a quick sip of their tea. Turning so that Izuku could see their back, they paused for a moment. Izuku hadn't expected for pastel pink feathers to sprout from their back, or for Dragon to grunt in what seemed to be more than a little pain. Jumping to help them, he carefully took them back to the booth and let them sit. Thank you, fledgling. Their nickname meant nothing to him, but it still warmed his heart to be given something like that. So it looks like your feathers are reacting to not being used. Have you used them at all recently? Dragon blinked at him, before shaking their head fervently. I don't let them sit when I'm like this. Usually it's only when I shift that I use my wings at all. Dabi snorted, but was quickly silenced by a look from Izuku. It seemed, however, that the burnt man wanted to say something. Izuku wanted to give his analysis first though. It's just, quirks dislike being unused, so maybe your quirk FAC factor is just acting up to disperse excess energy? Is there any way you could keep them out more often? With a hand placed against their mouth, Dragon chuckled sadly and shook their head. Sorry, but no way. My image doesn't include these wings, and they probably wouldn't help me at all. This time, Dabi snorted again, so Izuku nodded towards him to speak. Listen, Featherbrain, those feathers of yours have a reputation, don't you worry. People say if they see your feathers, that they aren't getting out of that place alive. If you want to keep a reputation, I say use them. Then Dabi's mouth was shut as he kept shoveling fries into his mouth. Izuku, who was less familiar with the rumors of this place, only smiled at Dragon. I can't attest to that, since this is my first time in the area, but Dobby seems correct. Maybe just give it a try. Dragon snorted, seemingly amused at the idea of Dobby being correct. When they tried to answer, however, they were cut off by the familiar voice of Delrix. French fry monster is correct, Dragon. People have rumors about your feathers and it would definitely benefit you. Next time though, Dragon shivered beside him and desperately tried to lean away from the spider. Don't go to some random analyst for help with your feathers. Just go to Zephyrus. Dragon nodded fervently, gulping down the tea they had shoved into their throat. Heh, of course, Delrix. Mother knows best after all. Delrix grumbled but backed off, going to attend to someone who was calling out for them. The pastel-haired reptilian beside Izu just sighed. Well, probability, just like last time your advice is as impactful as ever. Here, I decided to give you a little more than last time seeing as we met in person this time. A stack of bills was slid across the table, but Izuku didn't reach for them yet. He looked at Dragon, his viridian eyes meeting their icy blue. Dobby said something about an aloof, kind villain leader near here. Is that you, Dragon? There was no guilt or anger in Dragon's eyes as they nodded, only a soft understanding as their slitted pupils darted from his eyes and studied him gently. Their face split in a soft simper. Yes, I am the leader of the villain organization The Cavern. When they said villain, they made air quotes around it. Me and my agents are recognized as villains by the government. Dragon twisted their hair and let it go, and I have made no recommendation to change it. Izuku frowned, the last question he wanted to ask on the tip of his tongue. Passing the notebook with his quickly done analysis to Dragon, Izuku pursed his lips. Why are you a villain? Dragon's eyes lit up, as if he had told the funniest joke, and only parroted back at him, Why am I a villain? Because society made me one. Izuku inched forwards as Dragon looked at him in preparation for their speech. Clasping his hands together over his lap, he conceded for the reptilian quirked villain to continue. Dragon gave him a sharp-toothed grin. Well, I can see I'm probably the first person you've asked about villainy, if your expression is anything to go by. That sent an embarrassed flush across Izuku's face, which then led to him ducking his head into his hands. From in front of him, Dragon only chuckled, Not to worry, fledgling. It's not a bad thing, seeing as I'm nicer than most. To answer your question, Dragon's hands were clasped behind them, their tails stationary against the floor. I became a villain to help those like me. Forever and always, at its roots, society will be an appearance-based competition. It doesn't matter who has the most money when the economy crashes. What matters is who looks the prettiest and who speaks with the most suave words. Izuku could admit already that they had a point. All his life he was described as plain-looking, and he had seen forums where people with mutation-type quirks would complain about judgment placed on them. Still, Dragon continued speaking, when my quirk came in, it was no surprise to my family. My mother has a wyvern mutation quirk and my father has a feathered dragon quirk. Together they made mine. My brother's quirk mutated, so he has a dragon mutation, but he also can create clouds. We think it came from early in our genetics. By this point, Izuku had busted out a fresh notebook and was scribbling as much as he could from the rant. Dragon seemed happy to provide him with info, seeing how open they were towards him. To everyone outside of my family, however, I became an issue to the world. Someone who broke societal standards of aesthetic, even if my quirk was considered heroic. Shifting feathers alerted Izuku to Dragon retaking their seat by him, their icy eyes studying his notebook intently. When they noticed he was staring, they gave him a sharp grin and continued. People were in awe of what I could do, but with a quirk like mine, all easily turns into fear. A common factor of fear is the fear of something more powerful than you, and I will say I am quite powerful. Nails clicked against the table, becoming background noise easily, so people took what they could to tear me down, and at that age it was my appearance. Taking Izuku's hands, Dragon pointed out a few things. I was different from people with non-mutational quirks. My eyes are slit like a reptilian. Izuku nodded, looking into the icy blue depths that he could easily see the floating black pupils in. They were almost straight lines at this point, Dragon obviously not the most fond of this topic. As well as, my nails are longer and more talon-like. Easy targets, And once my tail and horns began to grow well, kids always learn about myths and fantastical stories, right? The hero wins by defeating the evil dragon. Izuku grimaced, remembering his own mother reading story after story about pre-quirk heroes defeating dragons to save princesses, and even modern stories that followed a similar premise. Dragon seemed to understand his thought process and gave a weak simper. When my father died in a villain attack, my mother snapped basically. She fell off the deep end, and I was left to raise my brother. Even though my area was welcoming to mutant quirks, it was hard to get work. Releasing Izuku's hands, Dragon placed their own onto their lap, so we ran away, homeless since my mother was gone by this point. I took to stealing as my brother was a growing boy, and eventually society started labeling me a major villain. Instead of denying it, I took up the name. I was 18 by this time, so I began taking in stray kids with mutant quirks so that they'd at least have a place to stay. This was when I made the cavern, so the media took the bait I laid carefully. Pastel hair fluffed outwards as Dragon sighed. I was a top-tier villain in their eyes. Stealing kids away to turn them into martyrs for a dead cause. Causing ruckus where it wasn't needed. Once more, Izuku's hands were engulfed by the older persons as they gave him a look. Understand this, probability. There are villains, actual bad people who might have been wronged by the world but more than likely chose this path, and there are those who were shamed by the world and only took the mantle society gave them. A PRGNT silence followed, both Izuku and Dabi intaking the information that was given. While the silence stretched on, footsteps approached the table. A pale hand appeared on Dragon's shoulder, and Izuku followed it up into the gaze of a fluffy white-haired teen, obviously around his age. The teen noticed Izuku staring, giving him a small sneer, eyes off, greenie. Dragon hummed quietly, warningly, and the teen's sneer dropped. Theseus, the pastel-haired villain's tone was chiding, don't be so mean to the nice analyst. You came to fetch me, right? Theseus nodded, obviously wanting to leave. Yes, of course I did. You need to get back to the facility for that meeting of yours. Jolting, Dragon began shuffling their things together. Noticing their haste, Izuku pushed the notebook he was writing in towards them. Here, an analysis on your family's quirks. Might he help in the future, right? Dragon's eyes glimmered at the notebook, before nodding fervently and tucking it underneath their arm. Stepping to their feet, Dragon nudged Theseus gently, go say hi to Ambrosia and Delrix. They'll be upset if you don't. Stiffening, Theseus nodded and marched off to the curtain to the kitchen. Dragon sighed, turning to face the two people still at the table. Be wary, probability. People will take advantage of a skill like yours. Hopefully we can work again in the future. Toodles. With that, the villain Pinhead took their leave, white tail swaying easily back and forth. When the bell trilled from the door shutting, Izuku watched the white-haired boy begin bickering with Dragon, and understood why Dragon was so eager to listen to him. Dabi snorted, stealing a piece of Izuku's tart. So kid, get the answers you needed from the feather brain? Blinking, Izuku stared with his bright viridian eyes into Dabi's toxic blue. Yeah, I did. I just never would have thought, he trailed into silence. Nodding, Dabi sighed. Sometimes it's hard to take in the truth of the other side. Especially when the media's always spouting bullshit and liking heroes' boots. So, another role, or did the reptile speech take you out for the day? It wasn't phrased as a question, but Izuku took it as one. Instead of vocally answering the burnt man, Izuku took the die back from the middle of the table, quickly assigning another message the empty number. Rolling it swiftly, Izuku let it spin. His throat felt clogged, and he was mentally exhausted, but even if Dragon had overpaid him, he still could use more money. As if whatever deity was above was taking pity on him, the client he had chosen could not meet today, so they settled for a later date. Once his laptop was packed up, Izuku blinked at Dabi. The man grunted, pushing himself to his feet. Right, you should come with me. After all that, I don't want to leave you in some decrepit old building. Especially the one you were last in. We can go for my apartment. With a dramatic twirl, Dabi began stalking towards the counter at the front of the cafe. Izuku stiffened and trudged after him, keeping his eyes wide and alert in an attempt to stave off his exhaustion. After a few minutes of waiting, Dabi flicked the bell that sat on the counter. With a shuffle from behind the curtain, Delrix poked their head through with 4 of their eyes open this time. It shuffled to the edge, carefully taking the payment from Dabi's hands. "You two better stay safe, okay?" Xwar voice was quieter than before, almost trembling. "Weird people have been coming through recently, and I don't want my best and my newest customers to be on the receiving end of a blade." Dabi just clicked his tongue, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Of course we'll be safe, Delaware. We'll be back soon anyways. Probability has another client he needs to meet up with." Delrix only nodded, closing all of their eyes in quiet appreciation. They clicked their mandibles and slipped behind the curtain, waving as they went. Dabi released Izuku's shoulder quietly, turning towards the door and squeaking his boots as he left. Desperate to not be left behind, Izuku followed closely behind the fire quirk user. As the two walked, Izuku decided to ask what was on his mind. "Dabi, why would you want a sole solution for using your quirk?" Izuku wasn't surprised when Dabi stopped in the middle of the sidewalk, clearly trying to process his question. A quiet chuckle came from the dark-haired man, the lack of humor not lost on Izuku. Viridian kept staring, however, as Dabi rubbed his hand down his face. "Kiddo, don't promise things you can't hold yourself to." Izuku balked, not expecting that answer at all. What he had expected was frank denial towards the green-haired analyst, not desperate denial to both him and Dabi's own psyche. Shaking his head, and thus his curls, Izuku just stammered, "I'm not trying to give you false hope. Genuinely, I could make a solid solution for your issue if you give me some tea." Dabi's sharp gaze fell from the road ahead of them and onto Izuku, clearly trying to read him for any sort of lies and trickery. When he had found none, Izuku was sure that his face was bright and somewhat innocent. He seemed to slump as the tension escaped him. "If you're really telling the truth," somehow, Izuku managed to brighten his expression even further, leaving Dabi feeling like he was blinded. "Then I will consider your offer. Just give me he vapidly waved his hands, 2 to 3 business days to consider, okay?" Seeing as it was Friday, Izuku could gladly agree to 2 to 3 business days. He was quite honestly surprised that Dabi knew what business days were, and almost spouted out as much. In an attempt so as not to dampen the airy mood between them, Izuku bit his tongue. It was an effective method to stop his murmuring at home, so it seemed to work now. Acknowledging that the conversation was over, Dabi hooked his arm around Izuku's shoulders and together the two walked in rather comfortable silence. While it didn't take long from there to arrive to Dabi's apartment, Izuku hadn't even noticed which way they went, too excited to start scheming ways to help Dabi. Sure, the man had only met him yesterday, but Izuku was too much of a tender heart not to help, and the man had shown him somewhat genuine kindness on multiple accounts already. In all honesty, Dabi's apartment was exactly what Izuku had expected. It reeked of days-old smoke, more than likely from Dabi burning something, and there were tattered pieces of furniture all around the living room. Dabi, unabided by the general aura of his apartment, released Izuku and flopped down onto a moldy couch. Covering his mouth a little, Izuku followed, maybe just to see what Dabi would even do in the meantime. Placing his butt gently onto the moldy couch, Izuku directed his gaze from the great scenery of the apartment over to Dabi. Izuku coughed, still trying to get the smoky smell away. "Is there anything we could do other than lounging in your crappy weed apartment?" That got one of Dabi's hysterical chuckles out. "Oh, so the snark is back, is it? Has the little moth grown used to my presence?" Dabi's fingers gripped Izuku's cheek and pinched it, eliciting a smack from the freckled boy. Taking his hand away, Dabi only scoffed in amusement. "Well, Freckles, you're supposed to be the genius, but I guess I could be one right now. What we're doing is resting. Your first experience with villainy was a little draining, seeing as Dragon has little to no filter." A hand smushed Izuku's forest-colored curls down. "I was hoping you would take a hint and go get some rest, but since you want to be snarky, I could always knock you out." Once more, Izuku balked, desperately trying to convey his fear with his shaking head. Dabi only laughed again. "I'm just kidding, little moth. What I'm gonna do is grab some blankets from my closet, so I want you to try and sleep on the couch, okay?" It took some time for Izuku's fear of getting knocked out to dissipate enough for him to understand what Dabi had said. Once it settled in his brain, Izuku groaned. "But I don't need sleep. I can still stay up." That only got a couple disapproving tuts from Dabi, who leveled Izuku with a dull look. "Lay down, probability. I'll be sleeping as well, so that we can go back to the cafe tomorrow. I don't want you having an epiphany and passing out in the middle of the cafe." Huffing, Izuku crossed his arms and tried to give Dabi his most deviant look. It fell through once Dabi leveled a dead-looking glare towards him, and ended with Izuku shrinking inwards and flopping onto the couch. With little grumbling, he shut his eyes and kept them shut. Dabi's footsteps echoed through the apartment, still as a door opened. Izuku's exhaustion had thoroughly settled in his bones once his eyes had closed, and to the march of Dabi's footsteps the green-haired teen succumbed to the darkness of his brain. The last thing he could remember was the feeling of scratchy warmth settling itself across his body. "Dear Mom." To start this rather uneloquently, though maybe it was expected to be, "Here's this. I'm sorry." "For what, you might ask?" "Seeing as I made this decision with my own consciousness, I'm sorry for running away without telling you. There are many things one could be sorry for in their lifetime, but for now, this is the one I'm apologizing for. By the time you see this, I'll be long gone from my room. I left it in as pristine condition as I could, but I was never that good at keeping things clean. Don't try to turn on my PC. I disconnected any important cords and took them with me, and there was nothing important on there. Just backup analysis files. If it gives you any peace of mind, wherever I'm going I'm sure I'll be happy. Just as you can live a happier life without having to worry about me. Someday we'll see each other again, whether that be here or after death will be up to fate. I love you, Mom, wherever I am. Your little bunny, Izuku Midoriya. +. It had been a week by now since Izuku had run away, and Inko just couldn't fathom anymore what to do with herself. That fateful morning when Inko had tried to wake her baby boy, only to find nothing, replayed in her head like a broken record. As her chest settled from her third time sobbing today, Inko thought back to what could have even spurred her dear son's decision. Recently, she had been worrying over him as high school application season came, still too wary of letting him join UA for his own safety. Had she coddled him too much? The note he left had mentioned letting her have a happier life. Did he think she didn't love him? Inko had loved her son with all of her heart, and at this point she would give anything to see him one more time. Whether that be her own life or her own job, just to see his bright smile one last time. Shaking her head, Inko reached for the nearly empty box of tissues, dabbing at remaining tears underneath her dull eyes. Trying to get her mind off of her little boy, Inko reached for the remote and clicked on the TV. Instead of giving her relief like she had expected, the slow drawl of the newscaster dulled her mood further. It was so quiet in the house now, no more of her precious son's mutterings of quirks or of his excitement at figuring out problems for homework. The walls echoed and groaned like ghosts were sympathizing with her through the night, but she didn't feel deserving of their sympathy. Especially if Izuku was there with them. Her hands trembled as she tried desperately to focus on the television, ignoring the dull throb of her heart in her chest. The newscaster today was a man with dark blue hair, spattered with little white flecks, and eyes, scara and all, were completely black. That didn't seem to bother him as he continued to mull on recent hero victories and villain capture rates of the top 10. Studying the man made Inko's heart throb once more, and she could almost imagine Izuku beside her, babbling on about how cool the man looked. Everything in her day-to-day life reminded her of Izuku. The only piece she got from the memories was her job, but even there everyone just gave her pitying looks. Word of mouth spreads quickly in a small workplace like theirs, and Inko was already getting sick of the looks. Knowing the prospect of watching the television would get her nowhere, Inko reluctantly picked up the remote and changed the channel to something a little less dull. It was just background noise for now, the quiet emptiness of the house turning Inko's stomach. Stepping off of the couch, she shuffled her way towards the kitchen, slippers making no noise on the hardwood floor. If she couldn't distract herself with the television, just maybe she could distract herself with stress baking. It's worked in the past, and was a pretty sound failsafe, so it made some sense to try. With a whisk and motorized mixer in hand, Inko prepared to drown her sorrows in sickly sweet goodies. 2 hours had passed by the time Inko was pulled from her grief-induced baking, and she had just set a pan of brownies into the oven when knocking came from the front door. Jumping out her skin, Inko quickly shut the oven door and removed her oven mitts. As she wandered from the kitchen to the entryway, she absent-mindedly patted at her apron, not removing any of the batter stains or crumbs no matter how hard she tried. Huffing, the green-haired mother stood on her tippy toes to peer through the peephole. What greeted her was the demure face of her best friend, Bakuga Mitsuki. Carefully returning to the flats of her feet, Inko undid the locks on her door and twisted the knob. Once the door was opened fully, Inko could get a full view of her blonde friend. The woman was worse for wear, as she had been every other time she visited, and was holding a pan of food in her hands. Quickly, Inko motioned for the woman to follow her inside the apartment. The two women took to quickly walking to the kitchen where Mitsuki sat the foil-covered pan down. For a heartbeat, the two were silent, until Mitsuki decided to break the tension. "Masaru and I thought it would be best to bring you some food, since we didn't want you just eating takeout or something." But, her crimson eyes surveyed the messy kitchen. There was little counter space open, most of it covered in confectionaries. Inko couldn't resist the sad laugh that escaped her mouth. Stress baking has always seemed to work before, and it worked a little now. All they got from Mitsuki was a tight hug to Inko's side, which the green-haired mother easily melted into. As always, Mitsuki's hugs were warm and conveyed so many more emotions than the woman's loud and brash words could. They sat like that for a while, indulging each other in their presence. Carefully, Mitsuki peeled Inko from her arms and led her to the counter. "Come on, Inko." Tinfoil scratched as it was peeled backwards. "Masaru made your favorite and he didn't even let me in the kitchen. I promise it has no secret sriracha in it." That got a hearty chuckle from Inko, who took the offered fork from Mitsuki's hand and began to eat through the well-made food. It was no secret that Bakuga Masaru could cook, and as always Inko swore the man should go into the culinary arts because he could offer thousands for this food. Once the food was gone, halfway through eating Inko gave Mitsuki some to eat, and half the baking was eaten. The two women left the kitchen. It wasn't as pristine as before Inko took up a whisk, but it was significantly cleaner. Mitsuki sighed as Inko's head fell against her shoulder, viridian hair cascading down her back. "How about this? Tomorrow you and I do some therapy shopping, maybe even get you some new utensils. Then you can help me look over some new design schematics." Fingers drifted through Inko's hair, lazily pulling at tough knots. In return, Inko murmured softly, some kind of agreement that Mitsuki clearly didn't care enough to decipher. Her eyes were getting heavy, but she refused to fall into a self-induced food coma. Blinking harshly, Inko yawned and tried her hardest to stay awake. She had to, because what if somebody called about Izuku? Mitsuki wasn't helping, since she naturally ran warm, and the sweet scent of the glycerin she sweat let off was very lulling. Carefully, Inko pulled her head away from Mitsuki's side and patted her cheeks a couple times. Mitsuki hummed off to her left, but Inko ignored her judgmental tune to instead fumble for her phone, tugging it closer to her. She had to be sure, so maybe looking at her phone a little would help. In the meantime, while she waited and talked with Mitsuki, she could look at new recipes to try at work. It was a monotonous hobby of hers to scroll through aesthetic food blogs for recipes, but it gave her creative freedom when she figured out how to deviate from them. By the time she had a whole notebook page filled with recipes, a knock came from the front door. Frowning, Inko placed her notes down and looked to Mitsuki. The other woman was surprised as well, tilting her head and matching Inko's viridian eyes with her own crimson. As she walked towards the door, Inko could almost feel a pit growing in her stomach. It was as if the universe was preparing her for what was about to happen, but she didn't want to listen. Not bothering to look through the peephole, Inko unlocked the door and opened it slowly. Her throat constricted at the uniformed police officers before her, and at the tan-coated detective who was holding a badge to her face. He seemed impartial, almost a little guilty as he stepped through the threshold of her home. His silence sunk the pit in Inko's stomach even further, and she had to resist the urge to retch before him. Mitsuki jolted to her feet when she saw who was following Inko, and was clearly ready to bite any of the officers' heads off. The detective only raised a hand, This isn't anything Midoriya's done, it's a sadder matter, I'm afraid. Inko, deep in a part of her heart she wished to ignore, could feel herself stiffen as she began to gain an inkling on what was happening. Tipping his hat off of his head, the detective placed it gently over his heart. Midoriya Inko, I apologize for the late-night intrusion. But as of the chief of police's decision, the search for Midoriya Izuku has been called off and legally, he must be considered deceased. I'm deeply sorry for your loss, Midoriya-san. It was as she had feared, Izuku was gone forever. She could care less for the gut-wrenching sound that came from her mouth, or for how bad her knees were going to hurt when she finally stood from where she had fallen. All Inko knew was that she had two things she needed to do now. She needed to preserve Izuku's room, and she needed to call Hisashi and inform him at once. Midoriya Hisashi is a man with little regrets. He does not regret marrying Midoriya Inko, an emotional woman with adoring eyes and a doting habit. Nor does he regret having his precious baby bunny, Izuku. There is not even an ounce of regret in him for brawling all might until the man was fatally wounded. Of course, the last part shouldn't be included in Midoriya Hisashi's non-regrets, it should be in the villain all for ones. One thing Midoriya Hisashi does regret, however, is allowing All Might to damage his body so badly. Hisashi misses tossing Izuku into the air and watching him babble as he falls, even though he probably couldn't do that with the boy nowadays, and he misses seeing Inko cooking full-course meals just for the three of them. Instead, he sits in a dank old warehouse filled with sterilized medical equipment kept in pristine containers and his own failing body strapped to so many different types of machines he wonders if nurses even know some of these exist. Hisashi hums to himself, the muffled tune only just escaping his medical mask. It's not like anyone was in the room to listen anyways, other than the rats that sometimes scurried in and out of the holes in the walls. The doctor wouldn't be visiting for a few days, and Hisashi's weekly call with Izuku wasn't for a few hours anyways. That was when it was usually dinner time in America, and was easiest to keep up his facade with. There was not much for him to do in the warehouse, so most days he would meditate, or maybe prank call heroes if he was really feeling up to it. Today wasn't one of those days, so Hisashi wasn't exactly sure why he wasn't trying to sleep or meditate. A few would call him paranoid, but after being alive for centuries you have small liberties like that. So, Hisashi has stayed awake on the basis of a paranoia-induced gut feeling, and that feeling was that something was going to go wrong. Tugging gently on the quirks within him, Hisashi returned to waiting for this dreadful thing to happen. To try and pass the time, he decided to resort his frontmost quirks. Resorting all of his quirks would take decades, and that wasn't exactly the time Hisashi needed right now. He had plans after all, and most of those plans included the death of heroes that couldn't be ignored. It was a few more minutes of silence, but Hisashi almost lavished in it. When his phone rang, however, with its incessantly cheery tune, Hisashi resisted the urge to smash it. He would have, if not for the fact of who the cheery tune signified. Carefully, he used a telepathy quirk to bring the phone to him and answered the call on speaker. "Darling, my appealing wife, how are you?" Hisashi was not the best at empathy, anyone who worked with him would agree, so could you blame him for not sensing his wife's grief? That was besides the points, because Hisashi snapped his mouth shut once he heard the muffled sobs from Inko's side of the phone. "Dearest, what's wrong?" His voice was muffled by now, finally tuning into the mood of the call. He gave the entire situation a few moments of silence, allowing Inko to gather her thoughts before she spoke again. Her voice trembled once she did. "Hisashi, it's horrible. Izuku went missing, or ran away, I can't tell, last week. I had hoped the police would find him, but she cut herself off with a heart-wrenching wail, obviously torn up by the whole situation. For the second time that day, Hisashi considered smashing his phone to pieces if it had not been his one connection to his wife. "Inko, take a deep breath. Is Izuku okay?" Even as Hisashi said the words, he did not have any hope with them. Sniffling came from the phone again. "Oh, Hisashi, the chief of police declared the case cold. After only a week. They've declared him dead." Hisashi's heart would have stopped in his chest, if not for a quirk that prevented that at the news. That biased but police station better be prepared to be leveled within the next few days. He was about to go ham on their buttes. Instead, he kept the plans to himself and turned his attention back to his phone. Trying to keep his breathing steady, Hisashi took a few deep breaths. "Inko, my lovely star, do not despair. I will contact some people and have them look for him instead. I promise to you, just as the moon controls the tides, that I will find Izuku no matter what. For both us and for our little baby bunny." That promise was one Hisashi meant to keep. If he was the reason for Izuku having been quirkless, being an early generation of quirked people, then he would never forgive himself over the bias of the police officers. Inko's voice brightened minutely, and Hisashi wondered idly if he should enlist Kurogiri and Tamura's help to purchase flowers for her. "Oh, thank you, Hisashi. I love you so much, dear. I'll keep in touch with you still, alright? I still want weekly calls, if that didn't get through your thick head. They don't even have to be updates on Izuku, I just don't want to lose both of you." Nodding, even if Inko couldn't see him, Hisashi gave verbal agreement and the two exchanged a few more lovesick "I love yous" until Inko hung up. Once he had put his phone back, Hisashi grunted and pressed a finger to his nearest intercom. "Kurogiri, report to the warehouse." That was all that needed to be said to the mist-bodied Nomu, and Hisashi leaned back as he planned. If he could, he would probably be crying right now. His lack of eyes, however, prevented that, so instead he kept the emotions bottled up. He couldn't be weak in front of his underlings, after all, so he would just have to be weak later. By the time Kurogiri arrived, Hisashi had thoroughly planned the downfall of the Mizudafu police department. The Nomu grunted to signify his arrival, but Hisashi knew he was there anyways. "Thank you for coming post-haste, I have a few orders for you." With that, he fell into a familiar rhythm of ordering his subordinates to do the things he couldn't anymore. Once Kurogiri had left on his missions, Hisashi could feel the paranoia within him finally disappear. So this had been what it was about. Maybe he should have listened then. The grief settled within him, an old feeling that Hisashi was unused to. He didn't like it, but if Izuku was really gone, then he had to get used to it. If the Midoriya household received a bouquet of flowers that were Inko and Izuku's favorites, well, Hisashi was a man with little regrets. How the hell can you win 13 straight poker games? You're only a teenager, you little twerp. Dabi's frustration was palpable to say the least, but Izuku was under the impression that the flayed man wasn't actually angry. It was understandable where his frustration stemmed from, as Izuku would also be upset if a 14-year-old beat him in poker 13 times. But since Izuku was the aforementioned teenager, he was quite satisfied with himself. Humming a tune, Izuku just took his chips from the exasperated man with a tight grin. "Well, Dabi, as per our agreement." With a flutter of his eyelashes, Izuku peered at Dabi over his hoard of poker chips. The frustration from the dark-haired man had dimmed, and he was obviously now just tired of playing poker. Slamming his hand onto the table, Dabi reluctantly crowed out, "Delrix? Bring us more cheese danishes, please." It had been a few days since Dabi had first brought Izuku to the internet cafe, but the green-haired boy was already fond of the dynamic between the owners and the two men. When a familiar scuttling sound came from the side, Izuku perked up and grinned as Delrix's familiar scarlet hair came into view. Izuku and Dabi had been waiting for hours for a client to show, so the two had been indulging themselves in the delicacies of the cafe while playing poker or making up scenarios on why the client could be late. Halfway through their 7th poker game, Dragon and Theseus had appeared to hang out in the cafe. At the end of their 10th game, the reptilian siblings had fallen asleep in the back of the cafe, leaving Dabi alone with the scheming green-haired teen. Shoveling cheese danishes into his mouth, Izuku stiffened when the bell above the door to the cafe trilled. Hurriedly swallowing his food like a vulture guzzling carrion, Izuku slipped a medical mask over his freckles. Dabi reached across the table and flicked the teen's hood over his curls, haphazardly leaving a few darker strands flying out. After their first meeting with Dragon, and after Izuku had awoken in Dabi's apartment, Dabi had lectured Izuku on the importance of anonymity, so the two went through this routine with almost every client now. The client went by fast, some random person who had contacted Izuku that just wanted advice on the care of their quirk. It was an easy rundown to give, and the payment was just his standard rates. No tips and nothing under his rates. As Izuku waved the customer away, He turned his head back to his bag. He took the hood off of his head and peeled the mask off as well, setting it in the pocket of his hoodie. Tucking his work notebook away, he pulled a nicer one out that he used for designing personal projects or for quirk studies of his friends' colleagues. Clicking his pen open, his fingers flicked to a familiar page. Quick fingers moved in broad strokes, making careful sketches and notes as he always did on these types of pages. He stamped his murmuring down, keeping his thoughts within himself with a familiar bite of his tongue. This was a personal project of his. He didn't need to bother anybody with his senseless rambling about it. Across from him, Dabi was flicking on his phone, perusing the news for anything to fuel his obvious hatred towards Endeavor. Izuku himself hadn't seen anything about Endeavor recently, the man curiously staying silent for the time. Maybe it was because the UA entrance exams were in a few months? Probably. Suddenly, Izuku registered something repelling against his head and glanced upwards, Viridian meeting electric blue. Dabi tilted his head, a sly grin across his lips. Something on your mind, little moth? Maybe Izuku hadn't been as sly at keeping his muttering down as he thought he had been. Humming carelessly, Izuku pushed the notebook towards the young man. I was thinking about what you said the other day. About anonymity? Well, I thought if I'm gonna stay secret, then I need a sort of motif. Like Dragon has with the cavern, you know? It seemed that Dabi did know as he nodded and studied the paper. Izuku took that as the go to continue. So I thought again about that day when I first met them in person, when you gave me the die to decide. And how I refer to myself as probability, so. Eyes widening, Izuku balked when Dabi gave a hearty cackle and clapped softly, well done, little moth. The man twisted the notebook back towards Izuku, a sadder smile pulling at his stitches. Of course, this isn't exactly the most attainable between the two of us. If you really wanted to get some of this stuff though, Dabi turned his head, a wicked gleam in his eyes as he turned to the curtain that gave entrance to the back of the cafe. Sometimes Izuku wondered if Dabi had any sense of self-preservation, and then Izuku remembered the man's obviously flayed and burned skin and dismissed the wondering. This man could not save himself even if he tried. Dabi, absolutely not. I do not want to bother Dragon or Theseus with this. When Izuku had expected someone to laugh, he had expected it to be Dabi. Not Ambrosia, who had seemingly just happened to walk past at the time. The deer-quirked woman leaned down, a cheeky grin across her face. Oh, probability. That little head of yours, overthinking so much. How about this? I take you two back to wake up the siblings, seeing as they need to wake up soon anyways, and you can have Dabi ask. You don't have to worry about direct denial then, etch. Ambrosia's offer was certainly tempting, and to Izuku it felt a little too much like looking a gift horse in the mouth to deny it, so he conceded with a nod. Hooking his hands around his notebook, Izuku followed closely behind Ambrosia. This was the first time that he had actually ever been in the back of the cafe. That fact was intimidating on its own. Especially since yesterday, Ambrosia and Delrix had admitted that the cafe was partially a front for the cavern, seeing as they were so close to Theseus Jr. and Dragon. Green eyes dimmed as Izuku remembered the conversation, and he let his body lead so he could reminisce. I get that we're close, Dragon, but you can't just keep coming here, you have to be at the facility sometimes. The pastel-haired crime boss was sulking in a corner, looking less like the figurehead of a progressive movement and more like a teenager being scolded. Delrix was hovering over the adult, an accusing finger pointing as XC scolded them, obviously at the end of XOR rope for the week. It huffed, pulling its finger back to allow for Dragon to speak. Dragon hummed, turning towards Delrix with a conspiratorial glimmer in their eyes that Izuku could just make out over Delrix's broad shoulders. The mythical reptilian's gaze fell from Delrix to Izuku, obviously prepared to throw Delrix under the bus. Scrambling back, Izuku tumbled from the edge of his seat in his favorite booth as Dragon lunged forwards and perched themselves in front of him. The crime boss gave him a toothy grin. Probability. Wanna know a cool fact about the cafe? Delrix stiffened from where they had been facing Dragon and quickly whipped around. Dragon, no. That only got a hysterical giggle from Dragon. Dragon, yes. Their gaze never left Izuku, so he hesitantly nodded, a little more excited than he himself had expected to be to learn secrets. As if pretending Delrix couldn't hear them, Dragon leaned down and stage whispered to Izuku, "This entire cafe is an extension of the cavern's facility. Technically, if Delrix scolds me for not spending time at the facility, I can just rebuke that this technically is the facility. Neither Theseus nor Delrix take that as an answer from me anymore, though." Izuku balked, blinking in alarm at the new information. He stumbled back a little further. That's wow? That's kinda cool? Why though? Dragon backed off once Izuku posed the last question, the one that was meant to be a question, and placed their hand contemplatively against their chin. Delrix swooped in to save Izuku, bundling him into Xwar arms and placing him onto the other side of the table from the crime boss. "Izuku," Delrix's reverberated voice was nice, and it was quite calming as well. "Don't worry too much about the hows and the whys. Dragon and I are friends, so when I opened this cafe I proposed for it to become a safe space for any fledglings from the cavern. Dragon just likes to shirk their work to come and sleep here." The words reassured Izuku a minuscule amount, but it was added to the reassurance and finality that Delrix spoke with that allowed for Izuku to relax in his new seating position. Delrix gripped the back of Dragon's shirt and grumbled as it dragged its friend off. Dragon now, however, needs to either go back to sleep and calm down, or I will report back to HQ that they are shirking work again. That got Dragon to stiffen in the spider's grip, leaving Izuku to let a few giggles slip. It was a good memory, one of the many that Izuku had spent making in the time since he had been introduced to the cafe as a whole. Something bumped into Izuku's side, bringing him back into focus on the present, rather than on the memories of the past. Staring to the point of impact, the green-haired boy quirked an eyebrow at Dabi, who was obviously holding back laughter. The burnt man just kept his mouth covered with one hand pointing, with the one that had poked Izuku, to a sight in front of them. Now Izuku could barely hold in his laughter at the sight. Theseus and Dragon were tangled in a pile of limbs, with Theseus gnawing softly on one of Dragon's hands in his sleep. Today, Izuku's laughter was not directed at Dragon, but was directed towards the usually stoic white-haired boy's obvious lack of situational awareness in his sleep. Trying to dampen his laughter as Ambrosia approached the sibling duo, Izuku failed once Dabi also released his own laughter. Quickly, the two latched onto each other and began cackling at the top of their lungs, which subsequently woke Dragon and Theseus up right as Ambrosia was reaching for them. Theseus jolted upright, bright gray eyes darting everywhere until they landed on the perpetrators of the laughter. He growled harshly, tail and wings swaying as he lunged for him. Instead of being able to reach them, he was pulled back into his older sibling's embrace. Dragon held him back, but gave the two who were still in hysterics a simper. "Boys," the two dimmed their laughter, remembering the reason they came, "you usually don't come back here. Is there something you needed?" It seemed Dragon was being courteous, and was obviously trying to deflect the conversation from what Dabi and Izuku wanted to bring up so badly. Falling for the bait, Dabi grunted and pulled the notebook from under his arm. Izuku quickly murmured the page number to him, and once the page was opened, Dabi flipped it towards Dragon. "Probability wants a new look, and you've got guys with the tech, so..." Dabi trailed off, obviously hinting towards what he wanted the two siblings to do. Luckily, Dragon was able to latch onto the hint before Theseus, as they released the white-haired boy to take the notebook into their hands. Dragon twisted the notes every which way, leaving Izuku's chest thumping in anticipation. Icy eyes rose to look at Izuku. "These schematics are perfectly written. Coincidentally, I need to head to the support labs today, so why don't you two join me and get a taste for the facilities of the cavern?" Izuku brightened at the acceptance of Dabi's, technically his, request. Clasping his hands together, the green-haired boy fervently nodded, getting a hearty chuckle from the older figure. Dragon lumbered to their feet and kicked the now brawling men on the floor. Dabi and Theseus reluctantly fell apart from their brawl ball, and Dragon turned to look at Ambrosia. "I'll get those new machines for you and Delrix as well, since I know you faxed the blueprints over already. Ofo and Ofu should have them finished anyways." Ambrosia nodded, saluting to Dragon before turning to Izuku. "Good luck with the twins, kiddo. You're gonna need it." She left quickly after her cryptic warning. Dragon only grimaced at the servitor's departing form, clearly holding back an annoyed groan. The crime boss turned to Izuku. "Don't worry, fledgling, she's just joking." "Partially." "Probably." That didn't help Izuku's nerves at all, but it seemed that Dabi and Theseus were ready to leave, so the four took to the exit of the cafe. Once they were out on the streets, Izuku decided to pass the time walking by asking questions. It was the easiest thing to do anyways. So, he tried directing his voice towards Dragon, who eagerly turned their head towards him. "What's with the He made a slashing motion across his face, indicating the large triad of scars that marred the pale skin of the crime boss. Dragon nodded, understanding what Izuku was meaning. "My mother's doing. When I proposed the idea to look for the villain who killed my father, she wasn't very happy about it. Theseus and I left pretty quickly after that." Izuku nodded, a bit awkward that he had unlocked even more of Dragon's traumatic backstory. Instead of asking them another question, he languidly turned towards Theseus. The older teenager was staring ahead, the permanent scowl back on his face. If Izuku was completely honest, the white-haired boy kind of reminded him of Bakugo. Only a little bit though, mostly the temper towards new people. Theseus seemed to feel his stare, as the teenager's grayish eyes glinted in his direction and he grunted. "Oh, Izuku tugged at his shirt, picking at any little stain or crumb he could find. "I was just curious about your quirk. Dragon said you could create clouds, but is there anything more specific to it?" Theseus blinked, almost like he had forgotten that Izuku was an analyst, but it was quickly followed by a false reluctant sigh. Theseus kept walking, his eyes still roving the area like a bodyguard. "When I create clouds, it uses my body's storage of hydration. I don't create clouds often, seeing as dehydration is a pretty quick way to die, but they're more tangible than actual clouds." Quickly, the teen boy spread his hands, and Izuku watched in awe as a puffy white substance emerged from the pores of the boy's palms. It connected cleanly, and reminded Izuku of cotton candy. "My clouds are more like an animated cloud. They aren't very see-through, but I, and anyone I allow, can pass through them. Like this." Izuku almost jolted from the cold feeling of the boy's hands, but allowed for him to guide his own hand to the cloud. The cloud wasn't like anything Izuku had felt before. It wasn't cold like he had expected. Instead, it was pleasantly warm, like it had captured all the warmth of sun that it covered on a cloudy day. Theseus huffed in amusement as Izuku messed with the cloud. "They also take the warmth from my body sometimes too. I get really cold quickly when I make them." Izuku released the cloud and the two teenagers watched as it drifted hazily towards the sky. Fervently, Izuku pulled his personal notebook back out and began drilling Theseus more on his quirk. The white-haired boy feigned annoyance, but gladly answered any question that Izuku threw at him, somehow keeping up with the green-haired boy's rambling. Once the group finally arrived at a nondescript building, Izuku reluctantly placed the notebook back into his bag. What he had expected to do was to walk into the building and maybe get teleported. Instead, Dragon veered from the front of the building and walked into the alleyway adjacent to it. Carefully, they picked their way towards the wall and motioned for the other three to follow. With a rapid set of knocks against the stone, the wall to the building rumbled and revealed a tunnel downwards below the building. Izuku gaped at the darkness ahead, almost moving forwards with how much he was shaking. This was so much more than he had anticipated, and so much more like the old pre-Quirk villain movies he used to watch. Dragon seemed to notice his almost palpable excitement and threw an arm over his shoulder. Their arms splayed outwards with an open hand. "Welcome to the cavern, fledgling. Ready to go deeper?" The cavern was everything Izuku could have dreamed of, at least through the lens of a quirk nerd. Everywhere he turned there was something specialized for one quirk or another, and he couldn't help letting his mind wander. Those doors are specialized for those with heightening quirks and my gosh padded walls. There's all sorts of different footholds here too, and each hallway is around 20 feet wide to accommodate for any sort of widening quirks. This all must have cost a fortune, which makes me wonder how legally sound the acquisition for the funds was. Maybe, Dragon's voice broke through his head, halting the train of his thoughts on its tracks. "Stub that question for today and tuck it into your brain folder, okay, fledgling?" With that one remark, Izuku was left stumbling and waving his hands. Since his mind was free to wander, he didn't have as much of a chokehold on his jaw as he usually did, and had been mumbling the entire time they were walking. He could just make out Dobby's stifled giggles, and turned to his right to see Theseus just staring at him with wide eyes. Desperately, Izuku began blubbering out apologies, but that only led Dobby into a hysterical bout of laughter. Theseus recovered quite well, his face schooling itself until the only deviation from his normal neutrality was the appraisal in his gray eyes. While that was quite impressive, it was also very accurate. I understand that you are adept enough at your analysis, seeing as you are a popular rising analyst, but that was still, Izuku just blubbered once more, I'll always been interested in analysis. It's just been a hobby of mine for a while. That was all Izuku could get out before a blast broke through their discussion. When the smoke cleared, the first thing Izuku could understand was Dragon shouting. He could admit he had only known Dragon for a maximum of 2 weeks at this point, but holy cow were they scary when they shouted. Ofu, I swear if you're blowing things up I will find Dracius and drag her down here to scold you, so help me. The voice of the dragon villain trailed off as a lighter, more musical tone drifted from the source of the explosion. A small figure waltzed out of the room that the explosion came from, a weak buzzing emitting from them. You always threaten to bring Mama down but never do. Your threats are very weak, you know. The buzzing accompanied every word, as if it was poignant for the figure, and more than likely the cause of the explosion, to make the sound with every syllable they spoke. Izuku waved the smoke before him away, trying desperately to get a glance at one of the acclaimed twins that Ambrosia had warned him off. What Izuku was not expecting was an 11-year-old peering back at him with completely black sclera and silver pupils. Turning his gaze downwards, Izuku studied the figure before him with more of a critical eye. Warm brown skin was dappled with patches of whiter skin, so Izuku tucked vitiligo away into his brain to file into his notebook later, and 2 appendages sprung from just below silvery hair. Easily, Izuku could recognize them as the filaments of the antennae belonging to a moth. Staring further at the child, Izuku watched as 2, maybe 4, appendages shuffled on their back, and he resisted the urge to mumble enough for the kid to get the hint. Luckily, he was saved from an even worse bout of embarrassment from more mumbling as Dragon placed a hand on the moth child's shoulder. Ofo, could you introduce yourself to the nice boy? You and Ofu will be helping him after all, so you guys should have some transparency with him. That got the explosion child's attention as they buzzed over and stared up at Izuku as well. He could see now the obvious resemblance between the identical twins. Both even had vitiligo, which he desperately wanted to look up the genetic rates for, but there were some differences as well. The child who was unintroduced, who Izuku could siphon as Ofu, didn't have the same fluffy filament-like antennae like the assumed Ofo did. Instead, Izuku realized Ofu had the antennae of a bee, which meant that the buzzing noise from earlier was more than likely from a set of wings that the child had. Gold pupils with black sclera studied Izuku, and he resisted the urge to cringe away from the stare of the child. My name's Ofu, as Dragon has probably told you. I'm one of the mechanic twins of the cavern. My quirk is B, as you've probably noticed. It seemed Izuku's staring was obvious. How pleasant. Ofu shuffled before realizing something. Oh yes. They it for me. That seemed to be enough from the bee child as they nudged their sibling. Ofo, Izuku could at least assume at this point, shivered once Ofu bumped them, but spoke softly, I'm Ofo and I'm the other mechanic twin of the cavern. My quirk is Luna Moth, and I use they it as well. Their voice was much calmer than Ofu's, and not layered with buzzing, so Izuku could assume the wings on their back resembled a Luna Moth's, even if it was obvious enough with the quirk name. Izuku kneeled a bit, but not too much, seeing as these 11-year-olds were weirdly tall, and stuck a hand out. I'm probability, he him, it'll be a pleasure working with you too. Ofu glowered softly at Izuku's hand, until something seemed to hit the insectoid child, and they started looking between Izuku and Dragon. Instead of the buzzing words of the gold-haired child, Ofu spoke. Like, the probability that Dragon has muttered about taking into the cavern twice a week? Dragon stiffened at that and began laughing nervously, obviously trying to cover their tracks. Now kids. I can still go get Dracius or even Zetus. We aren't here to shame your wonderful benefactor. In fact, I'm here with a new project. Dobby Dash, the pastel-haired villain was cut off by Dabi procuring the notebook, brandishing it easily towards the two twins. Like a golden blur, Ofu buzzed forwards and grabbed the book, only getting a small, page 42, from Dabi before beginning to study Izuku's schematics. While the B twins studied the notebook, Izuku turned to watch Ofo approach him. Ducking his head to the moth's level, Izuku reverently waited to see if Ofo would speak. "You're an analyst, right?" It seemed Izuku's interpretation of what would happen was right, so the green-haired teen dipped his head in acknowledgement. Ofo seemed to brighten, their silver pupils almost glowing. "So do you have a coding system?" At that, Izuku halted. A coding system? Was that something that he needed exactly? It seemed Ofo picked up on his hesitation and let out an offended gasp. Quickly, the child retreated from their place by Izuku's side and shuffled over to their twin. Once the exchange had been recounted in a fervent whisper to Ofu, the golden-pupiled teen stared daggers into Izuku. "There's so much we need to do for you, probability." So much. At that statement, Izuku had a feeling this was no longer about his schematics. At best, Ofu just wanted to make some suggestions, and at worst, they were about to teach him something entirely new. Izuku wasn't opposed to learning something new, absolutely not, which was why he didn't resist as the twins grasped his sleeves and dragged him into their workshop. It was almost as he had expected, which seemed to be a trend within the villain facility. With an open floor plan, the workshop had scattered desks and tables that were crowded with gadgets and gizmos. At least 10 monitors spanned the back wall of the room, and Izuku could only gape at it. The curly-haired boy could only just make out the rest of the group entering behind him and the twins over his own awe. Once the trio of geniuses stopped, Ofu splayed their palms out widely. "Welcome to the zone, trademark in progress. This is where Ofo and I have the power to do anything." The emphasis on the last word of the statement gave Izuku a rush of excitement. If this was the place to do anything, it was the place to absolutely learn new things. Ofu seemed to catch on to his excitement as the child stuck a finger out. "Since you're clearly new to this type of work, and haven't gotten a proper lesson on how to function, we'll have to bust out the big guns." That statement took Dragon's attention from whatever machine they were directing Theseus to move, their head whipping around. "Don't tell me." Ofo and Ofu only grinned at each other. "We're gonna get Zetus." Their voices merged easily, like they were used to speaking in tandem with each other. Izuku blanched, unsure of the statement. It seemed promising that they were pulling another person into this, but Dragon's reaction had him a little wary about the person of the twins' interest. It wasn't like he had much of a choice in the matter anyways, as he took a seat while Ofo ran off to go fetch this Zetus person. Dabi practically skipped from his place by Dragon over to Izuku, resting a warm hand on the boy's shoulder. "Is this all that you expected it to be?" Izuku paused at the question, unsure of his own answer. "It's more, if my all wasn't obvious enough." "Do you?" The green-haired boy's voice tapered off in his uncertainty, but Dabi had spent enough time around him to pick up on his conversational cues. "No Zetus?" "I know of Zetus, but I've never met them. They're one of Dragon's lieutenants, and, obviously, one of the twins' adoptive parents. I've heard they're nice, but overbearing sometimes. This'll be new for both of us." The warmth of Dabi's hand moved from his shoulder to his head as the man ruffled his hair softly. That was the only time Izuku spoke in the space between when Ofo had left to fetch Zetus, and when the figure had actually arrived. The room had grown quiet to the green-haired boy, the soft lull of machinery and of Dragon giving orders to subordinates behind him. Everything was kind of falling around him, as he came to the realization that this was all just so much. He had basically been juggled from hand to hand as if he was a science experiment, and he wasn't exactly sure how to feel about it. Before his deliberation could go any further, the boy was cut off in his mind by the feeling of eyes on him. Turning his gaze from his lap of deliberation, Izuku almost flinched at the face right in front of him. The person's skin was a vivid midnight blue color with white flecked freckles that reminded Izuku of stars at night. Their eyes were entirely golden, and he could make out no mouth on the expanse of their face. Resisting the urge to scream, Izuku slowly raised a hand in greeting. Zetus, at least that's who Izuku assumed this was, brightened at the interaction. Easily, a small smile sprouted from their face. You are everything that I expected and yet more, analyst probability. When they spoke, the smile on their face split, leaving their mouth almost dripping with a substance that reminded the green-haired boy of hot wax. Trying not to draw attention to the lieutenant's mouth, Izuku blinked slowly. You know my name? Zetas dipped their head in acknowledgement, their mane of golden hair shaking as they did so. Dragon has loose lips when it comes to those who interest them. They might not have told you about me, so let me introduce myself. With that, Zetas stepped back and stood to their full height. Holy moly, they had to be at least 8 feet tall, giving Izuku a brief bow. I am Zetas, known to the world as the villain Galactic. I am the lieutenant to the villain Martyr, who you know as their civilian name Dragon. I use they star pronouns. Izuku blanched, standing and bowing in return to Zetas. You've already stated my name, but I am probability, and I use he him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Zetas. Zetas hummed in affirmation, hand drifting out to the table beside them. Ofo came to fetch me because they wanted to cash a favor. Let me phrase this correctly. Would you like to learn to code and hack probability? Izuku froze, stiffening and allowing tension to bleed into his shoulders. That was why Ofo had gone to fetch Zetas, for the lieutenant to teach him how to code? Though Izuku had never expressed interest in coding, this offer was almost too good to pass up. Reacting to his hesitation, Zetas shook their hands before their face gently. That was probably phrased wrong. Is there any easier way to say it? Jolting from his frozen position, Izuku mirrored Zetas and frantically waved his hands in front of him. No. You phrased it fine. I would be honored to learn to code from you. That seemed to please the blue-skinned lieutenant as they dipped their head in acknowledgement. Once Ofo began tugging on their parents' breathed leg, Zetas turned his attention from Izuku to their child. Izuku was left now to deliberate how this could possibly work. There wasn't much deliberation to be had as, luckily, Ofo quickly broke the silence with a plan. All right, the 11-year-old buzzed onwards. Ofo and I'll work on those schematics, stat, so that you don't have to shirk any clients. Then, while that's happening, Zex can start teaching you the basics of coding, both in writing and digitally. It was a sound plan, and would allow for everyone to be busy. Ofo turned their gaze from Izuku to Dabi. And you, Bacon Man, can help Dragon and Theseus take stuff where they need to go. Dabi grunted, stepping closer to Izuku. No way in hell, short stuff. I'm staying here with probability, to make sure he doesn't get any bright ideas and have to stay longer than the time until his next client. Izuku could admit, he was guilty of losing track of time so easily. It didn't matter, as Dabi easily engaged in a staring contest with Ofo, electric blue beating out gold as Dabi cheered silently to himself. Izuku moved to stand, but his hands quickly rushed to his head and he wobbled a bit. Dabi was quick to steady him, and Izuku just sighed, "This is all so much." Zetas looked back to Izuku, a curious glint in their eyes. What is so much? Frowning, Izuku tugged his hands from his head to his shirt. Everything. With Dear Dragon accepting the offer to help me make this stuff and you now teaching me to code if I accept, it's just also. There was nothing more Izuku could say, shutting his mouth with an audible click and directing his gaze away from Zetas and the others. There was no sound for a while, and Izuku's doubts began to gnaw at him. Would they throw him out for being so transparent? Then, something ran into his side. Peering down, Izuku watched as Ofo clutched the green-haired boy's midsection in a tight hug. It didn't take long for everyone else to follow, even Zetas, who had to comically lean down and wrap himself around the others. With the admittance of his fears, and with the warmth of everyone around him, Izuku began to wail. Everything had been so much ever since that day on the rooftop, and this just the tip of the iceberg. Still, as everyone separated to begin their own tasks, Izuku couldn't wish to be anywhere else. Until I can flesh out the idea of writing in code. Zetas had directed his hands gently, the lieutenant's larger hand colder than Izuku had expected. This is the easiest to remember. It is not hard to decipher, but it also cannot be understood by the average civilian. With that, Zetas stepped back, leaving Izuku to stare at what he had written over the star-freckled person's guidance. It was confusing, he could admit, but the more he looked at it, it actually looked like some semblance of words. Izuku brightened once he realized what he was doing. I think I've got it. This is so interesting, it's just like… With that, Izuku burst into a spout of mumbling. When he halted, remembering Zetus was beside him, he turned to his mentor. Even if Zadius had no easily visible mouth, Izuku could see the waxy, dripping smile that the quirk user often gave. Even after 2 hours of time around the lieutenant, he was already used to the sight of it. He gave his own bright grin in return, but swore he could hear Zetus mutter something about keeping him away from Fuena. Izuku settled into his usual booth, the memories of the tail end of his lessons yesterday still fresh in his mind. It had been 5 days since he took the offer the cavern had given him, and honestly, he had never been happier with himself. His fingers tickled the wood beneath him as the green-haired boy rested in place, waiting for his laptop to boot up. Once the screen brightened, he immediately clicked to the proper website. Shuffling from outside of the booth elicited a raised head from Izuku, the boy staring as Dabi leaned against the framing of the booth seats. The scarred man had taken to acting as a sort of bodyguard whenever clients would arrive. Blue met green, and Izuku was given a small nod of confirmation, maybe approval. Turning away from Dabi, Izuku clicked the message box for the forums and rifled through his pockets. With a quick flick of his hand, a raspy click came from the surface of the table. The die was quick and evenly gave him a nice number. For that was a good choice. With an almost practiced ease, Izuku scrolled between the list of usernames for the fourth person he had written down. Taking a tight grip on his mouse with one hand, he clicked open the message board. This would be very interesting. Chat window, Catfiend Tumble. Catfiend Tumble, is this the right probability? Catfiend Tumble, I've heard from a few of my colleagues that you provide. Catfiend Tumble, analysis for payment, their words, not mine. Probability 22, hello. Yes, 'tis I, Probability the analyst. Probability 22, you have a request for me? With a quick flick of his laptop, Izuku turned the screen to Dabi and gave him a small smile. Look, I'm getting my name out there. Dabi's posture loosened from his bodyguard look to a simpler crouch as the burned man scanned the contents of the screen. His eyes brightened, which let a quiet chuckle follow. Izuku was getting used to people reaching for his hair, so he stayed still as the man he spent most of his days with ruffled the green curls. Chat window, Catfiend Tumble. Catfiend Tumble, yes, I do, or else I wouldn't be contacting you. Catfiend Tumble, this matter is very personal. Is there any way we could discuss more in person? Probability 22, absolutely. Probability 22, if you have the time, my in-person analyses take place. Probability 22, here, web-bound Wi-Fi. Catfiend Tumble, in Lower Muzutafu? Probability 22, yep. Catfiend Tumble, I'll be there soon. Catfiend Tumble is offline. Izuku jolted from his computer, feeling like he had been shocked. It should have been easier to process by now that people were eager to meet him, with how many people were ready to throw their day down to come to the cafe. Every time, however, it still surprised him when people confirmed they were immediately in transit. Scrambling his laptop to the side, Izuku pulled out a notebook and pen. Gracefully, he placed them before his hands in a uniform manner, keeping up an appearance of steadiness. Reaching further into his bag, he shuffled around for his new gear, seeing as this would be the first day he would be able to use them. Ofo had confessed to Izuku that the twins had added more than what the green-haired boy had written in his schematics. With trembling fingers, Izuku first strung the mask onto his face, clicking the mechanisms in at the back. Then he carefully picked up the visor screen, the green accents making it look like he was in a cyberpunk movie. Attaching the visor mechanisms to the mask, he took a deep breath. It was honestly easier to breathe with the mask on rather than without, but he pushed that thought away. Finally, he tugged the hoodie from the bag. Tugging it on, he couldn't stop the giddy grin that crossed his face as he pushed it over his curls. This was all coming together perfectly. Plus, Aizawa Shoyuta didn't expect much from people, especially strangers. He had learned long ago that logicality only existed when it was nurtured properly, and most people didn't even think to plant a seed. Shuffling his hands further into his pockets, he released a deep sigh and tugged at his scarf. He wished he could have brought his capture weapon to this meeting, but some of the vigilantes he worked with at night would have been way too upset if the little analyst was hurt in any way. Plus, supposedly, the guy had picked up a couple dangerous bodyguards. How pleasant for Aizawa. Boots clicked against the ground as he trudged onwards. It wasn't easy to get Hizashi off his back either, even if he was just to take a little walk. If he left the house at all outside of his patrol schedule, the blonde usually would scream his head off in disbelief and try to pry his destination out of Aizawa. It never worked, but it did give the underground hero enough of a headache just listening to his husband babble onwards. A loving headache, of course. With a huff, the black-haired man dug his face deeper into the regular scarf he wore, the eclipse of the hill he rested on dipping downwards. He could see from here the doors to the cafe that he was heading towards, but the paranoia in his stomach wouldn't lighten. Trying to ignore his gut, the man continued onwards towards the glowing door. The cafe was obviously busy, but no one seemed to notice Aizawa as he pushed the door open. In fact, the only person who gave him even so much as a glance was the mutant quirk user behind the counter. Dipping his head in greeting, he stiffly grunted, I'm here to see probability?" He kept his voice low once he approached the counter, but the spiders seemed to understand what he wanted, even if they couldn't hear him. Solemnly, they dipped their head in return, crimson hair swaying with the movement. "Of course. Is there anything you'd like to order while you're talking?" Pursing his lips, Aizawa felt affronted. In meetings like this, he had never been given the option for food or drink, just was told to sit and listen. With a small quirk of his lips, he gave a quiet affirmative sound. "Could I have a black coffee and a lemon donut?" The barista nodded once, shouting something to someone behind a curtain to the rear. Once they got an affirmative answer, the barista turned back to Aizawa and motioned for him to follow. Digging his heels into the floor, the man followed the spider quirk user with intrigue. If it wasn't probability behind the curtain, then where was the analyst? The two weren't walking for long as Aizawa quickly spotted a burnt, black-haired man leaning against a secluded booth. Seemingly hearing their steps, the man's head raised to look at them. Electric blue stared into Aizawa and he resisted the urge to grunt at them, instead sticking close to the scarlet-haired barista. Once the two of them stopped, Aizawa could see now who was actually in the booth. On the left side of the booth sat the shortest analyst Aizawa had ever seen. He swore they couldn't have been older than they wore a golden hoodie with bunny ears, and on the front of the hoodie in Viridian kanji read, "Info Broker," as if it was some inside joke. On the analyst's face sat an intricate face mask that looked more like a gas mask than a medical one. It was gray in color and easily offset the golds and viridians of the rest of the outfit. Above the mask sat a digital visor, which was accented with viridian outlining. The visor was currently set to golden question marks, which were directed towards Aizawa. The analyst jolted, obviously just registering that Aizawa was actually staring at him. "Oh, are you Catfiend Tumble?" It was posed as a question, but Aizawa got the feeling that they only asked to reassure themselves. Giving an affirmative nod, Aizawa took a seat across from the analyst. "That's me. I'm assuming your probability?" They nodded, untucking their hands from their lap and placing them onto the table. "Probability, him, at your service." "Delrix," the barista jolted, turning to look at probability. "Can you bring me an order of fries, a raspberry tea, and a cherry tart?" Delrix, the barista Aizawa supposed, nodded quickly. They took their leave and now Aizawa was left with the analyst and his bodyguard. Before they even got to talking, the burnt man grunted, "Seriously, you got me fries while you're trying to have a business deal." If Aizawa wasn't mistaken, and he often was, it seemed like probability puffed his cheeks into a pout. Now that he was focusing on the analyst, he could hear the subtle deeping of the voice changed more than likely installed into the mask. "Of course I did. You looked like you were hungry and we just got here so you didn't order any yet." The pout was quickly released, and Aizawa now was the center of attention once more. Probability's mask flickered, the golden question marks being replaced by golden dots that were supposed to be eyes. He glanced from side to side, as if in the midst of a secret. "So," the analyst began, voice changing once again, "what is it that you need assistance with, Eraserhead?" That brought everything to a screeching halt. The bodyguard stiffened beside Aizawa, and he himself began to cough harshly. Once his throat stopped beating him up, he looked back towards the analyst. How'd you figure it out so quickly? Probability stiffened, then easily reset himself into a calm posture. You don't need to worry so much, you know? The golden dots closed into curved lines, as if the analyst was giving him an encouraging smile. For all the underground hero knew, he might have been doing just that. Still the dots returned and the analyst kept talking. You're not obvious about it, if that's what you're worried about. I just have a passion for heroes, and you used to patrol my area. Gloved hands turned into a checkmark position as the analyst rested his chin on his fingers, a contemplative position, plus you have an interesting fight style and a good grasp on your quirk. This was a little creepy, but Aizawa could admit he was more than intrigued by the thought process of this analyst. So when I saw you enter I thought, what could the Eraserhead need from me? Quickly, the attention was turned from Probability's knowledge and flipped back onto Aizawa. So, Mr. Eraserhead, what is it that you need from me? The question itself was innocent enough, just what an analyst was supposed to ask. The implications behind it, and the looming presence of the bodyguard behind him, made it all the more terrifying instead. Aizawa huffed, slumping a little as some of the tension dripped from his shoulders. Nothing bad if your head was going there. I just need some advice. That's what people come to you for, right? Advice and info. Probability nodded, so Aizawa continued. Shuffling in his scarf, he carefully pulled his current goggles out and placed them onto the table. These are kind of telling, right? As to who I am in the villain world at least. Is there any way you would improve them, or maybe even my technique? That seemed to spur that analyst into motion. A flurry of words spouted from his mouth, his attention now torn from Aizawa and onto the book in front of him. Aizawa stayed silent, allowing for the analyst to work. It was almost entertaining, watching him write and mumble at the same time. Every now and then Probability would mumble loud enough for him to catch, but out of context none of it made much sense. Leaning back, Aizawa began to study the cafe, allowing the analyst to work in peace. It was a simple cafe on the larger end, sprawling with tables and booths. The front was covered in floor-to-ceiling windows, and Aizawa could see a few strays lounging on the tables up there. All types of quirked people sat around, and Aizawa nudged his face into his scarf. The front was cut off by the counter at the front, leading to the alley that the booth Aizawa was in sat. Across from the booth was a wall with more booths, and beyond that wall was where Aizawa imagined the kitchen was. By the time he was brought back into the conversation, the analyst had completed quite a few pages of the notebook. Taking it from awaiting gloved hands, Aizawa carefully scoured the coded notes. It was a simple code, one that Nedzu had taught him to decipher early into his career as his personal student, but the analysis itself was ripe with content. Letting his eyes express his contentment, Aizawa shuffled his hands into his pockets once more. The bills he sat onto the table were higher than the analyst's rates. He could tell with the way the visor's dotted eyes grew in disbelief, but he wasn't upset. Honestly, Probability deserved the amount of tips he more than likely made. The food arrived soon after that, but it surprised Aizawa to see his things in to-go containers. Delrix gave Aizawa a knowing look, 6 of the spider's 8 eyes open, and quickly turned away to go tend to other customers. Snatching his goodies into his hands, Aizawa tipped his head in gratitude. This was a good endeavor, thank you Probability. I hope you won't mind if I tell more colleagues about you? He posed it as a question to ease it to the analyst easier, not wanting to overwhelm him. As if the disbelief was multiplied, Probability nodded fervently. Yes, of course. I would love for more customers. The way he said customers felt more like he was saying heroes to Aizawa. Well, it wouldn't hurt to maybe let Hizashi or Nemuri know about the analyst. Then they could decide their own ideas of him from there. Tipping his head once more, Aizawa took to the door with easy steps. As he stepped outside the door, he almost could have swore he heard Probability enthusiastically shout, "Dragon, you're done with your nap." He probably was just hearing things, honestly, seeing as this was a cafe. Not someplace a crime lord would frequent. With quick steps and a few hops, he was onto the roofs of Mizudafu, heading towards his apartment building. Maybe once he was home he could tell his husband about the little analyst. For now, he clutched the notebook and purchases from the cafe close as he pulled his phone out. Someone else would be interested to see this notebook after all, seeing as he was interested in anyone remotely intelligent. Chat, Plague Starter. Cat Fiend Tumble. Before the exam meeting on Monday, can I come see you? Plague Starter. Oh? Eraserhead would like to see me of his own volition? Cat Fiend Tumble. No games. I want you to see something I acquired. Plague Starter. Something serious then? Plague Starter. I'll free my schedule until the meeting, will that be sufficient? Cat Fiend Tumble. Of course. Plague Starter. See you Monday D. Oh Nabla B. Izuku could swear up and down that he wasn't a trouble magnet. Everyone else in his life would not agree. He, however, did not see the situations he got into on almost a weekly basis as trouble. These scenarios he ended up waltzing into were just things that the universe wanted him to intervene in, obviously. Seeing as they gave them to him so many times, he was obviously just meant to help the people involved. So that was how Izuku ended up with a knife at his throat, wondering if he would be able to pick up the cream he wanted to bring to Dabi to inquire about his burns. The person across from Izuku was obviously getting disgruntled with his lack of reaction to the knife, unaware that Izuku was already becoming desensitized to this sort of thing. Sure, Delrix and Ambrosia ran a tight ship within the cafe, but there was the occasional knife fight. Shuffling his feet, Izuku let his arms fall from beside his head, reaching slowly for his back pocket. If he was lucky enough, he still had a switchblade stored there, and if he wasn't, then he would have to hope someone noticed he was late before the person across from him snapped. Fumbling in his pocket, Izuku quickly found his target, taking the switchblade out and flicking it open behind his back. Once the person holding the knife to his throat leaned back, Izuku took his chance. At this point, he had gotten good at studying people's tells. In this moment, the person leaning back onto their heels from their position against Izuku was a tell of their hesitation. From the slight tremble of their body language to the little hiccups in their breathing, this person wasn't so sure they should be mugging someone. Using that to his advantage, Izuku swung his right arm outwards in a hook-like maneuver, colliding with his assailant's arm and leaving them scrambling. Hopping backwards from where he was before, Izuku landed on one foot and lunged once more, this time using his left hand which held his switchblade. With that maneuver, he had effectively flipped the tides of the whole encounter. Now he was the one placing the knife at his assailant's throat, maybe a little less lethal than they were to him. They stiffened, obviously upset by the precarious situation they had gotten themselves into. Izuku breathed through his nose, trying to keep his annoyance tempered. It wasn't nice to be late to his appointments after all, but maybe now he would have to call Dabi to let the man know to dismiss his client for later. If you wanted cash, keeping his voice steady, Izuku tried to stamp down his stutter, then you could have just asked. Flipping the knife away from the figure's throat, Izuku flicked it closed and pulled his wallet out. Taking a few bills from within, Izuku plastered them to the stunned assailant's hands. Here. And next, try finding an agent from the cavern maybe? It wasn't Izuku's greatest moment, suggesting that someone contact people who were essentially villains, but he knew Dragon could handle a situation like this better than him. Across from him, his assailant had unstuck themselves from the wall and nodded rapidly. Their footsteps were loud for a while, and Izuku waited for them to quiet down before he turned around. Once Izuku turned around, however, he was not allowed to even leave his position in the alleyway. What he was face to face with was a school-age teen with blonde hair messily pulled into two space buns and golden yellow eyes. A face-splitting grin erupted across their face once they realized he was looking at them. Izuku quickly backed away from where they were, attempting to study them in the process. But as the teen pursued his retreat, all he could catch was the rapid acceleration of their breathing as their pupils expanded. Their voice was shrill, Izuku hated to describe it that way, as it bounced around him. Oh my gosh, you really are him. I've heard so much about you, you know. All these people singing praises of the little mastermind analyst underneath the spider's web. But now, they were all but singing his praises as well while they continued to follow him further down the alleyway. Cat-like eyes zeroed on his position as their grins seemed to grow even further. I get to see you all for myself. Izuku flinched at the ripping sound of Velcro and the following small shing of a knife being removed from its sheath. The teen across from him brandished the knife, their tongue peeking through their sharper canines. Let's see if you look all cute bloodied up. With that, Izuku was threatened with a knife for the second time in a day. If he got out of this scuffle with minimal blood loss, maybe he could flex his record on Dabi. The man couldn't have gotten threatened more than once in a day. Twisting backwards, Izuku ducked beneath the first slash of the knife. Keeping his breathing steady, the green-haired boy slid backwards on his knees and tried to not wince as his jeans split at the knees. If this encounter was any evidence, maybe he should have taken up engineering before he left so he could have put together his own gear before he took in-person clients. Since he was so caught up in his thoughts, Izuku missed the next slash of the knife that came his way. He howled in pain as the blade made impact with his forearm, leaving a nasty bleeding cut. Backing away even further, he winced as his back collided with the dumpster at the end of the alleyway. Across the alleyway from him, the golden-eyed teen licked at the blade of their knife, swallowing the blood that coated it. Bloody teeth beamed towards him as they giggled maniacally. "You look so cute now. Have you ever considered having a girlfriend? If you're worried about names, mine's Himiko Toga. But you can just call me Himiko if you want." Izuku grunted, shifting his bleeding arm behind him and pressing his body against it. Ignoring the pain in the arm, he began shuffling in his pockets for his phone. "I'd love to be your partner, really. But I'm not that interested in girls, you know? They just don't have the qualities I'm looking for." Once Izuku got a grasp on his phone, he pressed down on the power button. The telltale tune played, signifying his AI assistant was listening. As low as he could speak, he murmured out, "Call burnt bacon on speaker." Turning his attention back to his second assailant, Izuku faltered when he saw her face. She was frowning, obviously upset, but also seemed to be a little contemplative. When she spoke again, Izuku could feel a twinge of guilt in her tone. "Then I just slashed you for nothing, huh? 'Cause what's the point of looking at someone cute and bloodied if they won't be interested in return?" Her frown turned into more of a pout, but Izuku was ready in case she turned around and slashed once more. Tossing his words around in his mouth, Izuku settled and coughed into his free hand. "Well, it doesn't have to be for nothing." It was a good start, seeing as it got the girl's attention, her cat-like eyes zeroing in on him once more. "Have a blood-based quirk, obviously, if your need for blood is any indication." Tugging at his shirt, Izuku tried to stay focused. "And I may have a solution. If you come with me not as partners, then I can help you get blood. You don't have to attack people for it anymore, if you just come with me." Placing his hand out palm up, Izuku gazed at Toga, trying to convey his resolve to her with one look. The blonde-haired teen seemed to understand, releasing her knife to the floor with a clatter. Her hands were cold against his, but he wasn't bothered as he laced their fingers together. With a wince, Izuku pulled his injured arm from behind his body and tilted the phone towards him. "Did you hear that, Dabi? We're by the drag store at the crest of the hill up to the park." There was shuffling on the other side of the phone, but it didn't take long for the baritone of Dabi's voice to chime through. "Yeah, I got it, you little twerp. I canceled your current and next appointments, but your third one today will still happen." Izuku breathed cautiously through his nose, nostrils flaring slightly. Shaking his head, he looked at Toga and grinned. "That's fine, that gives me enough time to write at least a partial analysis for Toga here. Just get here soon." Once he hung up, Izuku focused fully on Toga. The girl had stiffened, breathing became obred at the last statement Izuku had given to Dabi. Tears were beginning to gather in her eyes, and her lip was wobbling a little bit. "You're really gonna give me an analysis? I don't have anything to repay you with, though. And I even..." Her voice faltered as she stared at the obnoxiously bleeding wound on his arm. Izuku harumphed, resisting the urge to cross his arms. His voice softened as he continued speaking to the girl. "You only did what your quirk is telling you to do, get blood. I don't blame you, Toga. I blame whoever deprived you of your needs." With that statement, the floodgates seemed to break within Toga as she wailed and attached herself to Izuku's side. Soon enough, the wetness from her tears etched its way through his shirt and to his skin. He carefully coddled the teen close to him, letting her get her tears out. Once she was finished sobbing, she carefully took Izuku's injured arm between her hands. Izuku noted that her nails were abnormally sharp and reminded him of dragon's talons. He stayed still as she poked her tongue out in concentration, then liked it where his wound was bleeding the hardest. After the girl pulled away and stared at him, he watched as the saliva worked to stem the blood flow against his wound. The pain numbed slightly as well, and Izuku huffed happily once he could bend his arm with little issues. With wide green eyes, Izuku looked between Toga and his wound. That's amazing, Toga. You can stem blood flow and your saliva works as a numbing substance so that you don't take more than you planned for. Your quirk is quite efficient. Izuku's arm dropped to his side as Toga pressed her fingers together. Yeah, I discovered it a couple months ago when I wanted to stop someone from bleeding out. I got so worried they would and just tried anything you know. Izuku dipped his head in agreement, staying silent. Toga took her chance to speak again as a bit more determination flooded her tone. And I was serious when I said you could call me Himiko, even if we can't date or anything. Izuku faltered, his hands clenching and unclenching softly. All right, Himiko. Once Dabi gets here I can tell you both something, since you trust me so much. Himiko brightened, her golden eyes shining in the fluorescent lighting of the alleyway. The two devolved into silence, just basking in each other's presence. Only once was the silence broken before Dabi arrived, Himiko looking at her hands. I'm biromantic demisexual, by the way. So if you know anyone cute around, she trailed off, looking at Izuku with an inquisitive eye. Pressing his fingers to his chin, Izuku shrugged. I'm homoromantic asexual, so I can't say anything about any ladies for you, but if you're interested in boys, one of my colleagues is pretty good looking. Himiko's eyes trailed to Izuku and he blanched for a second. Not Dabi. You'll see what Dabi looks like. But a different colleague, a white-haired teen. Nodding with more resolve than Izuku expected, Himiko began to daydream about Theseus. Quietly, Izuku laughed to himself. The other teen was in for a surprise when he visited next time. After that, it didn't take long for Dabi to arrive, the grunts of general discomfort around civilians enough of a tell for Izuku. The man hovered at the entrance of the alleyway, obviously unsure about approaching Himiko. Pushing himself to his feet, Izuku took Himiko's hand and led her to where Dabi was waiting. Taking his other hand, he gestured from Himiko to Dabi. This is Dabi, Himiko. The girl giggled to herself, understanding what he said earlier. And Dabi, this is Toga Himiko. She'll be staying with Delrix and Ambrosia for the time being. Dabi squinted between Himiko and Izuku, scrutinizing their giggles, then looking back to Izuku. Do Del and Ambi know this? Izuku giggled even harder, pressing his hand to his mouth cheekily. Nope, but they'll know soon enough. Shrugging, Dabi seemed to decide that he didn't care enough about the boys' evil little plots. He waved for the two to follow, and together the trio of outcasts returned to the cafe Izuku loved. Once the door was shut behind them, Izuku's attention immediately flitted from their discussion on blood types to the counter at the front of the cafe. Delrix sat, unknowing of Izuku's masterful plan, swiping circles of some disinfectant on the countertop. With a little skip in his step, Izuku pulled a star-eyed Himiko behind him to see Delrix. Four of Delrix's eyes looked up at Izuku while the other four continued focusing on the counter. Red blared into green as Izuku gave Delrix a cheeky grin. Himiko, meet Delrix, the owner of the cafe and dash. The spider's web. Oh my gosh, I've always wanted to meet you. I heard so much about this place after I ran away. Himiko's burst of excitement broke through Izuku's introductions, leaving the green-haired teen giggling. Seemingly embarrassed by her intrusion, Himiko rubbed nervously at the side of her arm. Delrix simpered, now focusing all eyes on the teens. Hello, Himiko. Like probability said, I'm Delrix, I use they it pronouns. Is there anything I need to know about you? Himiko blinked as Izuku studied her, her lip trembling a little. I'm Himiko Toga, please keep calling me Himiko. I use she-they blood pronouns and I'm biromantic demisexual, please take care of me. With a quirked eyebrow, Delrix looked between Izuku and Himiko. Take care of me, huh? What did you promise her, Izuku? Izuku huffed, crossing his arms. 1. It's a typical greeting in Japan. 2. I said you and Ambrosia might take care of her from now on. The last part was tacked together quickly and Izuku took gulps of air as he tried to steady himself from it. A hand placed itself on Izuku's injured arm, avoiding the slash. The unfamiliar palm gave Izuku the idea that it was Himiko who had done so. Another, more familiar, palm rested itself on Izuku's curls. With a soft shake, Izuku's attention fell from anything to Delric's. The spider's eyes were bright and a bigger smile than he had ever seen before them give before stretched on their face. That's perfectly fine, probability. We just need to start prepping stuff for her. For now, can she sleep wherever you go with Dabi? Two of the spider's eyes drifted to Dabi, who gave a curt nod in return. Izuku beamed at Delric's, teeth glaring against the lighting. Thank you so much, Delric's. I'll let you two talk while I prepare for my last client today. Delric's nodded, dipping its head and extending a hand to Himiko. The blonde teen took the hand cautiously, but allowed herself to be led behind the curtain. Dabi's cold and warm hands rested on Izuku's shoulders, and together the two walked towards the usual booth. Once Izuku had strapped himself into all of his gear, he was feeling pretty confident. He had finalized mostly everything he ever needed, like friends and allies, so the future was looking bright. As long as he kept his pace steady, then he was sure to be big once the proper time came. Everything was perfect for now. Izuku wasn't confident. No matter how hard he tried to pretend he could never reach the level of confidence he attempted to attain. Sure, his stutter had started to dissipate after taking on more and more clients, but that didn't mean he never still felt that jolt of anxiety whenever someone new would come in. The person sitting across from Izuku was everything he wished he could be. Their smile was bright, reflecting the shock of blonde hair decorating their head. Dropping his hands to his lap, Izuku began fidgeting with his pens. He was supposed to be this amazing and totally awesome analyst. So why couldn't he just get over his fear of talking to people? It was easier when it was someone coming in once a day, like when Eraserhead had visited, but with so many people in one day now it was becoming easy to run out of social energy. Shaking his head softly, Izuku allowed his visor to display the golden dots associated with his eyes. MX, Electroheart, you said you wanted analysis for your quirk before your UA Entrance X exam? Damn it, he had stuttered on the last word. The request of his client wasn't new. Everyone wanted info on how they could improve, especially if they were going to a new school or job. The blonde across from Izuku dipped their head. Yes, I am. It's pretty shocking that you actually accepted my request, honestly. I heard you were becoming more chancy with taking people on. Izuku blinked, eliciting the dots on his visor to disappear briefly. Once his eyes reopened, he adjusted his stance on his side of the booth. People thought he was being more selective in taking clients. His hand drifted to the pocket that held his die in it, the one that he used to choose his next clients. Letting his hand fall back to his lap, Izuku sighed. People will spread rumors. Now, you have an electrification quirk? Yes? Is there any sort of specifics I should know before I have you show it off a little? His client jolted in their seat, looking at him with wide golden eyes. It seemed they remembered who he was quick enough as they let their tension fall. A hand was placed against their chin. Well, if I use too much voltage, I short circuit. The only issue with that is, I can't control how much voltage I output. All it leaves me with is the highest voltage I can produce without short-circuiting or no voltage at all. Izuku hummed, a thoughtful sound, and leaned back against the booth. His fingers brought his notebook out from his lap, quickly copying down any information that came to his head. Once he figured he had a plan, he began to study over what he wrote, double-checking it to ensure that everything was coherent enough. His pen settled beside the notebook once his fingers stopped moving, and he quickly signed off his code name onto the front. The sound of paper rustling echoed through the back half of the cafe as Izuku pushed the analysis notebook to his client. They were careful when picking it up, then slid it safely into their backpack. Once it was in the backpack, they suched pockets and began rustling around for what Izuku could only assume was payment. His deduction was correct as the yen was placed onto the table. Gently, he tugged the bills to his side, watching as his clients stood to their feet. Grumbling, Izuku cleared his throat. If you need any more assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. I can give you the student's discount next time as well. His client straightened, staring at him as if he was some type of creature. He was used to the stare, from both people who knew him and people who didn't. The golden-eyed teen just smiled and nodded. With that, Izuku's final client for the day left the cafe. Stumbling to his feet, Izuku quickly shuffled to the bathroom. Once he was in there, he began dislodging all of his gear and shoving them into his bigger bag. It would be a trek to get to Dabi's apartment once he was done, but at least it would be warm. Izuku left the bathroom, leaning slightly to the left to avoid the incoming pounce from his friend. It had already been a week since Himiko had joined the band of misfits at the cafe, but the girl had taken a liking to the staff and most of the regulars. Her blonde hair was pulled into its usual double buns, the messy strands sticking out. Izuku wondered if they tickled her neck at all, but they didn't seem long enough to do that. Off to the side, Himiko huffed and crossed her arms. Spoil sport. All she got in return for that was Izuku sticking out his tongue with a small, mlay sound. Sure, it was childish, but it was honestly kind of fun to do. The banter ended as it started, quickly. With one fell swoop, Izuku took Himiko's hand and the two began walking to the front. Just as they were about to pass by the counter unbarred, Delrix's voice reverberated around them. Izuku, Himiko. Twisting his head, Izuku studied the stitched-together spider quirk user. Its hand was up, fingers bending inwards in a "come here" motion. Tugging Himiko's hand, Izuku brought the two teens to the counter. Delrix leaned down, arms pressing against the cold marble counter. Go into the back, Ambrosia wants to see you. It stepped to the side, lifting the closed bar of the counter up. Gripping Himiko's hand tighter, Izuku passed through the threshold of the curtain behind the bar. He had only been back here a few times, mostly to bother Dragon and Theseus during their snooze fests. Dragon, however, wasn't in today as they were out with their fiancé for some kind of date, which also left Theseus in charge of the cavern facility. Unlike the rumors of some people in the cafe, the first room behind the curtain wasn't some dark, dismal closet. It was a standard premium kitchen. Ambrosia was leaning against the industrial island in the middle, chewing something while scrolling on her phone. Knocking his hand against the island, Izuku gave a simper to Ambrosia. The woman grinned in return, her phone slipping into the belt the servitor wore. All right, you two, this has been in the planning for a while, but with the addition of Himiko to our little group, we put it on supercharge. Follow me. With a simple wave of her hand, Ambrosia headed towards the staircase at the back of the kitchen. Ignoring the door beneath the staircase, Izuku followed Ambrosia up to the second floor, keeping a tight grip on Himiko's hand. Once the two of them got up there, they stopped once they saw Ambrosia standing between two doors. Carefully picking their way across the floor, Izuku drew a tight breath at the doors. The first door, on Ambrosia's right, held a small plaque that read, Toga Himiko. On Ambrosia's left, the door plaque read out, Probability. Ambrosia's hand rubbed the back of her neck, cooking scars obvious on the pale palm. Her voice was soft and gave Izuku hope that it wasn't a dream. We didn't want to leave Dabi providing for two growing teens. So, we bought the rest of the second floor and renovated it. These are your new homes if you accept them. Izuku, hands trembling, reached for the doorknob. It was cold to the touch, obviously not used within the last few hours. Carefully he twisted the knob and released it, letting the door drift open. The room itself was sparse with decorations, but it had a good deal of furniture. There was a queen-sized bed tucked into the corner and at least 3 bookshelves lining the walls. A desk sat beside the bed, a rolling chair pushed out onto the mat. Trembling feet took Izuku forwards, studying the room even further. The bedspread of the bed was red and decorated with dice, while the rolling chair's mat was gold. 3 of the walls in the room were painted gold, while the wall that held the doorway was made an accent wall with different shades of green in a cloudy pattern. One of the bookshelves held a shelf full of notebooks, while another had a shelf full of school books. Izuku's hand drifted over the dresser beside the doorway. The wood was cold but textured with little grooves in the top. It was a dark-colored wood, like most of the other furniture in the room, and lacked any knick-knacks on it. Ambrosia's voice drifted in from the doorway. Do you like it? You can stay here or with Dabi, whichever you pre-dash. The tall woman's voice was cut off as Izuku latched himself onto her midsection. Warm arms covered Izuku's back as she pulled him closer. Her arms were different than the caverns. Everyone there had some kind of cold-blooded anatomy from their quirk. Tears dripped from his eyes, soaking the fabric of her shirt. Then thank you so much. That was all he could get out as Ambrosia's hands drifted to his hair and pet it gently. Her voice was as warm as usual. Of course. I assume you wish to stay here then? There was a teasing edge to her voice, but all Izuku could do was nod fervently. She laughed, shaking Izuku's body in the process. Her elation was contagious as Izuku began giggling a little as well. You go and get set up. We can get you a card for online shopping soon, okay? With that, the servitor left the room to Izuku. Eyes roving the place, Izuku's hand drifted to his satchel. First things first, he had to unpack. Taking his laptop out, Izuku placed it on top of the desk. Quickly he plugged in all of its cords and flicked it open. While the laptop booted up, Izuku unpacked his empty notebooks from his bag onto the shelf that already held some. Once he finished, he backed to the doorway once more, staring at the room again. It was so cathartic to see it, something that was truly his. A room without an overbearing amount of all-might merchandise, and something that catered to his interests. He could feel the tears welling up in his eyes again, but stamped them down when knocking came from his doorway. Turning around, he saw Dabi leaning against the doorframe. The man's smile was wide, pulling at the staples on his face. Sup, moth? Izuku blinked, returning Dabi's smile tenfold. Hi, Baconator. Dabi's hysterical laughter filled the room quickly. You were quick on the return for that one, huh? Well, I brought your blankets and stuff from my place. It was obviously not all that Dabi brought, his back covered in bags and a couple suitcases behind him. You're moving? Izuku tried not to let his voice tremble, but it was obvious he failed when Dabi flinched away from the doorframe. Black hair shook as Dabi's head moved fast back and forth. Not away from here, little moth. I'm moving into the complex beside the cafe. That's all. Your little deal has brought Ambrosia and Delrix a lot of revenue, so I can afford to move there. Perking up, Izuku let the tension fall from his body. Dabi wasn't leaving him here after all, even after Izuku decided to leave his apartment. Something gripped onto his neck and he could feel Dabi's knuckles digging into his scalp as Dabi noogied him. Plus now we can have all the chaotic sleepovers we want, seeing as I don't live 10 blocks down anymore. The hands fell from Izuku's body as Dabi stepped back into the doorway. Come on, Himiko wants you to see her room. Jumping in place, Izuku began following after Dabi, a little excited to see the other teen's room. The door was open, letting Izuku see cream and red splatters. Once he stepped into the room, he was hit with a wave of excitement from Himiko on her bed. The walls of her room were cream with red splatters that probably were meant to resemble blood. Her bedspread was red and her furniture was a pretty creamish white wood. She had more dressers than Izuku did, but only had one bookshelf compared to his 3. Himiko herself was kicking her feet on top of her bed until she noticed Izuku in the room. Probability. You've come to see it. Isn't my room so stylish? Izuku hummed, a nod coming from him. His mind was barking at him not to do what he was about to do, but he couldn't help it. Midoriya Izuku. There was silence after he spoke, the 2 other people in the room turning to look at him. He cleared his throat, feeling his cheeks grow warm. My name is Midoriya Izuku. But you guys can just call me, Izuku. Turning his eyes away from the 2 of them, he waited for their reactions. Himiko was first, her excited squeal piercing the silence. I'm gonna call you Izu instead. That way you can call me Himi. We'll be even then on nicknames. The tension in Izuku's chest released as Dabi gave a non-committal grunt to his left. It's nice to hear, Izuku. Still want us calling you probability for work. The man's baritone voice was reassuring as Izuku nodded. Izuku's fingers fell into each other, twiddling gently. Yes, that would be preferable. I think I'll tell the cavern sometime soon, but they might freak out. Dabi gave another nod off to Izuku's left and Izuku just let the cathartic feeling of the atmosphere settle onto him. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed in a flash, the 3 of them enjoying each other's presences and celebrating the new rooms. Izuku could have almost believed it was a dream with how much joy he was feeling across all of the interactions. As the lights shut down in the cafe below and the sounds of Ambrosia and Delrix going to their room echoed across the floor of the building, Izuku still wasn't convinced it was reality. His head bounced off of the pillow as Izuku laid down on the bed. It was comfy, he could give the cafe owners their dues there, and Izuku almost wanted to pass out then and there. His eyes were trying to convince him to sleep as they grew heavier and heavier, the inky darkness of sleep encroaching on his vision. Desperately, he wanted to stay awake, if even just to ensure this wasn't a dream. Darkness crept into his vision unabashed, and soon enough he succumbed to the heaviness of his eyelids. If he had stayed awake, maybe he could have seen the message that was sent over his favorite forum. +. Midnight Plague Starter. Is this the rumored analyst probability? 005 Plague Starter. I have an irresistible offer to make to you. Bakugo Katsuki is strong. That's what everyone tells him, day in and day out. He's so strong with a quirk so loud and proud. If he put his intelligent mind to it, he could do anything he wanted. People sung his praises at the ground he walked, and others kissed his feet to make sure that they weren't left in the dust when he became such a big shot. Everything about the way people treated him never took into account his own feelings. Deep down, Katsuki wondered if people really thought he was strong, or were just projecting their own insecurities onto him. Because deep down, Bakugo Katsuki disagreed. Katsuki Bakugo is not strong. In fact, he thinks he's the farthest thing from it. Every day since his childhood friend, he shouldn't be allowed to call him that, had gone missing, his hands shake. He can barely do anything with how much they shake, and he misses the feeling of warm crackling when he releases explosions. Everyone else acts like nothing happened, like the bright boy named Midoriya Izuku never existed. Katsuki only feels strong in the way that he still remembers. He and the rest of his dysfunctional little family. His head slumps against his desk, the exhaustion of the day creeping over his back and up to his brain. Blearily, he blinked at the homework some drool was landing on from his mouth. The concepts weren't even challenging, just unbearably boring. Katsuki wondered for a moment if this topic was even necessary once he was out of high school. Shimmying his shoulders in place, the blonde decided that a quick nap wouldn't hurt. He could even refresh his exhaustion to keep doing his homework. With that affirmation, his eyelids fluttered and slowly let the teenage explosion drift to the sweet lull of darkness. Katsuki usually couldn't see in dreams. It was a facet of his life that he had become used to. The only times Katsuki could see in dreams was when the dreams gave him anxiety or paranoia. Shifting his feet beneath him, the boy jolted at the sound of crunching leaves. Blinking, he let his eyes adjust to the surrounding scenery and let his throat drop. He was standing beside the river that he and Izuku used to hang out at when they were young. The scenery reflected the current season, the leaves crunching beneath his feet a symphony. Across the river bank, Katsuki could see someone with their back turned to him. Taking a few steps forwards, Katsuki froze at the cold temperature of the river water. Shaking his head, he pushed onwards, ignoring the stinging that was beginning in his ankles. Once he reached the other shore, his heart jammed into his throat. Izuku's green hair was always unmistakable, no matter how many people said he was plain-looking. Hands shaking, Katsuki carefully reached for his former friend. Before he could even make contact with the other boy, Izuku's body turned around. The boy's face was just as Katsuki remembered, but instead of being full of smiles and dimpled freckles, blood was dripping from his skull. Parts of his face were cut up and the burns that Katsuki himself had given him blared against his skin. His voice was not the cheery, if slightly demure, tone of his friend. Katsuki Baku, you did this to me, his voice reverberated through the clearing, giving Katsuki the shivers. Viridian eyes bore into crimson as Izuku continued speaking, you told me to take a swan dive off the roof. Do you even care that I might have done that? Katsuki's throat clenched, but he choked out his own response. I would have cared, I would have. You were my best friend. Izuku's mimic just glowered at him, the expression off on his usually cheerful face. Really? There was beat of silence between when the mimic spoke next, but he swarmed Katsuki's face. Then why do you still think you can be a hero? The silence afterwards roared in Katsuki's ears, the burning heat of his tears extrapolated against his face. Before Katsuki could defend himself, the world collapsed around him. He woke up with a gasp, someone knocking outside the door. Shuffling to his feet, he tried to wipe at the tears on his face before whoever was knocking noticed. His body felt even heavier than before he slept, It was as if he had run a mile in the rain then powered through a cold on his own. With a shaking hand, Katsuki opened the door to his room. His father stood outside the door, hands quickly moving. "Your Yuta letter has arrived. Can you come down and open it with your mother and I?" Katsuki pursed his lips, throat aching too much to speak. The man didn't have to sign, the blonde's hearing aids were in, but he still did anyways. Efficiently, Katsuki formulated a small response, "Fine." He scratched at his left ankle with his opposing foot, waiting for his father to leave the doorway. It took a while, the man appraising him in the gentle way he always had. Something must have been off, since he quickly followed up with, "If there's anything wrong we can always talk things out." Scoffing silently, Katsuki bit back the urge to flip his father the middle finger. "I don't need to talk things out. Everything's fine." He wasn't even convincing to himself and obviously not to his father, since the man sent him a wary look. Instead of pursuing the topic, Masaru backed away and let Katsuki follow him through the house. Sizzling emerged from the kitchen, making Katsuki wonder just how long he had napped. Dismissing the thoughts, Katsuki knocked his knuckles against the table, alerting his mother that he had arrived. She brightened at the sight of him, quickly shuffling over with a letter in hand. Masaru traded places with her, hands gripping at the skillet she was hovering over. Her eyes were affectionate as she placed the letter before him. "You better have done your best, you brat." With a silent huff, Katsuki peeled the crest away from the letter, letting the small disc from within fall onto the table. There was a few beats of silence in the kitchen, only broken by the sizzling of the stove. A light flickered on the disc and suddenly a projection of All Might was before him. "I am here." As a projection. Nothing came from the man for a moment other than the sound of shuffling papers. "Bakugu Katsuki. You passed your written portion of your exam with flying colors. One smart cookie you are. As for the practical portion of your exam, you came in first with only villain points. An astounding feat of power. I am pleased to inform you that you have passed the Hero Course entrance exam and will be placed in the 1A Hero Course come the start of the school year. Along with that, I will have the pleasure of teaching you heroics classes this year. This is your Hero Academia, young Bakugu." With that, the projection fizzled and disappeared. Scrounging in the envelope further, Katsuki found his physical copy of his score on the test along with a checklist for resources needed for his classes. His hands shook as tears welled into his eyes, his dream coming to the front of his mind. He didn't deserve this. What he deserved was to be blacklisted everywhere as a suicide baiter. Someone's hands gripped his shoulders, but Katsuki couldn't care as tears continued to pour from his eyes. This was all so wrong. Izuku should have been here with him, celebrating while their mothers doted on them over getting into UA. It was all his fault that Izuku was gone and that the boy never got a chance to live out his dream. The warm hands left Katsuki's shoulders as someone called out to somebody else. Probably his parents trying to get each other to do something. His stomach rolled and he felt the papers dropping from his hands. Slowly his awareness of the room returned and he was acutely aware of the smell of his mother's quirk. Her hands must have been the one placed on his shoulders. Blinking a few tears away, he looked around the room. His mother was standing off in the corner, his face distorted in distraught while his father cradled her gently. Taking his hands from his lap, he shakily knocked them against the table. In unison, his parents whipped their heads around towards him. He was quickly swept up into a hug by his mother, her arms trembling around him. His father spoke instead of signing this time, his hands a little too shaky. "Katsuki, please tell us what's wrong. Don't push us away anymore." Katsuki gave a shuddering breath, his chest tight. Coughing, Katsuki finally spoke for the first time that day. "It's all my fault. My fault that Izuku is missing. My fault that Auntie is sad. All my fault." His mouth shut and the blonde teen was silent once again, the strain on his throat already shooting pain up his vocal cords. Even more warmth encompassed him than before as his father descended upon him and wrapped him into a hug as well. Tears welled back up into his eyes and he began to silently sob again, placing his face onto his father's shoulder. It didn't take long for the warmth of his mother to disappear, only being left as a hand on his back. Her voice was solemn and quiet. "Katsuki, why do you think it's your fault?" Katsuki sniffled, pressing his hand to his mother's and tracing gently on her palm. He pulled his hand away, letting it fall to his side with the other. Then he pulled his face away from his father, expecting him to regard him with disgust. Instead, he was studying him as he usually did, quiet and quick. His father's eyes darted over him, then looked at his mother. Staying silent, Katsuki tilted his head downwards, awaiting the inevitable hit from his mother. Instead, she scoffed behind him, "We'll have to contact Inko and let her know. I'll go call her now and then we'll decide what happens based on her." With that, his mother's footsteps drifted off to wherever her phone was plugged in. Distantly, Katsuki could hear the murmur of his mother's voice on the phone. There was no shouting, there usually never was when it came to Inko. Instead of focusing on it, Katsuki looked to his father, who was frowning at the floor. His face was drawn tight as he spoke. "Why, Katsuki?" Sighing, Katsuki unpeeled his arms from his sides. "He's quirkless." That was all he left it at, letting his hands fall to his sides. Across from him, his father just shook his head dismissively. "That's no excuse, Katsuki. We'll have to look into that as well." At that, Katsuki frowned and pulled his arms closer to himself, plastering them into a loose hug around his body. The tapping of his mother's feet returned as she came back into the kitchen. "Inko will be over to join us for dinner and talk about this. Go make yourself presentable." Her voice was chilly, but Katsuki understood her meaning. He stumbled to his feet, walking to the stairs and back to his room. He, himself, might have been silent, but his mind was racing, chasing its own tail over what his father had said. What were they going to do about Yue? About his own next steps? He ended up taking a quick shower and putting on a nicer shirt. By the time he got downstairs, Inko had already arrived. She was being coddled over by his mother, but it didn't take long for her to look towards him. Over everything else, she looked tired. Bags sagged beneath her dull green eyes and Katsuki winced. He finished his descent from the stairs and hovered beside the two mothers. Carefully, Inko got herself free from his mother's coddling and approached Katsuki. The only thing he could rasp out was a small, "I'm sorry," then he was silent once more. Inko looked him up and down, her eyes more critical than he had ever seen them. She sighed, pressing her hands against her face. "I'd hope you are. Let's eat before we get into business." Her feet were quiet as they walked to the kitchen. Katsuki's mother gave him a scathing look while Katsuki hung his head and followed after them. Together the family of three and their guest ate in awkward silence. Once the meal was completed, Inko placed her hands on her lap. Her voice was shaky, a difference from when she spoke to Katsuki in the entranceway. "I don't hold anything against you, Katsuki. I should but I don't, because you can't be the only catalyst for Izuku's decision. He left me a note when he disappeared, and well, I think there were a lot of things to think about." Inko sighed, her eyes falling to her plate. "I don't want you reprimanded for this. We can just keep it quiet for now and you can reveal it to others when you're ready." Katsuki was about to speak, maybe even thank her profusely, but she raised a hand, halting his mouth. She gave him a contemplative look. "But I have one condition. I want both you and Mitsuki put into therapy. I want to see you change by the time UA has their midterms, or else I'll request you be removed. Does everyone agree to these terms?" It seemed the lawyer in her was really coming out as she looked between the small family. His mother opened her mouth but closed it with a snap while his father just solemnly nodded. Gulping, Katsuki placed his trembling hands against the table. "I promise I'll change. For Izuku." Inko gave him another look, but she seemed to find something she liked as she gave him a small smile. Turning her attention from him to his mother, she huffed with a reminiscent simper. "And don't you dare argue with me, Mitsuki. I've been trying to get you into therapy for years now." Katsuki's mother just rubbed the back of her neck nervously and stayed silent. The whole family agreed to Inko's terms and the tension relented its grip on the smaller woman's body. She reached downwards to her purse, shuffling around until she found something. A wrapped box was placed on the table. "Anybody want some cake?" Together it felt like that past had come back to give Katsuki a warm hug. He only wished that Izuku could have been there with them, laughing over a cake Inko more than likely stressed baked. He would become the best hero in the world, if only to save people like Izuku. Everything was perfectly fine and calm. That's what Izuku wanted his life to be like. Calm, quiet, spending time with his friends and companions while taking on commissions to provide for himself. Just a simple teenager doing a not-so-simple job, that's all he hoped for in life. At least, that's what he tells himself at night to let him sleep. Of course, nothing can ever be calm for Izuku Midoriya, especially when he has been contacted by one of the most intelligent people in the world. Right now, he just wants to pretend he didn't get a message from the principal of UA and to just eat his croissant. The French really had it right when they invented this twisty bread. Such innovation. Probably the only thing they ever got right. To further his voluntary ignorance of his messaging board, Izuku took on as many commissions today as he could. That amounted to around 5, which he regretted by the third. It wasn't like the commissions were even that hard, someone asking for quirk counseling here and giving some gossip and a tip. Another person gossiping then asking about nutritional information. Izuku could care less about the workings of people outside of the cafe, but sometimes an information trade was better than nothing. So every time someone gossiped to him, he made a note of it in a book specialized for it. He ever so lovingly named it Probabilities Burn Book. Izuku thought he was a comedic genius at all times of day. Dabi and Himiko would disagree. That didn't matter though, as Izuku quickly flipped open his burn book and began coding down whatever the person across from him was muttering about. And this guy with a cloth eye covering just Effie, the person grunts, swinging their hand in a wide circle, leaps onto the back of the pro hero in front of me. Now, I may be a gutsy guy, but I'm not gutsy enough to take on a pro hero. To punctuate their point, the person smacks their stomach a little, but still, he brings these weird blades out and just slashes the poor sap. Now of course, I'm hightailing it out of there once the blades are out. The client's voice fizzles out as Izuku begins to ponder their words. What it sounded like was someone was targeting pro heroes. Quickly, Izuku scribbles something else and turns to his laptop. A quick search brings him fruit as a multitude of articles on someone named Stain flood his browser. The green-haired boy felt like the name was familiar, but turned to his client to verify. He sniffled, the eyes on his visor shaking a little. Have you ever heard the name Stain? The figure across from him stiffened, their voice fizzling and shaking. Quickly, they shoved their hands in their pockets. You can't be seriously suggesting I witnessed the hero killer jump a guy and got away scot-free. Sniffing again, Izuku twisted his laptop to face the guy. Well, this article seems to articulate his appearance well. Cloth eye covering, red and cream getup, and a couple other points you mentioned. With that confirmation, his client stiffens and their face pales. I saw the hero killer in action. Their voice trailed as they pulled Izuku's payment from their pocket. The bills were placed harshly against the table with his client drifting away, pale-faced. Snatching the bills into his bag, Izuku called out after them, distorting his voice extremely, and make sure you stay safe. Leaning back against the booth, Izuku turned to Dabi. Don't you ever get bored just standing there? Blinking and looking at Izuku, Dabi grunted, sometimes. But I gotta make sure you don't get yourself stabbed. Izuku could almost argue the young man's voice was haughty, but he elected to ignore it. Especially since it appeared his next client took their own volition to visit him an hour early. He had been at least hoping to get some food. Huffing, he adjusted his mask's vocal options, suching it up again. His anonymity was necessary now that he was getting bigger. Turning his gaze back to his newest client, Izuku began to scrutinize them. The first thing he noticed was that the person desperately needed some sort of moisturizer on their skin, especially their cheeks. Having cracks in their skin like that couldn't be healthy, especially since their body was constantly shaking. Moving his eyes away from the figure's skin, he took note of their oddly colored hair, even more odd for this day and age. It was an almost opulent pastel blue, the roots whiter than the tips of it, and it was very stringy and almost tangled together. The client's eyes were a startling crimson, reminding him of Bakugo. He shook his head, dismissing the thoughts and preparing for the stranger to sit before him and make their request. Their voice was as raspy and scratched as they looked, which didn't surprise Izuku at all. you're quite the hard NPC to come by, did you know that? Izuku wasn't all that familiar with video game language. He could tell what it was from the acronym NPC, but he had only recently got back into playing video games. He let his fingers tap rhythms into the table beneath him. I've been told by quite a few people so far. Just not so eccentrically. Was it proper to sass a customer? Probably not, but Izuku wasn't exactly the picture boy for customer service. At least he didn't have to deal with an HR department. Luckily, Izuku wasn't immediately killed where he sat by the crust personified. Instead, his client just raised a pale eyebrow. Interesting dialogue. Well, I better get back to the main quest. There was a shuffling sound as the stranger grasped something from their hoodie pocket. I have one single request for you. I want a full analysis on All Might. I'll give you triple your usual rates and maybe even something dash. Izuku's hands dug into the table, not strong enough to crack the wood. Why? Why do you want that? It was probably even more improper to cut a client off, but Izuku had a pit growing in his stomach that wasn't happy. Looking more affronted than before, his client grunted in assent. I want to take All Might down. Tear the symbol of peace away from the world and watch society crumble. Izuku felt like dry heaving, but he couldn't, not in front of everyone here. Especially when he still had one client left for the day. His fingers dug even further into the grooves of the table as he tried to stabilize himself. I refuse, was the only thing he could croak out of his progressively drying throat. Eyes darted from his client, to the table, and then to Dabi. He never returned his gaze to the client, eyes darting all over the cafe instead. There was silence stretching between them, and Izuku could pinpoint the moment Dabi realized how serious the situation was getting, the shifting of fabrics giving Izuku a clue to his movement. There was another beat of silence after Dabi had begun moving before the stranger across from his spoke again. Their voice was dripping with disbelief and affronted venom. You refuse? To take down All Might, one of the biggest blights on society? I thought you were a highly respected analyst, maybe another player for my team. Turns out you're just an NPC like everyone else. Izuku's lip curled beneath his mask, but he didn't rise to the bait. Instead, he tried to ground himself, gritting his teeth and spitting back at his former client. You're going to see the issues in how you're going about this soon enough. I'm an analyst, not a reality check. Relenting his fingers from the table, Izuku grunted and twisted his head towards the door. Dabi. With the acknowledgement, Dabi moved from his position beside Izuku. Firmly, he gripped the stranger's arm and pulled him to his feet. Izuku expected him to yell, to say that probability would rue the day he crossed some boogeyman of the underground, but nothing came. The client left in silence, eerie red eyes never leaving the analyst's form. When Dabi finally came back, that was when Izuku began to lose his composure. For 15 minutes, Izuku sat there dry heaving and letting tears run down his eyes. Somewhere between the 5 and 7 minute marks, Himiko had joined Dabi in comforting him. Once the panic was gone from Izuku's system, he cleaned his face and returned to the table. That was certainly an experience. It was a bait for conversation, one Himiko seemed glad to take. She bared her fangs. I could hear you from the booth over. He sounded like he had some barbed stick up his butt, for what it's worth. Personally, I think you made the right decision. Her head fell against his shoulder and he didn't have the energy to push her away. Instead he sighed, turning to Dabi for any sort of wisdom. The black-haired man had been delved into crime long before Izuku had, so the analyst was hoping for any pointers. Dabi was contemplative, easily matching Izuku's gaze. You did good. If I was in your shoes at your age, I probably would have crumbled beneath his gaze. It was a good decision too. That man-child doesn't know what he's asking for. Not in the way he thinks, at least. Izuku grunted, hands wringing. I guessed as much. I'm not one to defend All Might, but to take down the symbol of peace? Until heroic society realizes they can't place all their eggs in one basket, there's no way that All Might can fall. Dabi's knuckles knocked against Izuku's head. You're coming up with a plan in that head of yours, huh? Giving Dabi a tight smile, one that didn't reach his eyes, Izuku shrugged. Maybe. If I keep hearing about this guy, I think we might have to step in. Air left Dabi's nostrils in a whistle. It was an act that never failed to leave Izuku giggling. The man never even meant to let it happen, but the escaping air whistled every time. Himiko's head shook on Izuku's shoulder as the two laughed at the glowering Dabi. It was such a personal scene that Izuku was glad for the privacy the booth at the back gave him. He felt Dabi's warm hand placed against his shoulder and leaned slightly into the touch. Moments of calm like this were what he wanted. Just serene little snippets in the chaotic spacing of his life. Now isn't this quite the domestic scene? The voice should have sent off alarm bells in Izuku's head. He could vaguely recognize it, the intonation was off, leaving a nasally sense of falseness behind. Blearily, he blinked away at the familial scene, only now registering both his friends raising their metaphorical hackles at the newcomer. Once Izuku found his place back in the world, he grunted. Blinking once more, he almost wheezed in disbelief at what he saw. That was the first thing he could register. The wall of red behind the man was so imposing in person that Izuku was already feeling faint. After that, Izuku realized that everyone in the cafe had gone silent, staring at the newcomer. Vaguely, he could make out the figures of Ambrosia and Delrix, imposing themselves over the counter to stare at Izuku's new client. Trying to regrasp his bearings, Izuku focused on the red feathers that were different from dragons. At first they already looked coarser, more worn and used than the crime bosses. Dragons reminded him of feathers found in a pillow, these looked like they would feel like knives. His hands absent-mindedly ran against the grains of the table, wondering if it would be improper to ask to feel them. The silence stretched onwards and the pro-hero was obviously becoming bothered by it. He hummed and leaned against the table, golden hair flashing in fluorescent lighting. You know, it's improper to not greet your guests. Dabi grunted somewhere off to Izuku's left, the shifting of clothing following soon after. From his right, Izuku could make out the low hiss of Himiko. Carefully, he nudged both of them and shook his head. That was the first thing everyone associated with him. That was all Izuku could see. What do you need? Izuku's golden pupils on his visor shrank. Pro-hero Hawks. There was a low tone in the responding sound Hawks gave Izuku, something the boy could almost describe as a coo. Izuku scrunched his nose at the sound, giving the man another up and down. Hawks just stretched his grin further, somehow still missing his eyes. Well, I guess I'm just that recognizable, huh? When the blonde was greeted with more silence, he only whistled. Tough crowd. Excuse me. He slid himself into the booth across from Izuku where Dabi sat. The black-haired man stiffened, and Izuku swore he could already smell the smoke that might come from his friend's hands. Instead, as if some grace was placed over Izuku, Dabi kept his composure, relenting to only giving the bird-quirked man a nasty glare. Ignoring the glare, Hawks just hummed pleasantly to himself, "This is quite the booth you've got. Best in the house, I'd assume." Scrunching his nose further beneath his mask, Izuku released an auto-tuned sigh. Pausing, he fidgeted with his mask, switching from his auto-tune setting, which Himiko must have bumped when they were comforting him, to his randomized tone setting. Leveling Hawks with as much of a look as his eyes would allow, Izuku huffed, "Hawks." Golden eyes crinkled at the edges, amusement evident at his predicament. "Apologies, little brain. You want to know why I'm here? I want an analysis, obviously." There was something in the man's tone, some dip that Izuku only just caught before it disappeared. Placing that fact into the back of his head, Izuku clasped his hands together. "Well, your message was quite vague, so enlighten me, pro-hero. What exactly do you need an analysis on?" Instead of giving Hawks room to answer, Izuku leaned forwards on the table, placing most of his weight onto his elbows. "You are the golden boy of heroes, perfect in every way, shape, and form. What do you have an issue with that a professional analyst could not possibly solve?" Once he had gotten his point across, Izuku leaned back further, his back bumping against the seat of the booth. Hawk's smile had fallen within the time Izuku was leaning towards him but was back in place just as quick. An airy laugh was the first response Izuku got as Hawks dipped his head into his hand. "Nice intimidation tactic. Does it usually work on pro-heroes?" Izuku stayed silent, his mind clicking along at its usual pace. Seemingly slighted by the lack of response, Hawks gave a dismissive sigh. "Fine. My weakness. I need something that could help me with it. Izuku cracked a single eyebrow, his lips lifting at the edges underneath his mask. You have a weakness? The great winged hero, Hawks? Humor me then. If my allies make you so nervous, write it down in this here notebook. Then only I will see it. Carefully, Izuku pried a notebook from his bag. In neat calligraphy, the front read the words, Winged Hero, Hawks. Noting Hawks' wary gaze towards the notebook, Izuku quickly released his hands from it and pulled them back into his lap. When Hawks finally began writing, Izuku nudged Dabi in the leg to ensure he wasn't looking. Dabi glowered as he raised his gaze but met Izuku's eyes. Izuku scrunched his brows together, even if Dabi couldn't see it, and traced letters into the man's knee. Slowly, Izuku pulled his hands back into his lap. By the time he had finished, Hawks had pushed the notebook back. Tugging the notebook close, Izuku ran his eyes over the words with his lips tugging upwards once more. Taking a pen from his bag, he clicked it on and began scribbling on the next bag. His hands moved quickly and his mind was tunnel-visioned on the task ahead. Once he had finished, he snapped the notebook shut, pulling tape out from his bag and sealing the notebook. Sliding it back across the table to Hawks, Izuku let his digital eyes crescent as if he was smiling. Make sure you open that in a secure location, okay? It'd be very dangerous in the wrong hands. He let an inflection of a threat enter his tone, and he watched as Hawks stiffened for a moment, then fell back into his persona. Hawks gave Izuku a thin, worthless smile as he tugged the notebook close to him. A pleasure doing business with you, probability. I gave the money to your scarred friend over there while you were focused. Turning his gaze to Dabi, he watched the man grunt and nod. Once Izuku turned back to where Hawks was, the winged hero was gone, the only sign he left the echoing jingle over the door. With legs like jelly, Izuku stumbled to his feet and tried to stabilize himself. Himiko's hands were on his arm in an instant, the familiar feeling of her long nails reassuring. Once all three of the runaways left the booth, Izuku felt like he could collapse then and there. Instead of rushing him upstairs to his room, Himiko led him to where Ambrosia, Delrix, and Dragon were standing. Frowning. Gently, Izuku scrunched his brows under the mask once more. Dragon, when did you get here? Dragon rubbed at the back of their neck, rustling their hair, a few minutes after Hawks came in. That's besides the point. The crime boss began to twiddle their fingers, leading Delrix to lean forward. For their eyes were open as they stared down at Izuku. Come along. XYR blunt tone was nothing new, so Izuku dutifully followed after the people who had been watching over him for the past almost year. Once they got behind the counter, Izuku realized they were aiming for the kitchen. Ducking beneath the curtain, Izuku began to slowly tug at his mask and gear, setting them gently into his bag. Cracking his jaw a little, and ignoring the look Dabi gave him for it, Izuku pursued the fast pace of the spider villain. Delrix halted before the stairs, waiting at a door that Izuku had never noticed beneath them. With a click, the door was unlocked and Delrix stood back. Dragon's hand appeared on Izuku's shoulder, cold and jolting, as they nudged him forwards. With shaky steps, Izuku cracked the door open and felt like gagging. Inside the first room was a decorated waiting room like in a movie. It was mostly black with red-accented curtains and gold-colored couches. There was another door in the middle of the room which was flanked by two screens. What is this? Izuku was beginning to choke up already, his throat closing in on itself. Delrix only shook their head. That's not all. Open the other door. With shaky steps, Izuku carefully twisted the final knob as the door gave way. Inside was something Izuku could have only seen in his dreams. There was a large, dark oak wooden desk that took up most of the middle of the room, with two comfy-looking chairs settled in front of it. On the desk were 3 monitors, so Izuku could only assume there was a PC tower somewhere beneath it. From what Izuku could see, behind the desk there was a gaming-type rolling chair that was gold with green accents. The whole room was painted black, just like the waiting room, but instead of red accent curtains it had green and gold. The farthest wall held 2 large mahogany bookshelves filled with notebooks. With a trembling lip, Izuku turned to the 3 mutant-type adults in the room. All 3 of them were beaming down at him, and he couldn't resist the tears that began flowing from his eyes. His voice was choked once he finally spoke again. WH how? That was all he could manage as he felt the urge to collapse again. The three of them bundled him up into a hug, Ambrosia speaking softly. We had some favors pulled from some of Dragon's contacts. Now you don't have to meet so out in the open. Izuku sniffled, his tears hot against his cheeks. Why Mimi? Once his lips closed, the hug became so much tighter as all of them pulled him closer. Dragon's voice was soft and filled with more emotions than Izuku ever heard. Because you are the best thing to happen to this place. You deserve the world and more. Probability, you are a gift to all of us, so let us give you these gifts in return. While Izuku could have listed so many reasons why he shouldn't get the world, or anything from these people, the only thing he could stutter out was, Mi Midoriya Izuku. How he kept confessing these names in these situations stumped the boy, but he wasn't going to complain. At least he could get it off of his chest. Silence etched its way around him, but it was soon broken by the excited squealing of Himiko as she took in the room. Carefully, Izuku was separated from the hug as the three criminals looked at him. Dragon eyes flashed briefly and they gave him a weak grin. Well then, Midoriya. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. That got Izuku crying again as now all five of the others in the room were crushing him into a hug. Izuku never knew the true feeling of having a family, but this felt truly like home. The new year at UA has begun. The TV in the corner of the cafe droned on, the only thing interesting about it to Izuku being the news anchor. Their quirk was like Zetus where they had blue skin, but instead of being star-based, theirs gave them a bunch of eyes all up and down their body. Fitting for a news anchor to see everything, Izuku sighed to himself, his inner voice leaking contempt. His fingers drifted towards the remote, tempted to change the channel. Instead of doing so, he just dropped his fingers to his lap and pressed his cheek further into the table. There were no more appointments for him today, and his new client room wouldn't be ready until tomorrow, some schematics for the broadcast screens failing or something. As ignorant to his woes as ever, the news anchor kept their monotonous tone. As with every new year, we are excited to see what kinds of heroes in training will come up at the sports festival. Tomorrow there will be an announcement from the principal of UA regarding the new faculty members this year. Tune in for that. Now, onto the weather. With the end of the segment on UA, so too came the end of Izuku's attention span. The news recently was just so boring, leaving no room for any interesting stories like hero fights. Grunting, he shifted his placement on the table from his cheek to his chin, staring across the table. Across from him, Dabi was snoring away as if there was no care in the world. Izuku truly wished he could be as carefree as the man sometimes, but instead of voicing his thoughts, he just pouted at the man. Scrunching his eyes, he made an attempt to telepathically commune with his scar-covered friend, but instead of waking up the black-haired man just snored loudly. Blowing a raspberry at the sleeping man, Izuku lifted his head up and looked around the cafe. Everything seemed to be moving at a snail's pace today, seeing as the cafe was going through a low point. A few regulars milled around, discussions quiet and strained. Sometimes, one or two would spot him staring and give him a curt nod. To them, he probably just seemed like another stray that Delrix and Ambrosia picked up. Scrunching his nose, Izuku wished airily that Himiko would return soon. At least then the two of them could prank Dabi together. If it was just Izuku, Dabi would probably wake up and start calling him Little Moth again. A prank idea zipped into Izuku's head at the thought, his eyes glinting in excitement. He could put mothballs in Dabi's stuff. Sure, it would easily lead back to Izuku, but it would be oh so funny. Scrambling to his feet, the boy trudged towards the counter at the front of the cafe. One of the patrons sitting at the counter side gave him a wave, which he meekly returned. The man had light gray hair that was slicked back, and was wearing a very spiffy suit that seemed so out of place in the cafe. From off to his side, a higher-pitched voice talked the patron's ear off about video ideas, so Izuku just left the 2B. Ducking into the kitchen, he gave a beaming smile to Delrix, who opened 4 of their eyes and clicked their mandibles at him. Bounding up the stairs 2 at a time, the boy easily arrived at his destination in the hallway above. The placard on the door bore his name now, instead of just probability. With a twist, he shucked the door open and leapt for his disposable cash that everyone insisted he use. This would put it to good use, seeing as it both cheered him up and was getting some of the money out there. His feet rattled the floorboards as he took off from the room he called his own and leapt down the stairs. Delrix huffed from their place at the kitchen sink. "Don't be too reckless, you little twerp." The reverberation of their voice mixed with the mirthy affection left a warm feeling in Izuku's chest. He gave Zem a curt nod, slipping back into the front. Ducking underneath the class portion of the counter, he nodded to the regular at the stools again before heading out of the door. If he was lucky, he could make it to the convenience store and back before Dabi woke up. Shoes pounding against the deteriorated pavement, he veered left around a corner and came face to chest with someone who was a good margin taller than the boy. Backing up, he nervously glanced upwards, only to resist the urge to gape. Looking right down at him was the stern face of Eraserhead. The underground hero, however, was wearing some civilian clothing. With furrowed brows, the black-haired man gave Izuku a critical look. "Watch where you're running next time, kid." With that, his first hero client ever was gone around the corner, without even making the connection between them, leaving Izuku blubbering like a fish. Shaking his head, he continued his trek onwards to the convenience store. Shuffling his shoes against the glaring tile, he finally found what he was looking for. Quickly purchasing them, he sprinted from the store towards the cafe. He took the nearest right, aiming for the familiar walls decorated with spiderwebs. Briefly, he entertained the thought of if Delrix had made the webs himself. Dismissing the thought as abruptly as it appeared, he ducked within the cafe. Heading towards the counter with a small skip in his step, the green-haired boy missed the interested look of a dark-eyed man in a nearby booth. Skipping up the stairs just as fast as before, the boy began to plot out his prank. He would need to get Dabi away from his apartment for a little, so with a sly grin, he bounded right back downstairs. His feet clicked against the flooring in the cafe, ominous to everyone but his target. Dabi snored against the booth seating, just as Izuku had left him. With a quick nudge, the boy spoke in a low tone. "Bacon? Burnt Baconator. The Baconator Extreme. Dabi." Once the man's proper name had been spoken, he cracked a single blue eye open to Izuku. Giving him a simple grin, Izuku tried to use his puppy eyes. "Could you please go to the good convenience store, the one 2 blocks down, and get me a slushie?" Delrix already said it would be fine. A blatant lie, but if worse came to worse, Izuku could use his puppy eyes again. Dabi grumbled listlessly to the air, resolve already cracking in an almost obvious manner. He huffed through his nose, blowing a little smoke and ash out. With a twisted grimace, he pushed himself up from his resting position. "Fine, but you better cover for me too if I come back with one as well." Brightening at the implication, Izuku gave the man an almost desperate nod, which elicited a light cackle from the man. Once the older of the two left, Izuku let a borderline maniacal smile spread across his face. Twice, he almost fell flat on his face as he scrambled to leave the cafe and go to Dabi's apartment complex. The desk was used to seeing him, just waving him off as he scrambled up to the elevator with a bag in his arms. Finally, he arrived at Dabi's apartment and procured his keycard that Dabi had given him in case of emergencies. Stepping carefully through the room, he began laying the mothball on anything and everything. If something was left out in the open, Izuku was ready to strike it with a mothball. He especially caked the man's closet and clothing drawers. In a rush to get back before Dabi returned, the boy left the packaging in the nearby trash can. Feet pattering against the tile of the cafe, Izuku leapt into the previously occupied booth, releasing a small oof at the collision. It took a few more minutes before Dabi returned, but when he came back he was loftily holding 2 enormous slushies. Izuku beamed at the sight, taking his cherry one from Dabi. The man leaned against Izuku as he slurped his own, that looked suspiciously like black licorice. Later, Izuku decided, was when he would lecture his friend on poor taste. Izuku's phone ruined the heartfelt moment as it buzzed haphazardly against his thigh. A few days ago he had gotten Ofu to hotwire it to his computer, so now any alerts that went to his ask box now came on his phone. Fumbling with his slushie, he got the cold drink onto the table and pulled the phone out hazardously. Frantically, he looked through the notification. Once he got a grasp on what it was for, he lowered his tone almost immediately. Dabi, we've got a client coming in 10 minutes. Can you alert Delrix and Ambrosia? Stiffening, the man nodded and the two rushed behind the counter together. Once they emerged into the kitchen, the two split. Izuku rushed upstairs to don his probability costume as soon as he could. Once he finally got his hoodie up and ensured the bunny ears looked correct, he took bounds down the stairs and beelined to the alleyway exit of the kitchen. Cracking his knuckles, he pushed the front doors of the cafe open and tried to pretend he was someone else entirely. All eyes turned to look at him, but no one moved to stop him as his gaze roved through the booths until he got to his usual. Flipping a notebook and his laptop open, Izuku settled against the booth for the last few moments until his client's appearance. It didn't take long for the man to appear, a mask covering his face and a top hat donning his head. Izuku coughed once the man sat down, Dabi arriving just on time to stand as his bodyguard. The man's eyes darted to Izuku's mask, which Izuku had set to a golden question mark. You must be art of the role, yes? His client stiffened, giving him a quick nod. Yes, I am. I'm glad you were able to answer me so quickly. Giving the man a soft chuckle, Izuku only shook his head. I'm only glad I'm able to help. Now, his fingers tapped against the table. Could you tell me what exactly is wrong? With a roll of his arms, the man gave him a curt nod. Yes, I can. So, recently, I have been unable to deactivate my quirk. Usually I can turn off my abilities by replicating a click of my tongue, but even that took a while to develop. Izuku's mask went blank for a moment before his usual golden pinpricks returned. He glanced from side to side, mind racing. The implication that the man took a while to develop his original defusal argued something, however, so Izuku decided to pursue that train of thought. His voice changer crackled hazily and he allowed his digital eyes to grow a little. Did you have to consciously create this method of deactivation? A frown graced his client's face as the question layered on him. Leaning back, Izuku allowed for the man to think, but it didn't take long for him to siphon his answer. Placing his hands against the table, Izuku sighed, which turned into dismissible static in his mask. You may be subconsciously changing your deactivation. Have you learned any new skills recently that you have been focusing on? Something seemed to click in his client's mind as the man snapped his fingers. Seemingly complete, Izuku leaned back with a self-satisfied grin. Well, that was quite the quick session. The man nodded, patting at his pockets until he stiffened. Ah, it seems I have left your payment at my abode. Is there any other way I could pay you? With a quick wave, Izuku dismissed the man. You needn't pay me for this. It was quick and didn't even breach my usual client time. Yet the man even dismissed Izuku's dismissal. No, I must repay you for this. Would you take information? Pausing, Izuku looked to the man. What kind of information? Satisfied, the man gave Izuku a once-over, something on the whispers the underground spreads. A simple trade. Are you interested? Sending a quick look to Dabi, Izuku leaned forwards. Lay it on me. Perking up, the man nodded and tipped his hat. Of course. Recently, when I've encountered small criminals, petty thieves and assault, they've been mentioning someone recruiting for something. I'm unsure as to what they're recruiting for, of course, but it doesn't seem good. According to my most recent eavesdrop, they may even be meeting tomorrow just past lunchtime at a warehouse near here. The man made to stand, and Izuku let him as he bowed his head. Taking a deep, settling breath, he stared up at the man once more. Thank you for the exchange. Enjoy the rest of your day, sir. All he got was a top hat tip in return. Once his only client for the day was gone, Izuku slumped forward. He had to get out of the area if he wanted to discuss without being overheard, so he got over his whiplash and stood up. Dabi rolled his shoulders and made for the bathroom while Izuku just waltzed towards the doors. Leaving the cafe, he took a few shuddering breaths and then beelined for the alleyway. Stepping within the kitchen, he removed his gear and waited for Dabi to return. The very first thing Dabi said, however, contradicted Izuku's whole thought process. You are not going to that meeting, Izu? The man basically hissed out. Izuku groaned, pressing his face to the metal island. You can't say that, Dabi. This is something big. Dabi just hovered over him, voice harsh. Yes, I can say that, and no, you aren't. This is something big, yes, but it's something bigger than you. Izuku, this is something dangerous, and something that either shouldn't be touched or should be ignored. Izuku huffed, placing his hands beside his head and pushing himself up. But Dabi. His voice was high and he knew he was whining, but he desperately wanted to leap at this chance. Maybe it was an innate sense of justice, or maybe it was that deep down he still wanted to be a hero. Ignoring the last sentiment, Izuku dug deep within him and pulled out his best puppy eyes. Dabi grunted, pressing his hands against his scars and smushing his face. Fine. You can go, Izuku began cheering, but cut it off when Dabi continued speaking. If you can use the training from the cavern and beat me in a spar. Pausing, Izuku furrowed his brows. It had been a few weeks since Izuku had taken up training at the cavern. Dragon had mentioned it offhandedly one day, so now the analyst was training under another of their lieutenants. Squaring his shoulders, Izuku gave the man a curt nod. Fine. In the building you found me first? Dabi huffed, giving a nod in return. If that suits you. Together, the two took off for the door. Once they were finally at their destination, they took their places across from each other. Izuku breathed through his nose. Rules? With a thoughtful glance, Dabi tapped his chin. I won't use my quirk to give you a fair chance, but we have to be wary of aiming for falling over. This isn't exactly a padded room. Agreeing with a huff, Izuku readied himself in a familiar stance. Dabi gave him a once-over. You sure about this? With passion flaring in his eyes, Izuku nodded once more. Groaning, Dabi sighed and readied himself. Alrighty then. Come at me, little moth. Circling Dabi, Izuku kept his steps cautious as he analyzed the man. Truly, he had never seen his friend fight. Mostly when Dabi fought, it was out of the cafe or just breaking up random scuffles while Izuku was away. With a twist of his face, Izuku took a gamble and made the first move. Quickly lunging forwards, he aimed for Dabi's legs with his own, trying to immobilize him quickly. Seeing through his advance, Dabi jumped backwards and flipped his own palm to strike Izuku. Taking the slap, Izuku huffed and stepped back as well. Once more the two returned to circling each other. This time, Dabi took the offense as he raced for Izuku, aiming for his midsection. Izuku let him approach, then dropped and kicked his leg out behind him. Dabi, unaware of the trick, tumbled forwards. Twisting into a standing position, Izuku raced towards Dabi's prone form. Jumping on top of him, the two devolved into messy wrestling until finally, Izuku ended up with his knee on Dabi's chest. Heaving, Dabi's hand slapped the ground twice. I submit. Beaming, Izuku stepped off of his friend and lifted him up. See, I can take care of myself. Dabi's eyes crinkled softly and he nodded. I can see that. At the least, can I come with you? Pressing a thoughtful finger to his chin, Izuku tapped his foot in faux ponderance. Shrugging, the boy grinned slyly at Dabi. Sure, I mean taking out evil schemes is better with friends, right? The power of friendship and that whole shebang. Chuckling, Dabi smacked Izuku's back. That's true. All right, let's get you home and rested for tomorrow. The two departed the apartment, scuffed and bruising but happy. The warm air was torn in two by Dabi. Don't tell Delrix though. Swiftly, Izuku gave Dabi a frantic nod, obviously. Later that night, Dabi would arrive in his mothball-covered apartment and cry out, Izuku, to the heavens. Izuku sneezed in his sleep, unaware of his friend's plight that he had induced. Dabi was a thug first and an older brother last. In all honesty, the moment he became a thug, he released his older brother moniker. With the entrance of Izuku, the little teen who paraded as probability, into his life, he wondered if becoming a thug was truly the right decision. Taking the skewer from between his lips, he spit any wood chunks that split from it. Another reminder that maybe being a thug wasn't for him, because after he had seen Izuku coughing too hard whenever he smoked, he began to stop. Was he that weak-hearted? Or was his new charge, little brother, changing him for the better? His shoulders shuddered as they fell, the tension leaving him once the green-haired boy finally left the cafe. It wasn't rational to be so worried about the boy, especially when he was just getting his gear, but this wasn't a very rational time. Smoke puffed from his throat, leftovers from a recent bout of practice against thugs in the alleyways. Izuku's eyes roved the streets, lightening once they landed on Dabi. His duffel bag swayed with movement as he waved to his friend. The man wanted to preserve that light, but instead of making any moves just stomped on his foot. That jolted them from his thoughts, so he languidly raised his hand and gave a lazy wave. There was no traffic where the cafe was, too many people were too scared to venture down this way, so Dabi didn't even blink an eye at Izuku crossing the road. Once the boy had reached Dabi's side, he slung an arm across the lower shoulders of the boy. Low grumbling came from his charge, but Dabi just gave him a lean smirk. "You ready to mess with some criminals?" Izuku seemed to let his annoyance at Dabi go at that, his body losing tension by the second. The boy's green curls jumbled and tangled as he rapidly nodded his head. "Absolutely." A resolute tone entered the boy's voice, leaving Dabi scrambling to catch up. He could feel his eyes softening at the edges, cursing himself out mentally for growing attached. It was easy to do so, however, with how the boy seemed to radiate the feeling of being understood. His arm retracted from Izuku's shoulder, the two just allowing the walk to settle on them. This was going to be a challenge, especially if Dabi was right. In the end, this felt like something bigger than them. Something that would change the trajectory of his world. He wasn't one to be superstitious, however. That title belonged to his little brother, not the one beside him, but the one he had left at home all those years ago. Natsuo's face briefly flared within his vision, but Dabi just mentally swatted it away and tried to focus elsewhere. Luckily for him, Izuku had begun to mutter about their plan. Desperate to contribute to anything but thinking of his family, Dabi latched onto the trailing words. He ran the words under the melting ice of his brain, looking at Izuku while the boy spoke. Huffing, he crossed his arms but continued walking. "You think it might be connected to frosted skin flakes?" His heart shrank when Izuku's muttering halted, the boy's viridian eyes staring into him. Deep down, he had hoped Izuku had forgotten about the blue-haired man who had almost threatened him, but life never gave Dabi what he wanted. Izuku's face shifted from a concentrated grimace into a genuine frown. "The blue-haired man? I see no reason it could be him. Sure, he was a little out of touch, but I doubt he would go this." His voice began to trail, briefly meeting Dabi's eyes. Giving the boy a sour grimace, Dabi tried to convey his seriousness. The man had meant business, that was obvious enough, and if it meant coming down to it, Dabi wouldn't put it past him to do this. There was a flicker of something across Izuku's face, something Dabi couldn't hope to place, but it was gone as fast as it had appeared. A dramatic cold wind blew across the two of them, shaking Izuku's curls across his face. Dabi's grimace turned into a frown. After all of this, he would have to ask Izuku about getting a haircut. It couldn't be comfortable to have that much hair on his head. Izuku's eyes glanced over Dabi's face and only just flickered away, leaving the younger boy huffing. "Well, if it turns out to be him, then that's why there's two of us, right? Safety in numbers." Dabi cut Izuku off, letting his frown turn into a smile. "And the power of friendship, yada yada, little moth." Swiping his hand into Izuku's curls, Dabi ruffled the green hair then let go. "I won't leave you on your own for this. So why don't we pick up the pace and march on over to that warehouse? Or is the friendship maestro rethinking his decision?" Slowly Izuku's face warped from thoughtful concern into subdued excitement. It was enough for Dabi's grin to grow softer, and for him to wrap his arm back around the boy's shoulder. Together, the two ventured towards the warehouse. Along the route, Dabi allowed for Izuku to murmur and mutter about whatever he could process. Whether that be random quirks he had seen on the news or just people they passed by on the street. As they approached the warehouse, however, it became clear that they were arriving at their destination. People he'd see in alleys, and beat up in said alleys, were all streaming towards the warehouse. Dabi's grip on Izuku became a little tighter as they approached, but neither of them mentioned it. Quickly, the two ducked within the warehouse at a side entrance, then crouched behind some leftover cargo containers. Dabi kept watch as Izuku shucked his bag off of his shoulder. The boy was quick, Dabi would give him that, so it didn't take long for his analyst outfit to make an appearance. Currently, the plan was that the two would hang back to allow Izuku ample area to scour and analyze the situation. Gripping Izuku, Dabi hauled the two of them onto the container they were hiding behind, then wheezed. He was really out of shape. If this was going to be a regular thing, maybe he should start training too. Izuku set a notebook in front of him, laying on his stomach and watching the gathered crowd mill about. Tapping his fingers against his thigh, Dabi watched as the golden dot eyes on the boy's mask darted around, taking in all the sights. It was always a treat to watch the boy analyze, but sometimes it made him feel dumb for not seeing the obvious answers that Izuku did. Relaxing into a sitting position, Dabi leaned against a nearby crate and watched as well. Just as Izuku was connecting his pen to his notebook, Dabi jolted and at a resounding crash from around the warehouse. Moving to his knees, the man's eyes roved the warehouse, chest brimming with smoky anxiety. The source of the crash, to his absolute despair, came from the shutter gates over the entrances to the warehouse. Every single shutter had been forced closed and looked to be locked. It would be easy enough to burn his way out of there, but it would make too much smoke way too early. Wide golden dots met Dabi's blue eyes and the man grimaced. He had agreed to stay with Izuku for the whole excursion, even through this mishap. Before he could even move to reassure Izuku, a familiar rough voice echoed through the warehouse. "I'm so lucky all of you could make it here." The villain was standing at the front of the warehouse on some raised crates. A grin was plastered on his face, furthering the cracks in his skin as red eyes glared over the crowd. Just behind him, Dabi could see a figure made of smoke and a nice suit. Furrowing his brows, the black-haired man listened as hard as he could. Krusty continued speaking, his voice even worse than when Dabi had skirted him from the cafe. "Today will be the end of an era and the start of a new rule." There was so much conviction in his tone that Dabi could almost believe he was certain. Still, he stayed silent, only placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Red eyes narrowed over the crowd. "This will be a new era for all of us. Those of us who were thrown to be the dirt beneath society's shoes. Today will mark the beginning of chaos. For today, we will be taking down the tyrant All Might." As a whooping cry emitted from the crowd, but all Dabi could feel was a wash of numbness over him. He should have known that Izuku's rejection wouldn't stop the man, but this made him feel sick. Beneath his hand, Izuku had flinched at the mention of the top hero. Still, the two remained silent, trying to keep from at the very least getting caught. The figure behind the blue-haired man spoke, their voice deeper and more monotone. "Everyone within this warehouse," a shot of anxiety caused Dabi to shiver, "will be transported into the training facility of UA. Currently within that facility will be the golden class of 1A. There will be 3 teachers, Eraserhead, 13, and All Might. All of you will be designated into areas that shall benefit you, and you are to take down any student you find. The best of you will remain in the center with Shigaraki and I." Mist began to emit from the figure's face, enveloping everyone in the center. Before Dabi knew it, a vacuum-like sound came from behind the two of them. Izuku jolted to his feet, trying to step away from the inky mist. Gripping the boy tight, Dabi made to run away, but was intercepted by another portal. Keeping Izuku close, he let the mist spill over them and encompass them in darkness. Sound rushed into Dabi's ears as he emerged from the mist sandwich. Reaching outwards, he resisted the urge to GG when he realized he could no longer feel Izuku in his arms. Somehow the mist had separated the two of them. Rock tumbled outwards everywhere Dabi looked, but he could see a few criminals from the warehouse placed precariously around. Hands gripped Dabi as someone helped him find his balance. Looking to the side, he was met by the face of a man who looked like some kind of wild rodent. The man gave him an easy grin. "Steady there, pal, you were the last of us to emerge. We're all focused over here." They must have thought he was one of them. How quaint. If Dabi was going to find Izuku, however, that meant he would have to cooperate until he could slip away. Shoes rubbing against loose pebbles, Dabi pursued the criminal towards probably just under a dozen others. The man leading Dabi over waved to the others, "We've got one more, guys." Noise clambered from the others as they stumbled over each other to greet him. Placing his hand on his hip, Dabi surveyed the crowd. Frankly, they didn't look like much, so if he was lucky he could get away if even the smallest student came over. Someone made to talk, if the way they opened their mouth as proof enough. Instead of words, however, a crackling sound came from all around them. Cold chased right after the sound, and soon enough ice had encompassed all of them. The others began to shiver, but Dabi just stared them down from within his icy prison. Seriously, these thugs were the worst of the worst. No wonder none of them had ended up at the plaza. Turning his head to the source of the ice, Dabi felt his blood run colder than it ever had before. All he could see was red accompanied by flames. Blue eyes glared down in contempt at him, but quickly moved on as the boy looked over the crowd. No mist escaped Dabi's mouth as he breathed, trying desperately to stay silent. This wasn't how he wanted to be reunited with this boy. He wanted it to be impactful and dramatic. Not him wallowing over the cold that could never touch him in a harmful way. Shouting drew Dabi's attention as two thugs tried to surprise attack the student. Using this as a distraction, Dabi subtly lit his hand on fire. If he was lucky, the low temperature around them from the boy he definitely didn't know ice would keep his body stable. The blue flame licked at the ice, easily creating a pool of water beneath him. With calculated steps, Dabi made to step away from the sad sack of thugs who tried to associate with him. The cracking sound returned, but Dabi knew better this time, throwing more blue flames outwards towards the source. Heterochromatic eyes stared into Dabi's soul as the man frowned. "Nice parlor trick you've got there, kid. Got anything else up your sleeve?" Around him, the criminals seemed to rejoice under the idea that he was going to free them. How they came to that conclusion Dabi could never guess. Shoto, Dabi couldn't keep ignoring him at this point, glared at him, mist flowing from his mouth. Seems the little prodigy didn't have that good of temperature control then. All the more better for Dabi. Flexing his hand, Dabi willed the flames to grow, ignoring the heat pooling on his palm. An easy grin split across his face, an attempt to appear in control. "It's just you and me, Ice Boy. If you come closer, I may even tell you a secret." Dual-colored brows furrowed as Shudo gave Dabi a once-over. That was fine. He didn't expect him to trust the man anyways. Still, against what appeared to be the boy's better judgment, he stepped forwards. Allowing the flame to dim, Dabi folded down to Shudo's ear. Trying to keep his venom towards the boy out of his tone, Dabi gripped the boy's head. "Listen here, twerp. I'm not with Stumbelina and the group of thugs out here. I need you to get me to the plaza, because right now I could care less who gets caught in my flames until I find who I actually came here with." Shoving Shudo away, Dabi threw a look over his shoulder. "Got me, frostbite?" The boy's eyes darkened, but he didn't argue as he gripped a different thug's face. "What makes you think you can defeat All Might?" With a trembling lip, the thug confessed to something Dabi must have missed in the speech. The creature, the one with its brain exposed. "Our bow boss said that it could defeat All Might. Please don't leave us here." Shudo seemed to grunt in contempt as heat expanded over the area. No flames emitted from the boy, leaving Dabi to give him a critical eye. Once most of the thugs could easily free themselves, Shudo began moving on from the area. He paused, looking back to Dabi. "Are you looking for someone or not? Let's get out of here before, what did you call them?" "Stumbelina and the group of thugs, that's right. Before they get any bright ideas." Jolting in place, Dabi ground his boots into the stone and followed after Shudo. Feeling a little vengeful, he shucked his shoulders and called back to the group, "See you later, suckers." With a peace sign thrown to the thugs, Dabi pursued the UA student. The two stayed in mock silence, questions festering within Dabi. Maybe he was spending too much time around Izuku, if the urge to question his own kin's quirk wasn't obvious enough. Soon enough, the two reached a cliff overlooking the tiled plaza center. Dread flooded Dabi as he slid down the cliff, ignoring the calls from Shudo. Speeding his pace, he could just make out Izuku sputtering in the water across the way. As Dabi trounced across the plaza center, he watched as the man-child, Shigaraki, he remembers the mist man called him, grinned cruelly towards the beast beside him. From somewhere, the familiar inky mist began to form into the figure that had transported all of them. The two talked of something, not anything that Dabi was interested in, until at least, Shigaraki finally said, "We're leaving." An almost vacant sigh of relief escaped Dabi as the man turned around towards his chauffeur. However, he paused before he stepped through the portal, his hands slowly raising. Shigaraki looked towards where Izuku was. a glimmer of something Dabi didn't even want to name overtaking his eyes. Another cruel grin seemed to extend past the hand on his face. Before that, though, let's kill some kids. Just to break the symbol of peace's pride. Dodging around any remaining thugs, Dabi tried as hard as he could to make it to his charge. Shigaraki's face cracked and crumbled as he almost cooed towards Dabi's friend. Well. The coward of an analyst appears. What a riveting turn of events. Couldn't get enough of my plan back in your cafe, probability? Izuku must have said something, the static of his voice changer even filtering into Dabi's ears. It must have been something that Shigaraki didn't like as the man lunged towards Izuku, almost screaming, "Nobody will miss you, seeing as that little bodyguard of yours isn't here anymore." With as much oomph as he could, Dabi sent flames streaming in front of Shigaraki in an attempt to cut him off before he got to Izuku. The man screamed, stumbling backwards and clutching his probably burned hand. His eyes twisted from Izuku to Dabi, and his foot began stomping the ground. No fair. How did the two of you even get over here? None of this is any fair. I wanted a fair game where I could take down All Might, but you two stupid NPCs just had to be there. Preparing to snarl something at the man, Dabi threw his hand forwards to summon more flames, but all he got was empty air. Both he and Shigaraki looked back in sync as red glared into Dabi. Shigaraki's voice broke the tense silence, a little admiration leaking into his tone. "You really are pretty cool, Eraserhead." The grubby-looking man's head was slammed back down as one of the kids cried out from the water. Taking Shigaraki's moment of distraction, Dabi leapt forwards and into the water. He hated water because it was one of the only things that could stop his fire. For now, however, he had to deal with it. Shifting into a defensive stance, he placed himself before the three kids in the water. A hopeful gasp came out in autotune as Izuku seemed to understand who was in front of him. Trying to give the three a reassuring smile, Dabi focused his eyes on his charge. "Just stay behind me, all right? He won't touch you today." The two flanking Izuku seemed to cry even harder at the reassurance. Shigaraki growled from out of the water, his uninjured hand scratching at his neck. "How heroic of you, bodyguard. However, you won't be able to beat this. Nomu, get the meddling fire type." In a blur of muscle, the Nomu had left the pro-hero's side and was reaching for Dabi. Desperate, Dabi began to reach deeper and deeper within his as he pulled hotter and hotter flames out. Heat encompassed his body, but he couldn't care as he extended a palm and launched jets of flame towards the wretched creature that Shigaraki had brought with him. At first, the Nomu's hands burned away before it could grab Dabi. Just as quick as they had burned away, the hands began to regrow. Trying to stump its regrowth, Dabi began to burn hotter and hotter, trying to at least shut the wounds as they burned open so that the monster couldn't regenerate. Wind flew out as Dabi kept burning, his mind so tunnel-visioned on the Nomu that he almost missed the solemn cry from the entrance of the... A voice he had only heard on TV crowed out over the crowd. "Fear not. I am here." There was none of the usual happiness the TV conveyed, however, as the symbol of peace grimaced in the corner of Dabi's view. The man monologued, but Dabi cared less as he finally was given relief from the flames. Slowly, the Nomu stepped back and followed Shigaraki's gaze. It seemed it only had eyes for All Might now. Even Shigaraki seemed to be in disbelief as he stared at the world's golden hope. "You worthless trash of a hero. Making me wait all this long just to say, 'I am here.'" Even more wind than before flooded over them, sending Dabi stumbling in the water. Hands gripped his arms as Izuku and one of the other kids held him steady. His gaze fell from the Nomu onto Izuku and he gave him a shaky grin. "Hey, little moth. You ready to see if the power of friendship can save the day?" With the way Izuku was trembling, he knew the boy was about to start crying. Dabi tried to speak to reassure Izuku once more, but before he could, someone had lifted him and the kids, placing them far away from the Nomu. Someone's large hand was on Dabi's shoulder, so he followed it to the large form of All Might. The hero grimaced down at him, no sign of the usual glee on him. "I commend you for keeping this kid safe. However, both you and their teacher require medical attention, so I would consider taking him and yourself to the entrance." Stumbling to his feet, Dabi grunted as Izuku lifted his arm onto his shoulders. The boy's golden mask met All Might's blue eyes and he looked as if he wanted to say something. Before he could, All Might leapt into action, shouting some type of move name. Izuku hissed as he released Dabi's weight. Can you two get Eraserhead to the entrance on your own? The two students trembled in front of them, but shakily the green-haired one nodded. His mask's eyes lit up and Dabi wished he could keep them like that. Still, he let the boy speak. Get there as soon as possible, he needs medical assistance. Once the two were on their way, Izuku turned to Dabi. You still have some firepower left? Giving Izuku a weak grin, Dabi shook his limbs out and tried to ignore the shaky feeling of his scars. As the two turned around, Dabi caught All Might in a very precarious position. With a nudge, the two began to head towards the pro-hero. Izuku leapt forwards, trying desperately to free All Might. Before he could reach him, however, he was knocked back as an explosion shook the area. Jumping up, Dabi caught Izuku and tried to steady his landing. Releasing the boy, Dabi stepped forwards and ignited flames, just as the blonde-haired explosion kid rasped out, "Get the hell out of here, you misty extra!" It seemed the cavalry of children had arrived, to Dabi's chagrin. Another voice joined the fray, one Dabi had just heard, "You're here to kill All Might, huh? Riff-raff like you could try, but you'll never succeed." Never in his life did Dabi think he would be grateful to see Shudo, but boy was he grateful right now. Ice crawled beneath them, just missing Dabi and hitting the Nomu. Seemingly, their truce was still on. The blonde kid who was leaning on Mistman began to ramble about something that had happened before Dabi had appeared, but he could care less. Throwing his unignited hand backwards, the man almost sighed once Izuku latched onto his hand. This was a turbulent moment, and he wanted to be sure he wouldn't be separated from the boy. Shigaraki just grumbled, seemingly upset with whatever point the blasty kid was making. His voice rolled between each person, "Gnome, get that explosive brat off of my escape route." With a disgusting cry and wobble, the Nomu freed itself from the ground and continued regenerating itself just as it had with Dabi. Behind him, Dabi could hear Izuku's brain working as the boy's fingers tapped against Dabi. All Might flew across the plaza as the Nomu's punch collided with him. Using his ignited hand, Dabi aimed another jet of flame towards the Nomu, trying to prevent him from reaching the kid. He really must have been going soft. Before it hit, it was dissipated as yet another large gust of wind blew through the area. Izuku gulped from behind Dabi as the blonde kid landed next to him. His voice was shaky, even through the voice changer. How did you manage to dodge that?" Blondie grumbled, his voice taut and almost trembling. "I didn't." Across the plaza, where Blondie once was, stood All Might, with his arms in a defensive stance. All Might huffed, but Shigaraki didn't seem to care as he laughed dryly. "All you heroes know is violence." That kid with the explosions didn't seem to care what damage he did to his surroundings. And how about Bodyguard back there? Sure, he isn't a hero hopeful like these kids, but he didn't care much about burning my hand. Dabi could hear the intake of breath from the aforementioned boy, but he just shook off the own shot at him. There wasn't anything wrong with what he did, seeing as he was threatening kids. All Might himself released a humorless chuckle. Idealist criminals always have a sort of glimmer in their eyes, you know? But you're missing that fire. You're just lying through your teeth right now. Truly, you're just enjoying all of this mindless suffering. Shigaraki's stance stiffened, but he didn't laugh again. "You've got me, hero." Around him, the three hero hopefuls began clamoring. Shudo huffed, "It's 6-on-3, we could take all of them." "How nice to be counted." The red-headed boy who Dabi had been ignoring spoke up next. "Right? Bakugo even showed us one of their weak points. We could totally help." "No." All Might's voice dampened the planning. "Get out of here, all of you." Izuku began trembling within Dabi's grip, as if it was taking so much effort not to speak. "If I hadn't frozen that Nomu, you wouldn't be free though. Nice going, Shudo. Just slide your own ego right there." Dabi shook his head as All Might chimed in once more. "Right you are, young Todoroki. But fear not, just sit back and watch this pro get serious." Now Dabi wasn't one to doubt pro-heroes, at least not All Might, but the man didn't seem too sure of himself. Shigaraki leapt from the place where he stood, lunging towards the kids. No. Kurogiri, clear the All Might level. I'll take care of the meddlers and the kids. Reigniting his flames, Dabi shot a jet at the man, grunting as he dodged this time. Ice crackled against the ground, shooting for Shigaraki, but fell away as Bakugo lunged and sparked towards the villain. Just past their own fight, Dabi watched as the form of the Nomu shot off into the distance, piercing the glass dome. The kids beside him stopped, staring at what All Might had done as Shigaraki himself paused. All Might turned around looking to where Shigaraki stood. Well, villain. We should hurry and finish this up. Shigaraki took his uninjured hand and scratched once more at his neck. You cheater! I was lied to, you aren't any weaker at all. Everyone's just gone and lied to me, like you meddlers about not being interested in my schemes. Dabi let the smoke gathering in his lungs escape as a cruel chuckle joined it. Yeah right, Krusty. Neither of us are interested. What we are interested in is stopping you. Someone tugged on Izuku, and Dabi turned to see Shudo looking at the two of them. All Might seems to have this covered. You two should come with us so we could get you to a hospital. Izuku didn't seem to notice as Dabi looked towards his gaze. He was still staring at All Might as the smoke coming off the man billowed around the area. Shudo released Izuku, seeing as he wasn't leaving yet. You, Dabi turned to look at him, can you two get moving already? All Might'll take care of the bad guys now, so we shouldn't stand in his way. Resisting the urge to snap at the student, Dabi tugged at his and Izuku's connecting hands. Once Izuku was moving, Dabi leaned down to his friend's side. I'm going to make a smokescreen once we get out into the parking lot, so you'll have to get on my back, okay? Stiffly, as if he wasn't in control, Izuku nodded at Dabi's plan. There was silence, even in the group as they continued forwards. That was until the telltale thunder of a gunshot rolled across the area. Someone shouted from the entrance platform, but Dabi couldn't care as he ducked. More shots rang out, and Izuku curled further into Dabi's side. Finally, the air seemed to settle as the group ran faster towards the entrance. Behind them, the ground shuddered as something broke it, but Dabi couldn't care. All he cared about was getting Izuku back before Delrix noticed and flayed him even more than he already was. The two got to the platform with the hero hopefuls, and almost immediately the pro-heroes looked towards them. Some of them began moving immediately but halted at the small patter of feet beneath them. From within the waves of heroes, a small white rodent poked his head out. Dabi almost felt sick recognizing who this was. If Netsu knew who they were, they had no chance of getting back home. Still, the rodent marched onwards, only stopping once the kids had gotten to the pro-heroes and were now staring at them. Carefully, Dabi and Izuku both leaned down. Izuku's eyes narrowed warily, and Dabi couldn't help but match his expression. Netsu didn't seem to be perturbed by the reaction, only continuing to stare at them with his beady eyes. I wasn't hoping we would meet this way, probability. Maybe if you would respond to my message, we could actually make a nice meeting date and pretend we never met here? I'll even let you bring the bodyguard beside you. Izuku stammered beside Dabi, only managing to get out. You aren't going to arrest us? Eyes crinkling, Netsu just looked at the young analyst. Well, as a pro-hero I am obligated to arrest you, however, I am willing to give you a head start. Does 20 minutes sound nice? My staff are obligated to listen to my warnings, and your friend does need some major medical attention. Just promise me this. A small white paw was extended towards Izuku. You'll actually answer my message? You're quite the hard bird to catch, probability. Gulping, Dabi watched critically as Izuku's hand shakily took Netsu's paw. Izuku's voice changer was starting to give out, needing to be charged soon. I'll answer it as soon as we get to safety, sir. Thank you. Netsu gave them a wide, teethy grin. He stepped back towards his staff, and Dabi watched as all of the heroes' attention fell onto the rodent. With a voice that reeked of charm, Netsu looked over his gathered heroes. Well, seeing as these two did such a service towards our students, it wouldn't hurt to give them some leeway, yes? There was some grumbling from the heroes, but slowly they parted to give Dabi and Izuku clear passage. Somewhere within the crowd, a student began calling out, Principal Netsu, it is a great misconduct to let these two wander free. What if they were actually participating in the attack? Nedzu only laughed as he helped Dabi lead Izuku to the door. Sometimes, young Ida, we must close our eyes to allow the darkness of society some leeway. This is a lesson all good heroes must learn. Once the three of them were in the open, Nedzu released Izuku. Take care, probability. I'm looking forward to playing a game of chess with you soon. Gripping Izuku tight, Dabi kneeled and helped him onto his back. Together, the two trudged away from the USJ as the police sirens began growing closer. He could hear Izuku fidgeting inside his sweatshirt. Dabi, I'm calling Dragon to pick us up. You really need to get some help. Dabi only let smoke billow from his nose as the flames within him began to subside. All right, little moth, but just this once. Maybe Dabi really is getting soft, but if it meant seeing his little brother safe, then he didn't mind. Plus, he had heard the cavern had a good healer, so if he was lucky then he wouldn't have to risk losing his jaw. At least not yet. Izuku was used to anxiety. The age-old creature that curled itself in his chest, constricting it like a snake about to strike. What he wasn't used to, however, was what the anxiety is about. It would have been rational had it been about Dabi, but the man was perfectly healed. Honestly, the fire-quirked man looked even better than before their accidental crashing of the villainous plot. Even after he had suffered through getting lectured by Delrix for putting Izuku in danger. No, the thing that Izuku was ever so anxious about was glaring up at him from his computer screen. The blank chat with the stout who had saved them was about to give the boy heart palpitations, especially if Nedzu wasn't going to answer anytime soon. Just as he had made to shut the laptop and go see if Hime was up to chatting, 3 dots appeared in a chat bubble below his message. Izuku quite honestly thought he had a heart attack in the booth of the cafe. Chat, Plague Starter, Principal Nedzu. 1237 probability heavy checkmark. Hello, sir, I apologize for the late response. 1237 probability heavy checkmark. However, as of today, I am free for the week. 1255 Plague Starter. That is wonderful to hear, young analyst. 1255 Plague Starter. How would you feel about coming to UA tomorrow? 1255 Plague Starter. I understand if you are wary, but I promise all heroes on the grounds will have a no arrest notice out. If anybody asked, Izuku did not squeal like he had been given a puppy for Christmas. Instead, he turned and bashed his head into the back of the booth, catching Dabi's attention from the counter. The man waltzed over, leaning to read off Izuku's screen. Releasing a small whistle, Izuku could feel the man's cold hand land on his shoulder. That's quite the achievement, kiddo. So are you gonna accept? Huffing, Izuku pulled away from the cushion and looked up at the man. He stared for a while, letting himself loose within his own head. Finally he placed his own hand over top Dabi's. I think I will, but only if you and Hime join me. Crossing his arms, Izuku searched Dabi's face. He waited, wondering if the man would disagree. Surprising him, Dabi just shrugged and placed his hand on his hip. I mean, Nedzu did say last time we saw him that I could come. I don't think he'd be bothered by an extra bodyguard at all. Sighing in relief, Izuku let the tension fall from his shoulders, his fingers drifting to his keyboard. Quickly drafting up a response, he froze as something occurred to him. Dabi had relayed to him what Delrix had lectured him about, so Izuku shaky turned his head to his friend. Letting his finger hover of the send option, he gave the black-haired man a shaky smile. We're going to have to tell Delrix where we're going. Dabi froze as well, eyes darting back towards the curtain to the kitchen as if Delrix would be summoned just by them thinking about Zem. His message sent as Dabi pulled him out of the booth, missing the stoat's response just to get chided for the whole time before bed by the cafe owner. 1306 probability heavy checkmark. I'd be honored to come, sir. 1306 probability heavy checkmark. As you offered, my bodyguards will be accompanying me as well. 1308 Plague Starter. How fun! We might be able to even make time for a game of chess after talking. Isn't that something to look forward to? 1308 Plague Starter. I'll be looking forward to meeting you properly. Probability. The anxiety didn't subside by the time Izuku was leaving the cafe the next day. His hands were occupied by Himiko and Dabi holding them, giving him no chances to fiddle or idly tap at anything. A yellow backpack full of analysis notebooks adorned his back, leaving him wishing they weren't walking to get to the station. Sure, they could have convinced someone at the cafe to take them, but Delrix looked like Xe was going to follow them in if given the chance. Izuku was not going to let that chance come. Even talking with his friends didn't weaken the anxiety, they only allowed it to breathe as they walked. Himiko was rambling on about how cute some boy she had met at a corner store was, but Izuku couldn't find a way to tune in. Dabi was only giving grunts and huffs of acknowledgement, but clearly was just as far away as Izuku was. Sighing, Izuku could almost feel the tension weighing on his shoulders, especially as the train station came within view. Once the three of them were on the train and seated, he let his head fall into his hands. Almost immediately, the two were flocking him, giving reassurances. Himiko's voice broke through the mist of anxiety in Izuku's brain. "We don't have to go today. You can message the little guy and tell him an emergency came up or something and we can just go out for ice cream. Would that be better?" Giving a shuddering heave, Izuku shook his head. No, I need to do this. If I don't do it now, I never will." He could feel the anxiety within his chest lessen as his friends brought him close, hugging him even in such a public place. How would he ever have made it this far without them? Even he did not know the answer. As if the universe was breaking up their moment, the train came to a halt at the station they needed to depart at. Together, with Dabi and Himiko holding his hands again, they left the station in their wake. Once they got over the hill, they would finally be in front of UA. This also meant, however, that Izuku needed to stop somewhere and change. Luckily for him, there was a small convenience store just ahead. Tugging his friends over, he carefully ducked into the bathrooms to change. Slipping the comfy hoodie on, and the white breathes that had more pockets than Izuku could imagine, he stared listlessly at the masks in his hand. Usually he didn't bring out his second mask, as it was made intentionally for business meetings, but Izuku wasn't really into having those. Seeing as this would be his first one, he wondered distantly if he should still wear his gas mask instead, just to let himself be a little more comfortable. Shaking himself out, he grabbed his respirator mask and slipped it on. The gray metal was chilly against his neck, but to ensure everything was perfect, he quickly tested the voice changer. It was meant to withstand longer usage than his gas mask, so he just wanted to double-check that it's fully charged. Clicking the digital visor into place, he gripped its remote and slipped his civilian clothes into his backpack. Rejoining Himiko and Dabi, the three of them made the final stretch to the U-Data grounds. The gates sprawled outwards before them, giving them no clues as to how the inside looked. With shaky hands, Izuku pressed a button near the gate. To his luck, a screen appeared with the white-furred face of Nedzu on it. "How may I help you today?" the stoat cried, throwing his paws to his hips. Izuku coughed, placing a hand on his chest. This is probability. I'm here for our meeting?" He didn't mean to make it sound like a question, but he was uncertain if Nedzu actually expected them to show up or not. Nedzu seemed to brighten at that as he clapped his paws together. "Wonderful! Someone will be down to guide you to my office now. Welcome to you today, all three of you." With that, the screen went dark, slowly being swallowed by the wall once again. The ground shook a little as the gates began to creak and groan, opening the way to the prestigious hero school. Gulping, Izuku squeezed Himiko and Dabi's hands, letting them go as the three of them crossed the threshold into uncertainty. The trio didn't have to wait long, two figures coming from the large H-shaped building ahead of them. Izuku almost chortled at the sight of Eraserhead being accompanied by Present Mike, trying not to give away how much info he knew about the two. He watched in real time as Eraserhead processed who was in front of them, groaned, and then resisted the urge to turn away. The man was such an open book when you knew what to look for. Once Present Mike had gotten the man closer, Izuku finally set his shoulders to look at least a little presentable. Eraserhead grumbled listlessly, looking over the group. "I should have known the rat would have planned something like this when I showed him that analysis." Izuku could hear Dabi stifling a laugh behind him, but just attempted to stay steadfast. Stepping towards Eraserhead, he extended a hand. "It's wonderful to meet you outside of a formal setting, Eraserhead. I assume you two are our guides to Nedzu?" Nodding, Eraserhead lightly shook Izuku's hand, then turned to Present Mike. "Mike, this is Probability, the analyst I've told you about. I assume you know Present Mike, Probability." Only responding with a nod, Izuku watched as Mike gave him a once-over before clapping his hands. "Well, you definitely described him well." Stumbling back, Izuku didn't know how to respond. He didn't even know if that was supposed to be a compliment. Eraser only shook his head, motioning for the group to follow. "Come on, let's get this done and over with before anyone else sees you." Frankly, that sounded like an insult, but Izuku wasn't about to snark the pro hero, at least not on his home turf. Maybe the underground hero returned to the cafe he would, but for now he kept his tongue. The cold and warm to his sides reassured him of Dabi and Toga, fighting back at the anxiety that constricted his lungs. Urare's main building seemed even more intimidating in person, but Izuku only silently gulped. Tugging at his hoodie, he sighed and pressed onwards. He could almost feel the tension radiating from his friends, but he tried not to let it affect them. Soon enough the group of 4 had arrived to the large doorways that served as the gates to Nedzu's office. Izuku wasn't looking forward to seeing the stoat, especially with the way Eraser and Mike kept looking back at them. Eraser let out a large sigh, pulling Mike to the side as he stepped back. "Give him a second." Once the two had stepped back, the door creaked and groaned, opening on its own with no prompting. Trembling as he walked, Izuku stepped into the well-decorated office just as Nedzu turned around in his chair, acting as if he was in an old pre-Quirk movie. A cheery smile crossed the principal's face. "Thank you so much, Aizawa, for delivering our guest to me." Eraser, or who Izuku guessed was named Aizawa, just grumbled something like, "This better get me overtime." The two pro-heroes bowed, then took their leave, giving the group a few wary looks until the doors shut. A slam resounded through the room, essentially leaving Izuku feeling like he was locked into a bad decision. Nedzu stared out at them from behind the desk, the serene smile never leaving his little snout. "It is a wonderful occasion for us to meet, probability. I understand you might be curious as to how I learned of you." Biting at his lip beneath his mask, Izuku dipped his head. "Yes, I was curious, seeing as you messaged me essentially out of the blue." He commended himself for not stuttering, seeing as he was face to face with probably the most intelligent creature on the planet. As if reading his mind, Nedzu's grin slowly evolved into a more toothy one. "Well, your curiosity is not misplaced. After all, the only reason I heard of you was because you tended to Eraserhead. The man was so impressed with your analysis that he brought it to me, and well, I can't pass up the chance to meet someone with that much intelligence for quirks." The stoat was most definitely complimenting Izuku, but he wasn't sure if he should take it at face value. He didn't respond fast enough for Nedzu as the principal took over the conversation once more. "Of course, it would be impolite to not introduce everyone in the room today, so how about we get them out of the way?" Suching his eyes back to Dots, Izuku gave a brief nod. Quickly he motioned to Dabi, who tensed under the attention. "This is Dabi, who you met at the day when you, helped us. He's the first of my bodyguards." Dabi's scars pulled as Izuku watched the man resist the urge to sneer. Pursing his lips, Izuku suched hands as he motioned to Himiko. "This is Toga, my other bodyguard. She's the one who mostly deals with getting people's real reactions." Toga, unlike Dabi, preened under the attention as she messed with her buns a little bit. Nedzu laughed a little, nodding his head. "It is a pleasure to meet both of you. I am pleased that you were able to get healed, Dabi. You are looking much better than after that whole debacle a few days ago." Grunting, Dabi crossed his arms, his voice strained once he finally spoke. "Glad to know someone like you is concerned for little old me." Quickly, Izuku tried to subtly elbow Dabi, which caused the man to huff and turn away. Bowing his head, Izuku flicked through his voice changer options to change it again. "I apologize for his words, Principal Nedzu." Instead of seeming even slightly offended, Nedzu just laughed off the scarred man's words. "Not to worry, probability, I understand his sentiment. How about you three take a seat, at least so that you and I can play a little chess?" Beady eyes bore into Izuku, and the young analyst understood why. Even if the principal had phrased it like a question, the educator had meant it as an order. Quickly shuffling forwards, Izuku slid into one of the comfy-looking armchairs in front of the coffee table. Soon after he took his seat, Nedzu emerged from behind the desk. If he had not met the principal any time sooner, he would have noted that he certainly was shorter in person. Leaning forwards, he tried to decide what color he wanted for chess. In total, the chess game took about an hour. He didn't manage to beat Nezu, yet the stoat was looking at him with quite the curious expression. Leaning back, Izuku crossed his arms. I assume you didn't call me here just for a friendly chess match. That got a pleasant chuckle out of Nezu, his eyes boring once more into Izuku. That doesn't surprise me, analyst. You're correct, however, that I didn't call you here just for that. I have a request to make of you, if you'll humor me. Looking from Dabi to Himiko, Izuku wondered if this request would put any of his friends in trouble. Taking a deep breath, Izuku let his chin rest in his hands. I'll decide how I feel once you make the request, sir. Nezu didn't react to his tone, just blinking slowly. Of course, I'll get right on it. What I really wanted to ask you today was if you would join me here in my office to watch over the sports festival. I understand if you are wary of my request, so let me elucidate now. He must have sensed Izuku's hesitance to stay seated, so Nezu hurried on speaking. When we were interrogating any captured members of Shigaraki's crew, each one mentioned that they had never seen you in the warehouse beforehand. Even students said that Shigaraki himself seemed surprised by your appearance. So, I want to get to know you better. And the best way, in my opinion, is by bonding over shared hobbies. So, I invite you to join me in my office the day of the sports festival so that you can help me analyze the students and the security measures. What say you, probability? Trying not to let his surprise become palpable, Izuku transferred his cheek to one hand, staring Nezu down. The stoat did not turn away, even when Izuku began to speak once again. That is a prestigious offer, Nezu. However, may I request time to think about it? There are others I must consult before I take any big offers such as yours. Nezu seemed to startle at that, for only a moment, before letting out a small laugh. Of course, I understand entirely. This offer is open up until the day of the festival. If you do not show up at the gates before students arrive at the school, I will assume that you are not accepting my offer. Does that sound fair? A white furred paw was extended as far as it could be over the table, glinting in the artificial light. Resisting the feeling as if he was making a deal with the devil, Izuku clasped Nezu's paw with his hand. The two shook in unison as Izuku ignored the stares of his friends. They would understand eventually, but he wouldn't explain until he got back to the cafe. He wasn't about to explain twice. Now, however, all he could do was stare at the small principal ahead of him and smile beneath his mask. That sounds fair, Principal Nezu. I hope to see you then. With that, Izuku stood, subtly pulling Dabi and Himiko up with him. Even as he left Nezu's office, he did not look back. Not even when the prestigious hero began to cackle as if he had told a joke. All Izuku did was shiver, somehow feeling as if he had made a grave mistake. Kaminari Denki had never felt stronger. It was true, he had never felt greater, even after a tragedy like the USJ. The only reason he felt so strong, however, was because that traumatizing day had been the first that he hadn't short-circuited. He felt a little bummed that he wasn't the one who had found the solution, but someone had still found one. His leg bounced as he flipped through the notebook, trying to make sense of the rest of it. Sure, in theory he could do some of these things, but they would require a lot of training on his part. Training that he hadn't exactly prepped for. If he wanted to be able to do these things, he would have a couple options. Firstly, he could go to one of his teachers and ask for an updated training plan, but that would risk revealing who he got the idea from. Or, it was risky, but he had the time since all that was coming up was the sports festival. His legs ceased bouncing as he flipped the notebook shut. Maybe his only option was to go back to probability. Honestly, from the forums he scanned, he heard the analyst had gotten a location upgrade, so Kaminari kinda just wanted to see it. Slipping the notebook into his bag, he said his goodbyes to Mina and the others. Shuffling a little, he ducked out of the school, heading home. Obviously, he couldn't just head to probability with no appointment, but he would need to plan out what exactly he would ask of the analyst. Since he quit his job over the break, his funds were slowly dwindling, so he had to make it count. Slipping into his chair, he slid his laptop open and popped onto Probability's forum. Quickly pulling up his old chat box, he threw a piece of gum into his mouth and began to type. Chat, Probability. Electra Heart, hello. I apologize for taking so long to contact you again, but do you have any time slots open soon? The rest of the day was a blur for the electric blonde, his mind racing only to focus on when the analyst could reply. That blurred mindset continued into the next school day, leading Kaminari until the final bell. Quickly, he pulled his phone from his bag, opening the forum. There was yet to be a reply, so he just slumped dejectedly. Fidgeting a little, he placed his phone down and pulled the notebook out yet again. Maybe if he tried transcripting some of the techniques somewhere else, he could pretend they were his ideas. Before he could even pull out an empty notebook, however, a heavy hand landed on his shoulder. Gulping silently, he looked up at his teacher, the man's eyes boring into the notebook. Kaminari, oh, that tone sounded like his logical ruse tone. Where did you get this notebook? Biting the inside of his cheek, Kaminari tried not to blurt it immediately. Releasing the notebook, which was less than eloquently snatched by his teacher, the teen rubbed his hands together. Will I be in trouble if I tell you? Probably not the best thing to ask, but sometimes he couldn't help it. Aizawa glowered a little but shook his, no, you won't be in trouble. Releasing a small sigh, Kaminari pursed his lips. Before school started, I wanted some help with my quirk. I don't have the best control over it, you know? My mom, she isn't home enough to help me, and my nana doesn't have an electric quirk. So I started looking online and then I found, he trailed off, looking to his teacher. The man looked at the notebook, almost as if it had offended him in some way. Then you found probability. His gaze turned from the book to Kaminari. I'm sorry to keep you so late, but could you come with me to the principal? He must have made some kind of panicked expression, because his teacher scoffed dismissively. You aren't in trouble, I said that earlier. He'll just want to hear how you heard about probability. Trying to school his expression, and failing miserably if his teacher's face said anything, Kaminari nodded. Ah, then sure. His faux confidence didn't last long, especially facing the large doors of the principal's office. With no prompting other than Aizawa stepping forwards, the doors opened on their own. A chill rattled Kaminari's spine and the boy resisted the urge to shiver. He had heard things about the Yudata principal, but none of them were good. The large leather chair behind the aforementioned staff member's desk was turned away from the door, but that didn't seem to hinder the principal. Aizawa, a pleasure to see you as always. And Kaminari, though this is our first time meeting, it's wonderful to properly meet you. With that, the chair turned around revealing the most confusing small mammal that Kaminari had ever seen. Trying to cover his confusion, Kaminari gave the bear a shaky grin. It's, a pleasure to meet you as well, Principal Nedzu. Nedzu only shared a sharp-toothed grin with him, turning swiftly to Aizawa. You have something for me? Aizawa gave him a curt nod. Yes, your favorite pet project struck one of the students. The notebook was thrown haphazardly onto the desk, leaving Kaminari to swallow a whimper. Nedzu's eyes roved the notebook and Kaminari wondered if he could have called him hungry for the knowledge it contained. Those eyes drifted from the notes up to Kaminari, then quickly darted to Aizawa. This is prior to his coding saga. Making a face, Aizawa shrugged. It could be that he just didn't code it out of consideration for Kaminari. Or maybe it was, we don't exactly have proof of a linear timeline. The conversation was hard to follow, but the student bolstered through it, getting a sharp grin from Nedzu. Thank you for allowing Aizawa to bring this to my attention, young Kaminari. Can I ask how long you've had this notebook? Twiddling his thumbs, Kaminari gave a dramatic shrug. I'd say about a week or two before the entrance exams was when I got it. I was getting concerned about my quirk, especially since I had hit a wall in my training, and then I found probability. Brows furrowed, Aizawa stared down at Kaminari. You said your mother was too busy to assist you, but didn't your school have a quirk counselor? Clicking his heels, Kaminari tried not to think about middle school. She thought my quirk was too volatile to work with, so I had to make do. His teacher murmured something beneath his breath before shaking his head. We'll get you better training. Do you still want to transcribe probabilities notes? The notebook will be returned to you, but if we're updating your training I need to drill it into All Might's head. Jolting in place, Kaminari rapidly shook his head. No, I don't mind at all. I just want to know when it'll be returned so I have space in my bag. Nodding, Aizawa placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. I'll see you down to the gates. Please tell us if you come into contact with probability again. Yet, Kaminari didn't know if he could follow through with that request. His stomach twisted at the thought of doing so, and he wondered if probability would get in trouble for it. He hadn't done anything wrong, just telling people new information about their quirks. Once Aizawa had left his side, and he had gotten outside of the campus, Kaminari quickly pulled his phone out of his pocket. Letting a grin spread across his face, Kaminari pulled up the chat box on the analyst's forum. Chat, probability. Probability heavy checkmark. Hello again, MX. Electra Heart. Probability heavy checkmark. I understand you are probably requesting a meeting due to the sports festival, yes? Sighing in relief that probability had caught on, Kaminari slipped his shoes off and beelined for his room. It was easier to type on his laptop and he would be able to explain his plight in more detail if he was alone. Ducking into his room, he plopped himself down at his desk and gave a spin for good luck. Electra Heart. Ha! You caught on quick. Electra Heart. But yeah, I need some advice for the sports festival. Electra Heart. I was able to pull off not frying myself, but I don't think it'll be enough. Probability heavy checkmark. Well, you're in luck. Probability heavy checkmark. I have an opening tomorrow at 4:30, if you can make it. Electra Heart. That's a perfect time. I'll be there. Probability heavy checkmark. Wonderful. However, you must consult Del Rix, the clerk, to be brought back to me this time. Electra Heart. Alrighty. See you tomorrow. Kaminari felt like he could squeal with delight, but before he even opened his mouth, the words of his teacher echoed in his head. Should he contact him and let him know he's having another meeting with probability? It won't hurt if he doesn't, and honestly, the blonde boy isn't exactly sure that his efforts would be worth it. Especially if it means putting the analyst in trouble with his teachers. Tugging on his breathes, Kaminari shook his head. He won't tell them, not soon at least. If it accidentally slips, then that's something different. For now, he'll just stay silent and bask in the effort that probability is giving him. It won't hurt to keep a few secrets after all. The opportunity to use his new room was not something Izuku passed up often. Even if it meant just idling there, waiting for his clients to submit their numbers, it was nice to just rest in the large chair the office provided. He closed his eyes, letting his body rest for a moment as he sighed. The rest was not very long, as Dabi's voice soon clamored from where the older man was leaning. Are you really going to accept the rat's offer? Stamping down on his urge to correct his friend, Izuku opened his eyes. It had been 3 days since the meeting with Nedzu, and his deadline was in 2. Nearly immediately after the meeting, he had called a meeting between his closest confidants, asking for their opinion. The general consensus had been, it's your decision, Izuku, but Dabi had been staunchly against it for 2 of the 3 days. Now, however, the man was just pestering Izuku for answers. Answers that the analyst was not about to give in front of clients. Grunting, Izuku adjusted his seat. Ask after all my clients have left, and then maybe you'll get an answer. There was some grumbling from the man, but his lips stayed shut. Sighing once more, Izuku looked at the screen with a slight grin. He slipped his mask carefully over his face, ensuring that the voice changer was active. There was a sort of process to his theatrics, the kind that created tension in the waiting room just beyond the door. With gloved fingers, he adjusted his camera and began to roll. The clamor had begun as his clients whispered, worry permeating even through the solid wood. Sometimes he wondered if he should rig it just for 1 day, but that would ruin the authenticity of the process, so he quickly diminished the thought. This also kept the feeling of seeing his client as real as possible, so once the die landed he hummed. Number 3 was the lucky number of the day it seemed, so he gave a small motion towards the door. Dabi and Himiko quickly engaged in a fierce battle of winner-takes-it-all rock, paper, scissors, with Himiko victorious. With a small skip in her step she approached the door, opening it for his client. Once the client entered, however, Izuku's breathing was nearly stolen. Calmly entering his not-so-pristine office was the talk of the entire country. Stain didn't seem to notice the tension slowly climbing in the room, instead taking a seat in the chair nearest to the door. His own masked face was staring into Izuku's digital expression, neutrality shaking the boy to his core. There was no way he could do this, This was a full-blown murderer he was just facing down. Luckily for him, and his considerably dry mouth, Stain spoke first. I have heard whispers of you, analyst. Your services may be useful to me. Even smacking his lips beneath his mask provided Izuku no relief, but he at least managed to speak. You heard of me? There was no annoyance on the man's face as he gave a curt nod, hands now cupped together on his lap. Indeed. Many speak highly of you and your prowess. Silently, Izuku glanced towards where Himiko and Dabi were standing. The two were tense and Himiko seemed especially ready to leap into attacking. Trying to take a steadying breath, Izuku looked back at the hero killer. The man was silent, and distantly he wondered if he was gauging him for something. Placing his elbows onto his desk, Izuku feigned interest. Then you must have some grand plan, if you are seeking the request of others, hero killer. Unlike with others Izuku had studied, there was no concealed surprise, only more studying from the other man. He stayed silent, now giving glances between all three people in the room. His hands unclasped, now landing nearer to his weapons. Not a grand plan, for I have already begun enacting that. I want information. Now a dangerous glint entered the man's eyes, and he wondered if he should really even be entertaining this. Taking his elbows from the desk, Izuku leaned back into his chair. You want information? I can provide, but I do need some SE set parameters. Unmoved by the statement, the hero killer kept eye contact with the mask. That is understandable. May I request these parameters? Pursing his lips, Izuku tugged a drawer open, pulling out the notebook he might use. It was silly to entertain this, for he was quite literally facing a murderer, but he didn't want this meeting to go south. If he said something wrong, or even misinterpreted a meaning, there was a chance he could get on Stain's bad side. And being on his bad side was nearly worse than giving him information and getting caught. It all depends on how clear he was with his rules. I do not want any of this connected BAC back to me. That's the top thing. Neither will I give you weaknesses or personal information. You must find that yourself. In the face of such a villain, he could not contain his stutter, but Stain didn't bat an eye. Instead, the villain moved his hands from his weaponry, now looking a little more interested. That is tolerable. May I pose my request? The formal way he spoke startled Izuku a little, because he had expected maybe a little more condescension. Keeping in a sigh, the boy nodded. Proceed. Without a beat of hesitation, Stain spoke again. I wish to know of heroes based in Hosu. Trying to keep his surprise off of his face, Izuku grunted a little, now turning to look for a pen. That's it? Stain, who was still that same frighteningly neutral, gave an affirmative. That is all. I do not wish to break your rules. Izuku bit his tongue, trying to keep a snide remark down. He thought it was common knowledge which heroes were based in Hosu, but maybe Stain didn't have any sort of access to digital databases? It didn't matter as Izuku's hands whirled into motion. There were startled noises from the sides as Dabi and Himiko caught onto what he was doing. They couldn't stop him, not from this decision. With a small mark and a nondescript sigh, Izuku pushed the notebook across the desk. He was lucky that the desk was full of new notebooks, ones that he wouldn't use on people such as heroes or civilians. Stain quickly snatched the notebook, pulling it back towards him with a pleased hum. It was a pleasure to meet you, probability. For your payment. Bills were placed onto the desk as Stain stood, the gear he adorned clinking in the enclosed space. Himiko darted for the door, nearly tearing it off the hinges with how fast she opened it. Yet the man halted in the doorway, blood-red eyes boring into Izuku with an intensity that made him want to puke. If you need a favor, I may answer your beckon. With that, the world's most dangerous man left the room, the door slamming ominously behind him. Without prompting, Dabi was at Izuku's side. Kid, what the hell was that? Instead of giving an answer, Izuku heaved, reaching blindly for his trash can. Quickly he found it, lifting his mask and beginning to dry heave all of his fear away. Toga, taking control of the situation, gripped his emergency intercom. Probability has come upon an emergency. All clients are advised to evacuate the waiting area. Grumbling came from beyond the door, not lightening the tension at all, so she continued, Leave or else you'll be dealing with all of the staff. There was a pressure behind her words that slowly sent all of the complaints down the drain. Now that the silence permeated the room, Izuku placed his trash can down, fully removing his mask from his head. His face collided with the desk, and he screwed his eyes shut. I didn't want to get on his bad side. The hot sting of tears grinded against his face, and he cursed his genetics. Warm and cold ward on his back as Dabi's baritone filtered through the air. That didn't mean you had to agree to his deal, Izuku. The shaking of his hands lessened, but his stutter did not. She might hurt on one of you. Silence permeated the room, only pierced by the dry laughter of his friend. Dabi was nearly cackling, if Izuku could describe it that way, and he might have even folded in half at the idea. Little moth, all of us can defend ourselves. Now Izuku was silent, his face moving to burrow into his sleeves as the tears began to fall. The silence stayed as the rustling of fabric settled, Himiko's arms draping over Izuku. Her voice was taut. Stainy wouldn't be an issue for us, Izu. Breathing through his nose, Izuku looked to Dabi. Only one of you is a close-range fighter. The certainty of his proclamation was not lost on him, as the man stiffened and looked away, blue eyes growing dark. He huffed, removing his hands from Izuku's back and shoving them into his pockets. Then I guess that means I'll have to work on my close combat? You think I could squeeze into your lessons? With a quip, some of the tension in the room lightened. Izuku giggled, placing his hands flat against his desk. I mean, I wouldn't mind sweeping the floor with you. Dabi full-blown cackled now, moving his hand onto Izuku's head. Oh, that's it, short stack, you're going down. Grunting, Izuku threw his hands on top of Dabi's. Come on. I just got the curls tamed down. Not even paying Izuku a glance, the man continued to ruffle his hair. What you've got to get tamed down is your equipment you're gonna bring to the meeting with Nedzu. Silencing himself, Izuku looked at Dabi, an inquisitive eyebrow raised. Sighing, the scarred man rubbed at the back of his neck. You aren't one to accept deals recklessly, little moth. I was just, he waved his hand, letting the answer drift away into the air. Izuku knew what he was getting at, so he gave the man a soft simper. I'm glad you'll be going with me then. I'll need all the help I can get in a room with Nedzu. With a quick glance to Himiko, Izuku confirmed his thoughts. 'Cause I won't be going anywhere without my bodyguards. Himiko squealed, now full-on hugging Izuku. We're going back to you. And, she trailed off, a sharp grin decorating her lips. We're going to see Izu butting heads with Nedzu. It's a battle of wit, and we're seeing the victor. Scoffing a little, Izuku pushed at Himiko's shoulder. A battle of wit, more like me trying not to cry at a stout. In return, Himiko pushed him back, causing the two to engage in a catfight of hand-slapping. Dabi, ignoring their fighting, stepped to the door and opened it. He stopped with a grunt, now forcing his body in front of where Izuku was. I thought we told you. All clients need to scram, because probability isn't seeing anyone else today. Jolting in place, Izuku rushed to get his mask back on as Dabi argued with the client. There was a small huff from Dabi as he turned around. He's not budging until he talks to you. Flinching a little, Izuku stalked towards where Dabi stood, peeking around him to try and get a good look at the client. Hawks leaned against the wall, giving a lazy grin to Dabi, acting as if he hadn't just argued his way into seeing him. Heya! My favorite little analyst and his friends. Scrunching his nose beneath the mask, Izuku grunted, Hawks, what the? Though he didn't want to be grateful, his customer service tone overrode his sarcasm. Pleasure it is to see you again. Golden eyes bore into his mask, his grin thinning out a little. Well, probability, I assume something big happened for you to dismiss all of your clients. Resisting the urge to flinch again, Izuku gulped. It is nothing for you to concern yourself with, Hawks. Now Hawk's smile seemed more predatory, sending chills down Izuku's spine and goosebumps up his skin. I can't be concerned for my favorite analyst? How sad, I thought we were really becoming friends last time we talked. Now the predatory gaze was gone, replaced with the same neutrality had had before. Since you seem to be done for the day, I sure don't want to hold you much longer. With a quick flick, Hawks placed his chin onto his hand. I may have spilled a little about you at work, Faye. A sheepish grin decorated his face. but his eyes stayed on Izuku. So I was wondering if you had like a business card I could pass around or anything? Blanking, Izuku looked at the pro hero. A business card? Soft giggling came from his sides and he resisted the urge to whack Himiko again. Hawks, seemingly affronted by his lack of a business card, gasped, "No way! You don't have business cards? All good people who take on clients need them. Honestly, it's like you're an amateur businessman or something." Huffing, now feeling affronted himself, Izuku crossed his arms. "Even if I had business cards, I most definitely wouldn't be giving you one now." Stepping back, Izuku watched as Hawks fell to his knees. "No, wait. Please, I need to give them something." Now an idea was forming on the pro hero's face, leaving a swirling cloud of doubt within Izuku. "What if I designed you a business card?" Narrowing his eyes with a draw of his eyebrows, Izuku barked out a distorted laugh. "You'll make me a business card? You can't be serious, you're a pro hero, you have so many other things to attend to." Hawks gave a laugh, pulling himself quickly to his feet. "I'll have you know, when I'm not a hero I'm just a bird with a passion for graphic design." That got all three of the neutral parties laughing, nearly leaning on each other for support. Instead of seeming bothered by the laughter, Hawks nearly preened underneath the attention. With a shuffle of his wings, the pro hero clasped his hands together. "Please, probability. It'll get you so many more clients, and I'll even make sure to include your bodyguards on them." A swift wink was sent towards Dabi, who stiffened and nearly growled at the hero. Sending a swift smack to his scarred friend, Izuku sighed, "All right, fine, but I have to. See the design before you start handing them out." With a cheer, Hawks swooped Izuku into a hug, leaving the boy flailing and struggling. Dabi shouted from his position, now moving to admonish the hero. Quickly, the analyst was released and placed onto the ground. The hero backed up, raising his hands a little. Sorry. Got a little too excited there. I won't disappoint you, probability. I'll send you a message once I've got the first draft done." With a bright smile and brief wave, Hawks was out of the waiting room. Now that there was definitely no clients left, Izuku removed his mask. Dabi grunted, crossing his arms over his chest. "That hero is up to no good, Izuku. You should have just told him no." Sighing, and nearly spitting his exasperation, Izuku leveled a look at Dabi. "I can't just tell all of my clients no, Bacon Boy." Himiko giggled, lounging against Izuku. "Of course you can, silly. You'll just have no clients after that." Pinching Himiko's cheeks, Izuku walked towards the stairs with her. "Exactly why I can't do that. Now come on you two, we need a game plan for the sports festival." If Nezu wanted to play games, then Izuku was going to make sure they were the MVPs. As the day of the sports festival arrived, Izuku had heard neither hide nor hair from Hawks, so he wondered distantly if the hero had forgotten about. He wouldn't be surprised, as the amount of work the number 3 hero had on his plate was nothing to sneeze at. Izuku didn't want to dwell on it, as his current intake of clients wasn't exactly an issue, so he wasn't going to be too upset if Hawks forgot. At least that's what he'd tell everyone else. For now he had to focus, since Dabi and Himiko were giving him concerned looks. The three of them stood before Yude, his expression mask fixed onto his face. He had a bag slung over his shoulder, holding everything he might need for the battle to come. Adjusting his bag a little, he took a deep breath. There wasn't much time left in the limit Nezu had given him, and Izuku enjoyed keeping the principal on his toes. Leaning forwards, just as he had done nearly a week ago, Izuku clicked the buzzer on the gate. A loud sound echoed through the area, yet this time Nezu didn't answer. Clicking and groaning, the gate shivered open a few yards, just enough for the three of them to enter. Taking his friend's arms in his, they walked into the large campus of UA. It was a little different this time, since now Izuku had an idea of what he was on the campus for. There were no heroes around to give them dirty looks, nor were there any students left over from makeup training. Giving a steady sigh, Izuku slowly entered the main building. The interior, now that Izuku could properly appreciate it, was rather intuitive. In multiple areas the entire design was changed for mutant-type quirks, though really the boy shouldn't have thought so little of Nezu over that. His shoes clicked against the tile, and somewhere deep down he hoped it was spooking someone. It would be funny if tomorrow there were articles about a ghost in UA throughout the walk. Dabi and Himiko were effectively silent, so Izuku glanced back at them. Himiko's eyes were blown wide as she stared around the campus, as if this was her first time properly seeing you. Furrowing his brows, he nudged his elbow into her side. Sure you're not gonna get starstruck in here? With a grumble, Himiko nudged him back and rather maturely stuck her tongue out. Giggling a little, Izuku turned his gaze to Dabi. He was looking around, expression much darker than either of the teens. His entire body was tense, but Izuku would have been more nervous if he wasn't. One of them had to be looking out for the others, and it seemed Dabi had taken up that role this time. Together the three walked on, encountering no one but the silence of a school early in the morning. Soon enough, Izuku realized that he may or may not have gotten them lost. Pouting a little bit, Izuku removed his arms from his friends and placed his chin on his hands. Dabi grunted, now looking down at him. Probability? Right, they had to call him by his analyst name here. Biting his lip a little, Izuku looked into the man's eyes. I think we're lost. From somewhere in the ceiling, a PA system crackled to life. Finally, that was most definitely Nedzu. I was wondering when you would admit it. Huffing, Izuku released his chin and crossed his arms. Are you going to get some help or no? We can always just leave. Trailing off, he listened to the now audible scuffling behind the speakers. Help will be on the way. Your friendly neighborhood hero is on his way. Stiffening, Izuku listened as the crackle of static disappeared, signaling Nedzu's departure. He was getting a little worried now, as he didn't know if it was going to Eraserhead or All Might who appeared. Eraserhead, Izuku could deal with. The man was rather tame if no one proved to be a threat. All Might, on the other hand, was not someone Izuku wanted to see. It was bad enough that he was at the USJ. If Izuku came across him in such a domestic setting, he didn't know what he would do. Cold hands gripped his shoulder and Izuku sighed. That's right, Dabi and Himiko were with him. If anything happened, they would still be right there to help. Shaking away his thoughts, Izuku set his shoulders. He could deal with this, it was just a pro hero coming to SRT them, no need to make a big deal out of it. To his luck, the familiar dark aesthetic form of Eraserhead coasted around the corner. For a moment, Izuku thought he could see a head of split-dyed hair, but before he could question it, Eraserhead had spotted them. With a confused grunt, the man came up to them. Probability? Probability's bodyguards? They really needed to get names out there for Dabi and Himiko. Maybe he could start brainstorming those later. Brightening his stance, Izuku gave Eraserhead a lazy grin. His mask must have portrayed it well enough as the man stiffened. Eraserhead, how nice is it to see you again? Are you our Aseed in Nedzu's office for today? There was stifled laugh from someone, but Izuku couldn't discern who as Eraserhead spoke again. Of course the rat invited you, why else would he be so cheery today? Come on, some students are already here and I don't want them to see you. So it was a student he had seen earlier, how fun. He wondered if the mysterious teen would appear during the sports festival, something within him hoped so. He trailed behind Eraserhead, keeping the lax smile up. Afraid your students will flock to me instead? That got a small snort out the hero. No, I'm afraid they'll infect you with their tenacity. It's not enough that you talk to villains, I think I would rather die if you turned vigilante. Feeling a chuckle bubbling in his throat, Izuku rested his hands on his stomach. A full-on belly laugh was not something he had often, but he had to relish in the feeling of it. Comically, Izuku mimed wiping a tear away from the screen of his mask. You don't have to worry about me going vigilante anytime soon, Eraserhead. He didn't mention that even if he started fist-fighting villains, he still wouldn't legally be considered a villain. Eraserhead, however, had not yet reached the friendship level for his backstory, so Izuku kept his mouth shut. The rest of the way there was spent with a little banter, mostly between Eraser and Dabi, who had quite the way with sarcasm. Eraserhead stopped at the door, watching as it opened on its own. If you know what's good for you, you won't agree to any worldwide takeover plans. Winking at the hero and watching him shudder a little, Izuku shrugged. I don't know, Eraser. Nedzu can be quite the convincing creature. I'd hope so, the aforementioned creature proclaimed, now standing in the doorway. There was no difference in his outfit from the day Izuku had first met him, except now he was wearing a nice jade green tie. Slowly entering the threshold of Nezu's office, Izuku gave Eraser a small salute. "Until you lead me here next time." Eraser turned away, grunting a small, "I hope there's no next time," and then leaving the trio in Nezu's grasp. The small principal gave Izuku a sharp grin, extending a paw towards his seating area. "Come now, probability, these might just be the best seats in the house." Placing a mock hand to his chest, Izuku gave a dry chuckle. "All this just for little old us?" "You didn't have to, Principal Nezu." Now Nezu was laughing, sitting upon one of the couches. "Well, I may not have to, I sure did want to. Now take a seat, there are some things we have to discuss before the show begins." Settling into the couch across from Nezu, and feeling his friends nestle in beside him, Izuku shouldered his bag onto the floor. "Is this like a training seminar or something?" Nezu chuckled again, but shook his head graciously. "Nothing of the sorts. I just wanted to inform you how we'll be doing this today. I'll allow you to analyze any students you wish, but I want to see 3 of them properly analyzed. Proper notebooks and all." Leaning back, Izuku steepled his fingers together, "And there's the catch. Anything else I should know?" Chuffing a little, the stoat leaned back. "Nothing of note that I can think of. I assume you brought notebooks with you?" Reaching into his bag, Izuku splayed 3 notebooks out onto the table. "I would be rather offended if you didn't think so." Now the two laughed together, but there was no humor between them. Dabi, on Izuku's left, stiffened a little more. He leaned forwards, voice devolving into a growl. "You can't seriously be asking him to work for no compensation." Trying to placate Dabi, Izuku placed a hand on his arm, but Nezu beat him to the punch. "Ah, the defense of a bodyguard. I apologize that you cannot see my point, young Dabi." Another growl came from Dabi, the man's hand reaching to more than likely jab at the principal. Hitting it down, Izuku looked at his friend. "Dabi, this is the compensation." Now the scarred man was silent, staring over at Izuku with wide eyes and small pupils. Swallowing a little, Izuku brought his hands to his lap. "I knew what was happening when Nezu offered for me to watch with him, at least I knew when I got home. Someone like Nezu, the principal didn't even stiffen, won't make offers such as this without a catch." "But," he trailed off, looking now to the notebooks, "I don't mind it, honestly. It's a chance I would have never had before, at least not where I was." His hands turned into fists, balling up the fabric of his breathes. "But I'm probability now, and I have this chance. So I couldn't miss it." Nezu sniffed a little, but there was no sympathy in his eyes. Izuku sighed, looking away as the principal spoke. "Wise words, probability. There's still some time before the games begin, so would you spare me a game of chess?" The educator was infatuated with chess, but Izuku could understand why. It was a game meant to test the intelligence of their opponent. Humoring him, Izuku gave a stark nod. "As long as Dabi and Toga may entertain themselves." That was a K Izuku had come up with, a way to tell the two of them that they could relax. As if humoring Izuku back, Nezu matched his nod. "Of course they can, we'll all be relaxing today." That was how they spent the last few hours before the sports festival, staring each other down as pieces moved back and forth. Somewhere in the middle, Himiko had pulled her phone out and was playing a rhythm game. Dabi, in a similar manner, pulled a book out, lounging to read it a little. Honestly, Izuku didn't even know the man read for pleasure. He thought that he would have pulled his phone out as well. Soon enough, Nezu's claws rasped against the table. "It is time for the opening ceremony. Pay attention, you may find your first targets within the crowd." Humming, Izuku pulled his notebooks towards him while the others clamored to put away their pastimes. From beside them a projector flickered on, now showing what must have been the live feed of the sports festival. There was a wide arrangement of students gathered, but Izuku could only focus on one. Ikogu Katsuki stood at the podium, his hands shoved in his pockets and mannerisms ever the same as the day he had disappeared. He wondered, distantly, if his disappearance had meant anything to the boy. Stamping down on the thoughts, Izuku strained his ears. Katsuki's voice was rough, obviously grating on the lasting wounds he had from the sludge attack. "This sports festival is meant to unite the classes, And that's what the world wants to see. Let's show them together that Unit A is together, whether under siege or just in good fun. That was nothing like the Katsuki Izuku had left behind. Jerking back a little, the boy placed a calming hand on his chest. If he reacted too much, his hand would be wide open for Nezu to peruse. With the cheering backing him, Katsuki stepped off of the stage, leaving Midnight to take his place. Izuku had always liked her as a hero, even if her stage presence was an uncomfortable one. Her speech was nearly the same as last year's, so Izuku didn't pay much mind to it, at least not until her WHP was aimed towards the board. Leaning forwards, Izuku held his breath. Usually the first event was the telling factor for the power of the classes. Our first event this year is... Right there in a blaringly boring digital font was the words, Obstacle Course Race. Falling back into the couch, Izuku breathed out, "How interesting." Without hesitation, he reached for his first notebook. He knew exactly who was going to go in here, name quickly being scribbled onto the front. If he had truly changed since Izuku had seen him, then it would be a good idea to give him a whole new analysis as well. Nezu shifted in his seat, eyes boring into the notebook. "How curious, you've made a choice already." There was a chirp to his tone, but Izuku could tell the intent beneath it. Halting a flinch, Izuku breathed out. There was no way the principal could find a connection between him and Katsuki this early on. That was just too impossible. Though the gleam in the stoat's eye argued otherwise, so Izuku tried to ignore the boiling uncertainty in his gut. There was a small moment of rest as the students made their way to the beginning of the course, leaving Izuku to make some preliminary notes on the boy. He racked his brain for what knowledge he would have learned during the USJ, trying hard not to let his past seep into the words. It didn't take long for the gate to open, nor for Izuku to gasp. The starting gate is the first obstacle. Nezu chuckled into his tea, voice seeping with mirth. As always, a quick catch probability. Scribbling a little more, Izuku's eyes were drawn back to the screen. Clear as day, a boy with split-colored hair skated past the other competitors, leaving ice in his wake. Murmuring a bit more, Izuku glanced from the screen to Dabi. If he wasn't incorrect, this was the boy who Dabi had arrived at the epicenter of the USJ with. Sure enough, Dabi was staring at the screen. However, the familiarity within Dabi's eyes was not what Izuku expected, nor were the flames that layered it. "I see you've become interested in Todoroki Shudo, you too." Nezu's voice caused the two to clamor, eyes roving as far from the screen as possible. Izuku coughed into his fist, looking back to Nezu. "Todoroki as in?" Giving him a curt nod, Nezu's eyes were glued to the screen, as in endeavor. He is the youngest of the hero's children, and one of the strongest in the class. How interesting. Izuku's eyes followed the boy through the first obstacle. He watched as the plan the boy had made played out, trapping the students with the robots. Only once Katsuki was back on screen did Izuku turn away, now focused on his prey for the hour. A small laugh came from his mouth as the team caught the disparaged voice of Eraserhead. Turning to look at Nezu, the boy cracked an eyebrow, causing his face screen to turn into a question mark. How did he possibly get roped into that? Nezu's paw covered his mouth, a dainty chuckle coming from him. Mysterious circumstances have prevented him from running away from present Mike, it would seem. Laughing again, Izuku turned back to the screen in time to see the reveal of the second obstacle. Now reinterested, Izuku watched as Katsuki easily cleared the gaping wounds in the earth. Though his eyes briefly drifted towards the pink-haired menace slowly making her way across the field. He made an internal note to ask Nezu about her later. Soon enough, the third obstacle had arrived, and so did the cusp of the hour. Katsuki, now deep in a discussion with a stone-cold Todoroki, was trying his hardest not to engage the minds. With that show of grace, Izuku's whirling hands moved even faster. Others were slowly catching up to the two, but it didn't seem to matter as Katsuki finally found a motivation to move. There was no care in the world for the other minds, at least not when the blonde had already cleared through them. His explosions reignited the air as he now lunged for the first-place position. Before he could acquire it, however, Todoroki lunged forwards, ice moving his upwards and over. Now present Mick's voice crackled through the speakers, and there you have it, festival fans. Our first place winner for the first event is none other than the Ice Prince, Todoroki Shudo. Following closely behind him is a highly volatile Katsuki Bakugo. For a moment, Izuku held his breath, waiting for the meltdown from Katsuki. In that moment, however, there was silence as the blonde boy stalked towards where Todoroki stood. Instead of releasing an explosion on the boy's back, like Izuku thought he would, the boy instead gave him a hearty slap. There was no sound for the students, but there must have been some sort of congratulations between the two. Izuku was thoroughly stumped, his pencil falling from his grasp and onto the paper. He should have known, honestly, that he wouldn't have been the only one between them to change. Maybe, deep down, he just hadn't expected Katsuki to be able to change. Turns out that he was wrong. Chapter text. There wasn't much time between the first and second events, especially not for Izuku to consider the bias he held against Katsuki. He stayed silent, listening to the symphony of sipping coming from Nezu. Carefully, and with an attempt to ignore his shaking hands, Izuku brought his own cup of tea to his lips. He didn't know when the cup had appeared, maybe when he had started his analysis, but it was here now. Swallowing heavily, his eyes were glued to the screen the moment midnight began to spin the wheel. Nezu trilled from his seat, the mystery of the wheel. Whatever shall it pick? Ignoring the rodent and making sure his gaze was steady, Izuku watched the wheel stop on. Archery tag? That was one of the weirder options down the line. Even something like a cavalry battle would have been easier to analyze. Another trill came from Nezu, the clink of porcelain backing it. What a good eye! The condescension was not lost on Izuku, but he kept his mouth shut. The archery tag game is one of my favorite options, personally. The stout did not notice, instead continuing to speak. It allows for the students to show off their team prowess and... There was a small moment of silence, one which sent shivers down Izuku's spine. It allows for the children to fight quirkless. Beneath the words was an almost breathless stress on the last word. The word did not fall flat on Izuku, whose eyes widened beneath his mask. Biting his tongue and keeping his words in, the analyst merely nodded in response. Not seeming slighted, Nezu continued, so while it may not be the easiest to analyze, it makes up for it in the entertainment factor. Whatever tension was in the room slowly dissipated as the stage changed to fit the task. 10 teams of 4 gathered together to garner for the top 4 spots, and Izuku could already see what cliques had formed. There was a marginal group around Katsuki, most of them lobbying for him as support. However, Izuku found that his stomach roiled the longer he stared at the blonde, so he turned away. He had enough information on his former friend anyhow, so he could just make a quick write-up. Now in search of a new target, his eyes roamed. There were a few notable people that, if they made it through the second event, he might choose as his final targets, but one caught his eyes. Just like with Katsuki, there was a sizable group around Todoroki. Many of these people, however, were vying for his quirk. They weren't thinking large-scale, such as with teamwork or the physical prowess of their captain. Todoroki, seemingly unbothered, just scanned over the crowd of petitioners. Within a few minutes the crowd dispersed, feeding off the energy the boy was putting out. He had chosen his team. Clicking his pen a few times, Izuku turned to look at Principal Nezu, who all has teamed up with Todoroki Shudo? Scribbling the boy's name onto the second notebook, the analyst kept his ears open. A short laugh came from Nezu. Ah, have you found your second person of interest? Let me have a look at them. Beady eyes bore into the screen, vying for whatever information it could bring. With a small click of his claws, Nezu turned to look at Izuku. It would seem that young Todoroki has taken to teaming up with Yaoyorozu Momo, Ida Tenya, and Shiro Hanta. Quite the close group. There were a few notable names within the group, the top being Ida Tenya. Izuku himself had once seen Ingenium in action, so the engines adorning the back of his legs were a dead giveaway. Distantly, he wondered what it would be like to grow up in a hero family. Still, he made note of the names within the yearbook, attempting a quick once-over for any initial quirk guesses. Yaoyorozu had no obvious mutations, but he was pretty sure he saw her make a cannon during the first event. Ida was obvious, but Shiro was a little more challenging. His elbows, however, were something of note. If it wasn't useful to his quirk, then a dormant mutation like that would be rather inefficient to show off. Murmuring a little, Izuku nearly missed the explanation of the rules. To his luck, Dabi's fist collided with his shoulder, shaking him out of his analytical stupor. Quickly shutting his mouth with an almost audible click, his eyes were glued back to the screen. Midnight's voice was clear, easily projecting to the audience. Welcome to the second event of the Udata Sports Festival. For your viewing pleasure, we have the long-awaited Team Archery Tag. There was an explosion of cheers, knocking away anything else the pro hero would have said. She waited, hands and W resting at her hips, glad to see you all revving to go. As for the rules, it's rather simple. Each contender has 3 targets placed on them, each target worth a third of their points. For every target hit, that portion of the points goes to the archer. With a crack of her WHP, Midnight gave the camera a sly smirk. It's a battle for the top that you won't want to miss. Are you ready, festival fans? Another amassed cheer came from the audience, leaving Izuku nearly breathless. If he could participate in something as big as this, he didn't know what he would do. Once the crowd had calmed, Midnight stepped forwards once more, now aiming her WHP towards the audience. At the crack of the WHP, teams will have 2 minutes to run and hide, so get those shoes laced up. Ready, set. There was a permeable tension even within the principal's office as the heroine wrenched her arm back. Once the small sound broke the barrier, the teams were off on their way. Izuku's eyes immediately darted towards where Todoroki and his team had run, gaze roving their dynamic. It was clear that the split-haired boy was the captain, hands moving as a directory for whatever orders he was giving. Yaoyorozu was readily following the words, soon followed by a more hesitant Ida. Shiro, on the other hand, proved a little more hard-headed. He engaged in a small argument with the other boy, so Izuku's hands moved. There was a subtle shift beside him, something placed in the cold flesh of Dabi. Keeping his tongue, Izuku averted his eyes to his friend, watching the now cold blue irises follow the young Todoroki. Unspoken emotions flowed between the man and the screen, a tension that was almost palpable in Izuku's hands. If he had known any better. His eyes drifted back to the screen, which was now closer to the other boy's face. From the screen, heterochromatic eyes stared back, one a dull ashy gray. The other, however, was an all-too-familiar turquoise-like tone. Still, Izuku didn't speak. He needed more information first of all, and 2, he didn't want to overstep his friend's boundaries. If Dabi wanted to tell him, Izuku could wait for when the time was right. Now letting his gaze return to his analysis, Izuku erased a couple words he had written out of instinct. These notebooks were going to Principal Nedzu. There was no need to put potentially harmful speculation within them. Still he kept watching, breathing now bated as he watched Todoroki and Katsuki butt heads. He wasn't sure when the two had crossed paths, but now it was sure to be a battle highlight shown everywhere on YouTube. Todoroki, who, initially, Izuku had clocked as someone a little too reliant on his quirk, was making rather large gestures for fighting. They were efficient, however, as he finally launched a third arrow towards Katsuki. The foam collided with the target, leaving the boy sprawling backwards. Just as before, Todoroki remained on top. Before Izuku knew it, Nedzu's voice was chirping from beside them. It seems that leads us to lunch. Jolting in place, Izuku rested a hand on his chest. Nedzu was significantly closer now, looking over his shoulder at his notebook. Quite the rudimentary code, but it is all right. Would you like me to get you anything for lunch? Trying not to bite his lip, Izuku shrugged. I wouldn't mind something with pork in it. I've been craving it for a few days. Nedzu nodded, turning now to look at the bodyguards. Any preferences for you two? Grunting, Dabi seemed reluctant to turn away from the screen. Anything with protein. But no steak, it just isn't my style. Himiko, who seemed grateful for the question, looked to Izuku. Probability, did you? Sniffling a little, Izuku kicked his bag. I have a refrigerated lunchbox in here full of them, so you can pick whatever you want. There was a slight cheer from his friend as she turned back to Nedzu. Anything raw meat-wise, please. Quite the diverse choices. Though Nedzu was laughing while he said it, something about the words unsettled Izuku. He kept his thoughts to himself. instead turning to look at the now static screen. Commanding the imposing doors to open, Nezu turned to look at the group. I will be out for a bit, so please do not leave the office. We can't be certain no students will be roaming. With that, the doors shut, leaving the three friends in silence. Quickly, Izuku twisted towards Dabi, who was hustling over. The burnt man threw a blanket over the boy, allowing for Izuku to shuck off his mask. Quickly sliding a BLNDFLD and sick mask on, the boy handed the electronic one to Dabi. With a quick flick, it was plugged in. They didn't know how much time there would be until Nezu returned, so they wanted as much charge as possible on it. However, they also didn't want to take any chances in terms of cameras. Himiko, who had stayed mostly silent over the course of the event, cheered from beside Izuku. All of those students looked so cute. Probability. There were so many fun options. I'm rather excited to see who you choose. Though he didn't respond verbally, Izuku reached out for the girl. She quickly latched onto his hand, claw-like nails digging into his palms a little. The two stayed like that for a little, letting the silent communication flow between them. Huffing, Dabi twisted his head. I think they're all rather prissy. I mean, come on. Just because this is you doesn't mean they have to have perpetual sticks up their buttes. That got a light giggle from both Izuku and Himiko, the two of them now looking at Dabi. As if reading Izuku's mind, Himiko chimed, Yes, but you were rather interested in one of those students, huh? There was a teasing lilt to her words, one which got Dabi to grunt and shove at her. Oh, shove off, bloodbat. Just because I want to see who might be chasing us doesn't mean anyone's caught my interest. Izuku wanted to beg to differ, but that would just have to wait till they got out of UA. With a low chime, his mask gave a sign that it was at least 50% charged. Hopefully they could make do with that. Reaching a hand out, he let the cold metal seep into his fingers. Shoving it beneath the blanket with him, he quickly resettled it onto his face. Now that his identity was reinsured, he removed the blanket. Himiko clung closer to him, pressing her face into his shoulder. That principal sure is intimidating though. Did you see the way he was looking at you too? Izuku chuckled, placing his hands near his chin. Sometimes it felt like I was no longer human, just a rather intricate puzzle that needed solving. Dabi let out a sound of agreement, leaning further onto the sofa. Yeah, I mean that beady-eyed stare has got to be one of the most unnerving things in the world. From behind, an all too familiar cheery voice filtered through. I'm glad you think so. It's one of my most important tactics. Trying not to visibly flinch, and failing miserably, Izuku twisted his head to look towards the doorway. Nezu was standing, slightly concealed, by a nicely sized food cart. There were quite a few dishes on the cart, but one was nearly immediately snatched off. The green-haired boy watched as Himiko backed up, holding a plate of what looked like a rather large raw steak. Quickly he grabbed for his bag, pulling out an insulated lunch bag. Reaching one hand and he pulled out an extra blood bag and threw it to Himiko, who snatched it in her hand. Rumbling a little in laughter, Izuku walked towards the cart, surveying the other options for them. Right there in the center, making Izuku pause, was a hot bowl of pork katsudon. Trying to keep his tongue, Izuku avoided the bowl, aiming for something else. He couldn't bear to look at the food, not when it reminded him of home. Taking the food with him, and watching Dabi grab a rather tasty-looking BTL sandwich, he settled closer to the coffee table. Anxiety sparked through him when he realized that he couldn't remove his mask to eat. Trying not to let Nezu catch on, Izuku tried reaching for the blanket. Before he could grip it, the principal spoke up. I'll need to take lunch with my staff to ensure that everything is proceeding as planned. If you need me, just call for me over the intercom, would you? Without even looking at their host, Izuku knew there would be a glint in his bottomless eyes. Instead of mentioning it, Izuku only simpered. That would be reasonable. Will we be seeing you for the third event? A small trill came from Nezu, who waddled over, placing a paw on Izuku. Why, of course. I wouldn't want to miss your analysis of it for the world. Keeping his tongue, and biting it a little too hard, Izuku gave him a curt nod. Then I won't be keeping you. With a little chirp, Nezu was back out of the doorway, leaving the four to almost fall to the floor as the tension escaped them. Releasing a heavy sigh, Izuku grabbed for the detachable bottom portion of his mask. Carefully sliding it off, he began to eat the food provided. It was almost heavenly, so there was inkling in the back of his head that it was made by Lunch Rush. He would have to ask about it later. The room was marginally silent, only the sound of chewing and cutlery giving the sign that there was even life in there. On the silent projector screen, students ran back and forth as they participated in break time games. As he watched the screen, something settled within Izuku. For a moment he wished he could be down there. They all looked so happy, excitedly grabbing each other for mean or reverent prompts. And all Izuku was doing was sitting in a room with his two closest friends doing what he did best, being a coward. Biting the inside of his cheek, Izuku tried not to sniffle as his sinuses grew sharp and biting. Swallowing harshly, Izuku pushed his now mostly empty plate away. If he tried to eat any more, he might puke all over the pristine office. Clicking his mask back into place, Izuku sighed, "Are we going straight home after this, or?" They had to make sure they had a game plan, especially if Nezu had something up his sleeve. Dabi and Himiko jolted from where they were sitting, eyes now drawn to him. Thinking, Dabi placed a hand to his chin. "I was thinking we could get some ice cream? It's been a while since we've I guess, hung out." His tone was softer than usual, so with a dramatically slow glance to Himiko, Izuku looked at Dabi. "Are you saying you enjoy hanging out with us?" Now there was a scoff from the older man. "Well, I mean dash." There was no saving it now as Himiko burst to her feet, squealing as she gripped Dabi in one of her death hugs. She swayed back and forth with him. "Dabi likes us. Dabi likes us." For a few more minutes they celebrated and teased each other, pushing buttons they knew wouldn't lead anywhere. Soon enough, however, their celebration was cut short. With a harsh groan, the automatic doors of Nezu's office opened, revealing the white-furred principal. Giving him a long stare, Izuku turned towards the screen where the students were now gathering on the field. Nezu was quick to grin, whipping his tail back and forth. "I think you'll quite enjoy this event, probability. Shall I give you a challenge?" Pursing his lips, Izuku nodded. "If you think it would be beneficial." Nearly giggling, Nezu stepped to the opposite couch, perching himself on its cushions. "You can only analyze one student the whole event, even if they're eliminated. This should be fun," was the only bitter thought running through Izuku's head.